Welcome back to our special coverage of the State of the Union address on CBSN. There have been some notable responses to past State of the Union speeches. There was Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio's thirsty rebuttal to President Obama's 2013 address when he awkwardly reached for a bottle of water off camera, or former Congresswoman Michelle Bachmann, who addressed the wrong camera for the entirety of her response to President Obama's 2011 speech. This year, there will be no shortage of material to watch. Massachusetts Democrat Representative Joseph Kennedy III could make waves this evening when he delivers his party's response to President Trump's first State of the Union address. Congresswoman Maxine Waters, who plans to boycott tonight's speech, will also offer her own rebuttal on BET. The former Maryland Congresswoman, who is currently running for Prince George's County Executive, will deliver the Working Family Party's response. Vermont Senator and former Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders is expected to give his own speech on social media. And Elizabeth Guzman, the first Hispanic female immigrant elected to Virginia's House of Delegates, will deliver the official Democratic Spanish language response.
Anthony Salvanto is CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys. Zerlina Maxwell is a CBSN political contributor and Senior Director of Progressive Programming at SiriusXM. Linda Tran is in Washington. She's a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. All right, Anthony, let's start with you. You polled Democrats earlier this year and asked about their priorities. What did you find?
Number one is the economy. And the particular moment the Democrats find themselves in is that they see the economy improving. Some of them give the president some credit. They also give former President Obama a lot of credit, but they don't feel like the particular policies, specifically the tax cut, are going to do anything to help them. So one of the arguments we hear the president may make tonight is that the tax cut will in fact help a wider spectrum of people than we've seen believe so in the polling. I think we'll be looking to see if that comes across, and in particular if Democrats, particularly working class Democrats, start to feel that way, because to this point they have not.
Linda, what's interesting about that polling, the number one issue for Democrats, according to Anthony's polling, 82%, they want to see health care fixed. Given the White House's position on the issue, do you expect anything from this president? Is there anything he could say to Democrats on the issue that might improve his standing?
I don't think there's a whole lot that he could say actually to any Democrats that's been paying attention. I mean, we've just come off of a year where, you know, in his last address to Congress in the joint session speech last year, he made it very clear that repealing Obamacare was going to be one of his top priorities. And failing that, his administration has spent a great deal of time this past year working to sabotage the program and frankly, driving up premiums and driving people off of health care rolls as a result of decreasing subsidies to people who need it and a whole host of other actions that have happened. So I think he'd be very, very hard pressed to convince anyone that he's interested in helping out on that front.
Let me ask you, Zerlina. Alex pointed out there are 5 Democratic responses to the president's State of the Union address. What should we infer from that?
That the Democratic Party is still trying to figure out exactly what the message is for 2018 and beyond. And I think that's nothing new. Democrats were always a party of a big tent and a lot of myriad siloed issues where people are in the streets for immigration or for LGBTQ equality or for racial equality. And so it's not surprising there are multiple responses. I am surprised Bernie Sanders is doing his own response. He's not even affiliated with a particular party or group. He's doing just his own response on social media, clearly kicking things into gear ahead of 2020. But I think that Maxine Waters is actually the response that I would pay the closest attention to. I think Joe Kennedy, he's in a difficult position because no response really in the past decade has, made us think about it a day beyond, except for the fact that it's funny, right? We play the reel of all the people gaffing. But I think that Maxine Waters' response, she's resonating with a particular part of the Democratic Party right now. Black women are the largest voting bloc. And they're a growing force in the electorate. And she speaks to that constituency in a very direct way. So I'd be very curious to see what her message is.
But let's just highlight an issue that a lot of folks have brought up as far as the Democratic bench, which is age and the next generation. We may dismiss some of the previous official responses, the stuff of bad viral videos, but sometimes they are a chance to champion the next generation. Kathy McMorris Rogers in the Republican Party was not a household name until she gave her response. Is it not an issue for the Democrats that the next wave, the next generation, there's not a lot of familiarity there?
Well, absolutely, it's an issue. I think that champion millennial leadership in the Democratic Party should be a priority going forward. You know, Bernie Sanders running in 2020 isn't exactly the face of the future,
right,
and the base of the party. Exactly, Maxine Waters. But I think uniquely, she actually resonates with the millennials and the next generation of leaders in the Democratic Party. So while she comes from a different generation, she speaks their language. We call her Auntie Maxine, right? I mean, that is because what she is saying is resonating. She took it to the president before any of the other Democrats in Congress, saying very early on, this is about Russian collusion. She listed out the names of people affiliated and had contacts with the Russians. A lot of that has been borne out. People remember that clip from her on television saying that. And so I think that what she's saying resonates with the millennials and the future of the Democratic Party in a way that even a younger person might not.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, Zerlina Maxwell, and Linda Tran, thanks to you all. Ahead of tonight's State of the Union, many voters are sharing differing views on President Trump's first year.
CBS This Morning co-host John Dickerson spoke with 5 voters in the key battleground state of Florida. They ranged in age from 21 to 70 years old. 3 voted for Donald Trump, 2 voted for Hillary Clinton.
The conversation touched on the economy, immigration, and racial divisions.
Angela, with a word or a phrase, the State of the Union is?
Excellent when it comes to financial, the economy. Our jobs are improving and everything. We need to work a little on the social problems that we're having.
Daniel, in a word or a phrase, the State of the Union is?
Superb.
Bold and beautiful.
So-so. Sure, the economy is getting better, it seems, but the economy is not the only thing that we have to look at when we're describing the country as a whole. Racial tensions are increasing among whites and blacks. Healthcare is a crisis in this country. We've got the opioid crisis. I don't think ultimately as a whole the country is doing any better than it was.
President Trump appealed in his rallies to kind of regular America, not the fat cats. Do you think that's played out in his policies? Let's say, for example, with the tax cut.
Absolutely.
Yes.
All of you agree with that?
I agree.
Yeah.
I think it is currently, that's the way it's looking, and that's the way it's going to be for a couple of years. But one thing you got to remember is that these tax cuts in 10 years for the average person go away, and for businesses they stay. So that, you know, we're going to have to wait and see.
Daniel, what could the president do to take advantage of his opportunity at the State of the Union?
What I think he could do is really dig into the fact that the economy is doing so well and how many jobs he's bringing back. I think he can capitalize on the fact that he's putting more money in American people's pockets, and he'll win more people over.
Whether the president's contributing or not, is talking about the economy enough in a country where all of you have identified some parts of the American fabric that are in danger?
I'm not sure, but I do think over time, people will see the light. As soon as they see a bigger paycheck, it'll start to make them, rethink things, and I think that's good.
But I don't think money necessarily makes happiness. Like, sure, somebody's going to end up with more money in their paycheck every month, but at the same time, when you face such systemic oppression, in especially impoverished communities, I don't think the money is going to offset that,
What could the president do as a Trump voter to improve it in terms of race relations? What would you like to see him do?
He just needs to be unifying. His language is a little bit divisive. Just remind us that we're all Americans. We all share common values. We all want to see each other succeed and feed off that.
I'm working off of just one individual. My wife is black. She has no problems with him. There are a lot of black Americans that are in favor of Donald Trump because they see that when the boat raises, they'll be raised along with it.
The thing I notice about him, he's unfiltered and he's real. That's what I like. And I would like to see him work on toning it down.
What exactly should he tone down?
Just some of the verbiage that he uses in his Twitter account. Sometimes it is cringeworthy. He should be a little bit more presidential acting.
Daniel, when the president once said, with the exception of the late, great Abraham Lincoln, I can be more presidential than any president that has ever held the office. You think that's true?
I don't think that's true now and in the past. I think he was playing into the crowd when he said that. But I'd like to see him become more presidential. It's actually one of my biggest qualms with him, is that, at times he comes across as childish and petty.
Larry, what gives you hope in America?
Well, I hope that we can come together and not tear the country apart. What's important is we're all Americans, and we really do need to make America great, but we're never going to do it as long as we've got leadership who constantly tear down the other side or they degrade some other people. I just hope that someday we can become one, but I don't know if that's possible, but I hope it is.
Is the president behaving in the way you just described?
No, he's not. He's not acting that way. And the sad part about it is, I think Donald Trump has an excellent opportunity right here. If he would, get his rhetoric under control and start thinking about everybody else instead of himself, I think that he can make a big difference.
Mark, if you were to finish this sentence with a word or a phrase, America needs to be more
accepting, just accepting. I accept Debbie even though she is a rabid, I don't know, not rabid, but liberal. Yeah, I'm fine with that because she's entitled to the opinion, and that's great. These two have given me hope. Young people who look at the world and they want to change it for the better, that gives me hope.
Coming up, the art and science of writing a State of the Union speech.
We will talk with someone who knows exactly what goes into it. This is CBSN, always on.
With all due deference to separation of powers, last week the Supreme Court reversed a century of law that I believe will open the floodgates for special interests, including foreign corporations, to spend without limit in our elections. I don't think American elections should be bankrolled by America's most powerful interests, or worse, by foreign entities. They should be decided by the American people. And I'd urge Democrats and Republicans to pass a bill that helps correct some of these problems.
These are the worst winds we've seen. The storm made landfall an hour and 15 minutes ago. No one is out on the street. People inside the hotel where we are still sheltered. Portions of the ceiling are still collapsing.
CBS News, honored with 9 Emmy Awards, more than any other television news network. CBS News, original reporting.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alex Wagner.
And I'm Elaine Quijano. This is CBSN's special coverage of the State of the Union address.
We are about 3 hours away from President Trump's speech to Congress.
And a little more than 9 months from the midterm elections. Of course, that will color the president's address, whether or not he mentions it. And it will also influence the response in Washington and across the country.
Another factor, next week's funding deadline for Congress. The short-term deal they struck earlier this month to reopen the government is set to expire.
Then there's the Russia investigation, which the president will almost certainly not mention tonight. Let's bring in Molly Hooper, CBSN political contributor and Capitol Hill reporter for The Hill. All right, Molly, CBS News has learned that the House Intelligence Committee memo is being reviewed today by the Justice Department, the FBI, the NSA, and the Office of the Director for National Intelligence. President Trump, who has not seen the memo, is expected to decide whether to release it late tomorrow. What would the implications of that be?
Well, I think that it's quite clear that the implications are that you have the DOJ saying we want to review this. We're not sure if we actually want this to be released. Could compromise sources and methods. And Congress saying no, we really do want to release this. The question is whether the president will do so, because on the one hand, I think there's a temptation, especially if you talk to certain members of Congress, that the president feels he needs to somehow be kind of redeemed in this whole Russia investigation, that perhaps there was unfair play by the FBI. But on the other hand, you have the DOJ saying, again, these are sources and methods that need to be protected. And the president, where he comes down on that, is he going to be the commander in chief, or is he going to be the president who has, some campaigns to run?
That is a fundamental question, isn't it, Molly? Turning to the speech itself, the president says that this is going to be a unifying speech, but he is set to tackle immigration reform, which is, of course, a hugely contentious issue right now. What is the likelihood of any deal on immigration, big or small, before the self-imposed deadline of February 6th?
Well, that is a very important question, because if you talk to members of the budget committees, the appropriations committees, they say they're closer than they have been on the top line numbers, but that really the issue of how Congress deals with the so-called dreamers is key, and that it's going to be very difficult to get a longer term deal unless there is something concrete on the dreamers. Keep in mind that this is just, the more you do a continuing resolution, as they're called, these stopgap funding bills, the more dangerous it becomes for national security interests, according to James Mattis and the other people who are heads of these departments, because they can't plan out, they can't invest in new shipbuilding, they can't invest in national security. They're just going from month to month. So really the question is, how serious is Congress about getting this done? And when you hear Chuck Schumer talk about it, and certain members who are involved in the conversations, they're getting a little bit farther apart on the dreamer issue than they were before. So that's not as optimistic. But then again, when you get close to those deadlines, those sides tend to get closer together. So it's unclear at this point.
Molly, we know at least 28 dreamers have been invited as guests of lawmakers this evening. Representative Paul Gosar, a Republican from Arizona, tweeted earlier today that he asked Capitol Police and Jeff Sessions to check IDs of people coming to the speech. Now, I want to play some reaction from Arizona Senator Jeff Flake.
Seems to be implying that those with DACA status, or the so-called dreamers who would be here, are not legally here. They are. They have legal status. That's what DACA was about. That's what we're looking to fix, because there's concern that it may not be constitutional, but they're here under legal status. And so the notion that they're illegal aliens is just not right.
I was going to actually kind of weigh in with the same point, because technically under DACA, they have legal status until March 5th. And so I think that it would be really difficult to do anything about that, in addition to which those kind of tweets are what people who are really trying to negotiate this issue don't want to have to respond to. It's yes, Democrats are bringing Dreamers. You have some Republicans who are bringing customs and law and border patrol individuals, who patrol the borders. But when you weigh in with a tweet like, "Hey, let's go arrest some of these guests," it's not necessarily the best thing you want on a day of State of the Union.
Yeah, an example of just how contentious this issue has become. Molly Hooper, thank you so much, Molly.
Of course.
Administrations traditionally begin work on a State of the Union months ahead of time. Senior policy advisor Stephen Miller is a key architect of President Trump's speech.
David Frum played a similar role in the George W. Bush administration. He is perhaps best known for writing this line in the 2002 State of the Union address.
Iraq continues to flaunt its hostility toward America and to support terror. States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world.
Author of a new book called Trumpocracy: The Corruption of the American Republic. We spoke with him about the process of writing a State of the Union.
Well, a State of the Union is like a moon launch. You pull together pieces from all over the government and bolt them together in what is often a kind of formless monster. I mean, I wrote for the 2002 State of the Union. I wrote sections on agriculture, that most of which was dropped. I wrote sections on highways, most of which were dropped. Other people on the team wrote other things. And then you shove all of these groceries into the bag, and the grapefruits keep spilling out. So what's effective is when a president talks about things that people care about. Bill Clinton's States of the Union, they were terrible speeches, big messes. People loved them because he would just go through, and he tended to start with the things that were of interest to most people. And by the end of the speech, he was saying, and now to the Rodriguez family on 726 Maple Way. And that's really interesting to us.
So there's a connection there.
Yeah, so people want to hear that. But it is a big project. And one of the things I'm curious about with this next Trump State of the Union, the Trump White House is just a chaotic mess. And can they even do this, or do they, can they talk to people about things that people care about? We'll see.
So I'm just curious, traditionally, how does the process work? How far in advance does that foundation setting go, where you're reaching out to the various agencies and you're trying to decide? I mean, how far in advance of a State of the Union?
Different presidencies work in different ways. So George W. Bush really believed in an orderly process, so we would start about 3 months early. Bill Clinton's White House, he had a bigger staff, and he worked differently. It started, I think, not quite as far in advance. But in a way, a State of the Union is also like a budget. You could say, in a way, it starts a year in advance, because what everyone is trying to do throughout the government is shape what the agenda for the year ahead will be. And so ideas are being formulated, and then the task becomes at the end, can you produce some kind of coherence and order, not in order to make a good speech, who cares about that, but so that your next year will have some coherence and order to it.
So what is the traditional role of a State of the Union address for a president?
It's to put things on the national agenda. And it's to remind people, if there are accomplishments, to pat oneself on the back, and then to assert command over Congress, because Congress always has things that it wants to do. And this is a chance for a president to introduce the president's priorities.
Given the age we live in now, social media, if you were sitting down to help write a State of the Union address, would you approach it differently?
Well, someday I think we will have to approach it very differently. So far, remember, the people who watch these things are older and more traditional. But I would be thinking very hard, not for this crew. For them, I recommend defense lawyers. But in a more normal administration, I would be thinking about that your subordinate bits. How do you make them shareable? And one thing, President Nixon, he was in trouble in Watergate. He didn't want to face Congress, and he came up with something that actually was a pretty good idea, which is he didn't deliver a State of the Union. I think it was 1973. He came up with 11 messages, which he released one by one. I suspect someday that's going to happen, and that we're going to think about this as shareable content, a way for the president to establish priorities, and there will be a section on, food security and agriculture, and the president may deliver. We'll still do the speech because you don't want to turn away the eyeballs, but there may be 3 sentences and then something that is highly shareable that's 3 or 4 paragraphs that gives you an idea of where do we stand on that. Retirement programs, 3 or 4 sentences may be in the speech. The speeches may tend to shrink, but the supporting material for Facebook and other things may tend to grow.
You joked about this a moment ago, but what advice would you have for President Trump's speechwriters?
I'm not going to. I wouldn't cross the street to talk to them.
There's nothing at all that you would hope they would keep in mind as they sit down to have the president address the nation?
When people ask this question, it's like a child whose father always forgets her birthday. And it's like asking, what would you like your father to get you for your birthday this year? And we're just setting everybody up for heartache because he's going to forget your birthday again.
All right, then let me just ask you this final question. Given what you've spelled out in your book, given what you've talked about just now, how will you be evaluating President Trump's State of the Union address?
Are there signals here of greater or lesser danger for the country? Are we moving toward war with North Korea, which I very much fear we are? Are there any signs of that he understands the damage that is done by the incredible disrespect that he's showing to parts of the American family? And I will be listening for clues as to whether or not he feels so confident in his own power that he is going to try in the year ahead to stop the Mueller investigation and to shut down law enforcement even to a greater degree than he has.
David Frum, thank you again.
Thank you very much.
The nation's attention will be focused on President Trump's words tonight, but what impact will his address have in the years and decades to come? Doug Wead is a presidential historian. He is in Washington. Doug is also the author of Game of Thorns, the inside story of Hillary Clinton's failed campaign and Donald Trump's winning strategy. Michael Graham is a CBSN political contributor and columnist for the Boston Herald. All right, Doug, let's start with you. We have discussed what President Trump is expected to address tonight, but historically, how significant is the State of the Union address to a presidency?
It can be very powerful, starting with George Washington's 1790. Washington addressed Congress at the Federal Hall in New York City, and he said something, Lane and Alex, it's fascinating to me. He said, preparing for war is the best way to preserve peace. Now just think of that. Every president since then has said the same thing in one form or another, strength through peace. Right. So they can have a great precedent. 1823, Monroe is Monroe Doctrine. That came in a State of the Union address. And Lincoln really, I think, turned the Civil War around in 1862 when he said this is about slavery. That was his State of the Union address, and that kept England from recognizing the South. There was nothing they could do at that point because of popular opinion in Great Britain. So it was a very powerful speech. So they can have great impact on history.
What about you, Michael? How would you contextualize the State of the Union address, especially in this presidency where there are so many unfiltered communications?
And I think that's the opportunity for President Trump, is that even if you're really good at tweeting and he thinks he's great, not everyone agrees, you can only get out so much information. This is a chance to lay out and put the pieces together. For example, on immigration, there are people on the right who all they can hear is amnesty for 1.8 million. There are people on the left who all they can hear is enforcement that they oppose. And he can put the whole picture together and say, hey, I've got something that all of you can benefit from, and I'm going to weave this together in a way that you can't just dismiss it as a tweet. Of course, the problem is, and this is where I might disagree with my friend, is that the policies are likely to be the policies no matter what the speech is. The Monroe Doctrine was going to be America's doctrine towards Europe. Lincoln was going to fight in the name of ending slavery no matter what. The question is, can a speech have tremendous impact, particularly in this modern era where more people will probably read the tweets about the speech than watch the speech?
Let's go back to 2002. Months after September 11th, 2002, George W. Bush gave his first State of the Union address and named the terror threats facing the United States. Let's listen to that.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world. By seeking weapons of mass destruction, these regimes pose a grave and growing danger. They could provide these arms to terrorists, giving them the means to match their hatred. They could attack our allies or attempt to blackmail the United States. In any of these cases, the price of indifference would be catastrophic.
Doug, have we often heard presidents directly address foreign terror threats during the speech in the past, and what are the results of taking that approach?
Yes, this is signaling. This is letting your whole government know which way you're headed and what you want. I knew George W. Bush very, very well. Traveled with him in private, commercial, in Winnebagos and car caravans and little dumpy hotels all over the country. And I knew when they attempted to kill his father that when he became president, we were going to go after Iraq. And he was signaling this is the enemy. He wanted people to know in his own bureaucracy and in the country, and he wanted his enemies to know that he was labeling them. It can be very powerful, and I don't know that it's always good. Sun Tzu said that when two armies are fighting each other, the one that has the moral superiority or perceived moral superiority will win. So presidents like FDR after Pearl Harbor, they try to position our country as the moral superior so that it can eventually win this contest. And that happens in every battle or every contest.
That's an impressive Sun Tzu quote,
Doug. Our first one of the night.
Yeah, probably not the last.
Probably not.
President Trump has been dealing with the scrutiny of the Russia investigation almost since he took office last year. In 1974, President Richard Nixon used his address to call for the end of the Watergate investigation. This is what he said.
I would like to add a personal word with regard to an issue that has been of great concern to all Americans over the past year. I refer, of course, to the investigations of the so-called Watergate affair. As you know, I have provided to the special prosecutor voluntarily a great deal of material. I believe that I have provided all the material that he needs to conclude his investigations and to proceed to prosecute the guilty and to clear the innocent. I believe the time has come to bring that investigation and the other investigations of this matter to an end. 1 year of Watergate is enough.
Michael, we all know what happened to President Nixon. He eventually resigned. As it concerns the Mueller investigation, could the president address it in some way this evening?
Well, he shouldn't, so that probably means he will. I mean, that tends to be the Trump way. But, you know, the lesson to me from Watergate for today is there was nothing Nixon could do to beat the facts. The facts are going to come out. You know, a lot of people were angry that the people investigating him hated him. You know, there was a lot of Nixon hatred back then, kind of similar to today. A young Hillary Rodham was working on the Democratic committee. But it wasn't the partisanship of the committee that ended the Nixon presidency. It was the results, what he actually did to try to cover it up. And I think the same will be true to Donald Trump to a degree, except this. I think there are a group of people on the left, and particularly in the government, who just so much dislike Trump that even if you had proof that there was nothing there, that this was really just dumb bumbling by an amateur campaign, they're never going to give that up. So the facts can condemn him. I don't think the facts can save him.
Are you at all concerned, though, about the increasing partisanship around the intelligence community?
I think it's terrible. I think it's across the board. I think it's terrible that the President of the United States is asking people in the FBI, who'd you vote for? But I think it's also terrible that FBI investigators who were supporters of Hillary Clinton were allowed to work on the Hillary investigation and the Trump investigation. That's just an outrage. The fact that a guy whose wife took money from the Clintons worked on the Clinton email investigation, and now, of course, Mr. McCabe has stepped down. I mean, that's, even if they all did everything right, you won't be able to convince Trump supporters that it was fair. They won't believe the facts either. And that's why I think we should get back to this idea of recuse, step back, let the professionals do their job. And if you really hate one of these people, don't work on their investigation. There's plenty of crime out. I'll commit a crime. I'll volunteer and give the FBI something to do.
Doug, more broadly, have other presidents used this address to push their personal interests? And how does that play politically?
Yes, they have. And sometimes it backfires. We talked about George W. Bush's 16 words that he used in his State of the Union address have come back to haunt him. But I would agree with what Michael just said, and Bob Woodward said something similar. He said, let's wait for the facts to come in. I personally find it, at least for right now, far-fetched that Hillary could have the support of Hollywood and academia and Wall Street and the biggest super PAC in all of American history with all of its money, and she could be beat by $200,000 of Facebook ads by the Russians. It just strikes me as incredible.
All right, Doug Wead and Michael Graham, thank you both so much for your perspectives. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Elaine.
Coming up, how foreign policy could factor into tonight's address.
The White House says the president will call for peace through strength. More on that next. You're streaming CBSN.
Hello, I'm Bill Whitaker with 60 Minutes. We'd like to speak with Congressman Marino. This is an industry that's out of control. If they don't follow the law, people die.
We would not have known about this without 60 Minutes.
I did see the report. We're going to look into the report. We're going to take it very seriously.
They were just drug dealers in lab coats.
You know what a chilling picture that paints?
Let this session of Congress be known as the session which did more for civil rights than the last 100 sessions combined. As the session which enacted the most far-reaching tax cut of our time. As the session which declared all-out war on human poverty and unemployment in these United States.
Welcome back. You are watching our special coverage of President Trump's first State of the Union address. In his first year in office, President Trump has navigated through a number of foreign policy issues that, according to the White House, will play a central role in his speech tonight. Faced with growing threats from North Korea, the president has repeatedly called for denuclearization on the Korean peninsula. But he's also taken a harder stance, often on Twitter, threatening military action against the regime of Kim Jong-un.
And then there is the issue of Russia and their alleged meddling in the 2016 presidential election. Yesterday, CIA Director Mike Pompeo said Russian meddling hasn't stalled since then and that he expects it to continue into the midterm elections. That analysis was refuted today by Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin during a hearing in front of the Senate Banking Committee. For more on these issues and many others, we want to bring in Willis Sparks. He is a CBSN contributor and signal writer for G0 Media and part of a new partnership between CBS News, and G0 Media, a Eurasia Group company. Welcome, Willis.
Thank you.
So let's talk first about the Russia investigation and Russian meddling. Has the issue become too partisan at this point to see any sort of joint efforts to combat future meddling in U.S. elections?
Yeah, I think maybe it has. And in fact, when I was watching your previous segment with your previous guest and you played the clip of Richard Nixon, I think one of the differences is that Richard Nixon didn't have the advantage of people in the Republican Party in the building when he made that speech who were actively trying to help him, not only by discrediting the basis of the investigation, but by discrediting the investigators. So I do think that we have arrived at a point where no one is going to trust information on either side. And unfortunately, what gets lost in that is the reality of Russia-U.S. relations, the actual U.S.-Russia relations. Today was an opportunity, if the White House had wanted to do it, to issue more sanctions on more Russian individuals related to interference in the 2016 election, and they passed. And that may be a perfectly fine solution because they may say, look, we've already got secondary sanctions in place. We've already got things that we're doing. Let's wait a little bit, see how that goes. But Mr. Pompeo was very clear about the fact that Russia is going to try to do this again, less clear about exactly what our government's going to do about it.
President Trump spoke heavily about the U.S. economy at Davos last week, highlighting a business and trade-friendly climate. How is the global community reacting to the economy under the Trump presidency?
Well, I think that a lot of outside observers can see very clearly that the U.S. equity markets are growing. You know, I think at the beginning of President Trump's speech tonight, he's going to run through a list of numbers. Look where we are. Look at unemployment. Look where the stock market is. Look at where growth is projected to go. But I also think that a lot of people are realistic about the fact that a lot of the run-up in the stock market is anticipation of the corporate tax cuts.
Yeah.
Corporates are going to pay 40% less taxes. Yeah, equity markets are going to go up. The real issue that I think a lot of people are watching for, President Trump hasn't really faced his crisis yet. Every president gets one. This president has been extraordinarily lucky that we haven't had that yet. Maybe it comes from North Korea. Maybe it has something to do with all the different countries at play in Syria. Maybe it's something to do with Russia. But at some point, the odds say this president is going to be faced with a real crisis, and how he responds to that is really going to shape how his foreign policy, I think, is remembered.
Willis, we talk about a bullish stock market because there is optimism going into these tax cuts. That has been, in many cases, a gift to corporate America. There is also the rhetoric that the president has espoused since when he was a candidate regarding trade. Some people in the administration say this is a president who is looking for a trade war. It is imminently possible that there will be one. That will not gain favor with the business community.
Right.
Do you expect him to follow through on some of his rhetoric around trade?
That is the single question that I'm listening for tonight, and I'm talking about China. NAFTA is still out there. There's still an effort to renegotiate a deal with South Korea. There are other issues. But what I want to hear is just the president picking up where he left off last Friday in Davos and talking about where we're headed with China. I think the president's going to make the case that economic security is national security and that the U.S. has a terrible deal with China and he's going to get a better deal. And here's the risk. Nobody wants a trade war. President Trump doesn't want a trade war. The Chinese don't want a trade war. The risk is that both sides think that they actually have the upper hand. The U.S. and Chinese side both say the other guy's more vulnerable than we are. That's how you get an escalation that nobody wants. So President Trump is quite right that the Chinese economy is a lot more fragile than the U.S. economy for a lot of reasons. On the other hand, Xi Jinping doesn't have to win Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
That's not how it works
That's
over
right.
there.
Right.
And so Xi Jinping knows that he can target his pain. He can target his response. Again, I think in these early stages, what you're going to hear from the president tonight is going to be measured. It's not going to be some kind of wild declaration of war. But he's going to put the Chinese on notice that more things are coming. And the Chinese are going to respond within hours. You know, okay, we're going to respond to that. And it's all going to be carefully calibrated in the beginning. But I think over the course of the rest of this year, maybe even the next few weeks, we have to watch to make sure that one side or the other doesn't get so confident that they start to overplay their hand in a way that actually ends up hurting both economies.
Willis, the White House says that in his speech, the president is going to talk about returning to a peace through strength posture. How do you think that's going to manifest itself?
Increases in defense spending. And the reality is, you know, just to put this in perspective, the size of U.S. defense spending, President Trump wants to increase defense spending over the next 3 years. The increase alone, the extra money that he wants, is bigger than the entire Russian military budget.
Wow.
So, peace through strength. Now, the real test, though, is not in conventional weapons. It's not in aircraft carriers and tanks and even the number of troops. What about cyberspace, where the balance of power is not so clear? You know, that's obviously a much trickier subject, and I don't know how far the president wants to get into how we respond to cyber threats.
And cyber warfare is the new front in terms of military engagement, is it not?
There are a lot of countries that are in no position to take on the U.S. in any kind of conventional military sense, like Iran, like North Korea, that do have tools that they can use in cyberspace that can create trouble. And the problem is in cyberspace, you don't know how strong your weapon is until you use it. You don't know how good your defenses are until they're tested. You know, let's hope that's not the source of the crisis.
And then there's North Korea, where there's both cyber warfare and actual potentially traditional military engagement. Willis Sparks, a lot to unpack and look for tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much.
Coming up, we'll take you back to Capitol Hill ahead of tonight's address.
Democratic Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia had a few things to say about the speech. His take still ahead. You're watching special coverage on CBSN.
Welcome back. Just about 2 hours now until President Trump's motorcade makes the short trip from the White House to the Capitol for the State of the Union address. CBS News contributor and Washington Post congressional reporter Ed O'Keefe caught up with West Virginia Democratic Senator Joe Manchin ahead of the president's State of the Union address.
You've been to several of these before.
Yes, I have.
This is the first formal one, though, given by President Trump. What do you want to hear from him today?
Well, I know I'm going to hear about the economy and how well the stock market's doing. I want to hear about the opportunities that rural America, rural West Virginia is going to have, and how we can also benefit and share in this booming economy, and that's what we're looking for, these opportunities. Also looking for the opiate epidemic. I need money to fight this. We're on the front lines of this war. I have my guest tonight, Jan Rader, with me, who did the heroin movie. It really tells the frontline fight that people have. We need help there. Everyone's identified. All the political people are talking about it. It's time to do something because the numbers are getting worse. And I've got pension problems. I got minors and minors' widows who are going to lose their pensions if we don't do something. Should have been done last year. I hope the president addresses that this year.
And all of those are issues of concern for you ahead of the next spending deadline. It's on February 8th,
these are things we're talking about. I mean, we want to make sure our military has the necessary resources to protect our country. I'm going to be there fighting for them. But I also have some other fights, and I don't want people to think, well, domestic is not as important. It's just as important. You've got to keep the home front strong, too.
Yeah.
And this is important to West Virginia.
You know that he's wildly popular in West Virginia, but across the country he's not. What do you think he could potentially say tonight that might hearten folks who are a little more skeptical or critical of his performance these days?
Well, I think showing the compassion. Okay, I'm sure he's going to be talking some about the immigration that we're facing right now. It might not be a great concern in some parts of the country that doesn't have a great immigration population, but if you have a heart and you have empathy, you understand people that never knew any home but America need to make sure there's a pathway forward for them to produce and continue to be productive. We're sympathetic to that, so we want to hear how we do this, how we move forward. The government should not be shut down. We're not talking about a shutdown. We're talking about a February 8th deadline that we've got to do something to keep it open. Can we do it long enough, or is it going to be another short?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to do it short unless we're making progress to fix the big picture.
A short-term deal to keep the government just a few more weeks.
Just for a little bit longer, if they know that we're working in a productive manner to get the big fix.
But you're on the committee that is responsible for all this, the Appropriations Committee. It's supposed to be setting the levels. How close are they actually to getting a deal that would run through the end of the fiscal year?
Well, it's a shame the Appropriations Committee hasn't been able to do its job. It has not done what we're supposed to do, which is basically the 12 bills we have from 12 different appropriations subcommittees, and put a spending bill that basically has a process of how you plan out in each part of our agencies, whether it's in Health and Human Services, Homeland Security, all of the different things that we need to run this country, and we just got to do our job.
Ed, the upper chamber, the Senate, is usually known as the deliberative body. It's where the adults go to legislate, and yet Senator Manchin is already saying the Appropriations Committee is not doing its job. What's going on over there?
Yeah. Oh, that's par for the course, Alex. It's been that way for years up here. You want to be on that committee because they're the ones that actually dole out all the money, but this place hasn't been able to pass a budget for several years, and what are called appropriations bills that essentially lay out exactly how much money the government should spend and where, usually these days get through the House, but rarely get through the Senate. Either way, a guy like him gets to say he's on that committee and is responsible for government spending. So look, Manchin gets himself involved in just about everything around here because he is one of those moderate Democrats and one of the few Democrats who speaks with the president on a regular basis. He faces re-election this year in West Virginia, a state that went for Donald Trump 42 points above that Hillary Clinton won in that state. So it's a very red state, and yet Manchin pretty confident he'll be able to win re-election. We'll see.
Ed, let me ask you about the purple ribbon. We saw Senator Manchin wearing one during your interview. What's the significance of that?
Yeah, the purple ribbon is for essentially those lawmakers concerned about the opioid crisis in this country. Obviously, it's a big concern in states like West Virginia. He was telling me that, the federal government needs to be doing far more to address that issue. He pointed out that while the president declared a national emergency last year, the money to pay for prevention programs and for treatment programs, to pump into K-12 education to deter children from getting into drugs has not yet materialized, and he's hoping to hear the president tonight at some point talk about that in some meaningful way and sort of urge Congress to settle the issue and spend some money in that regard. But other members, Elena and Alex, will be wearing the Time's Up lapel buttons that you've seen at award shows recently. Most of the women in the audience, at least the Democrats certainly, will be wearing black in solidarity with actresses and singers and others who have been showing up at other events in Hollywood in recent weeks wearing black to raise awareness about sexual harassment and sexual assault. And there will be others probably wearing other lapels to support Dreamers, of course, those young immigrants who are awaiting their fate as Congress debates that issue.
Yeah, the wardrobe choices are evidence of just how charged an atmosphere we are now operating in. You also, Ed, asked Senator Manchin about the state of the Russia investigation. What did he tell you?
He said that, you know, while it's not necessarily a concern to most of the folks he talks to back home in West Virginia, he knows that it is of deep concern to folks here in Washington, and they are working to prevent the president from doing anything that would upset the Mueller investigation. He said while it may not be a concern for folks in his state, they know that, or he knows that the moment that something were to happen to try to upset that, it would immediately become a top-of-mind concern to his constituents. And look, there are 2 bills in the Senate right now designed to address this. They would essentially allow for judicial review of any attempt to get rid of a special counsel. Democrats and some Republicans clamoring to get that passed soon out of concern that the president may try to do something. But earlier today, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said he sees no reason to pass such legislation. The House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy said the same thing over the weekend. So at this point, at least, unlikely that Congress will pass anything along those lines.
Ed, what was Senator Manchin's take on several Democrats who are not attending tonight's State of the Union?
His take, and I've heard it from others, liberal, conservative, moderate Democrats, is, look, you are a check on the presidency by virtue of your constitutional role here as a member of Congress. Why not show up and listen respectfully, respect the institution, and hear him out, even if you don't like him? But it's a bridge too far for at least a dozen members of the House, Democrats, mostly from urban districts, East Coast and West Coast, who are refusing to show up tonight. They are, in some cases, holding their own events elsewhere. Whether anyone actually will watch those or pay attention to them is unclear, but they just insist that they have seen no reason to be here tonight. I know also earlier today, House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi told her caucus, if you're one of those that's thinking about staging some kind of a walkout during the speech, don't do it. Just don't bother to show up at all. They're trying to demonstrate some respect for the institution instead of staging something dramatic.
Ed, on that note, we've just been given some advance excerpts of the president's speech. And at one point, speaking of immigration, the president says, "Tonight I am extending an open hand to work with members of both parties, Democrats and Republicans, to protect our citizens of every background, color, and creed." Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to see a walkout. What do you think the reaction to that open hand gesture will be from Democrats in the hall tonight?
Well, does the text actually say, I want to help all of our citizens? Is that what you said?
I am extending an open hand to work with members of both parties, Democrats and Republicans, to protect our citizens of every background, color, and creed.
To which they would say, well, we're not talking necessarily here about citizens. We're talking people who want to be citizens. So they would point out perhaps that there's a bit of a misunderstanding there by the president. And look, everyone wants to hear exactly that he's extending an olive branch, that he's willing to work with them. But you talk to Democrats and Republicans, and many of them will tell you what he needs to do is be exerting pressure on his own party to take this up, because most of the skepticism, and it was exposed again today in the closed-door meetings that the House Speaker Paul Ryan had with his caucus, there's a lot of skepticism there about doing this. The president has gone so far as to say 1.8 million Dreamers deserve to be protected. That's a bridge too far for some conservative Republicans. Others don't think he's asking for enough when it comes to money to spend for border protection. And still others don't like the proposals put forth that would restrict legal immigration. There are Republicans as well as Democrats who say that's too much and shouldn't be included in this. So with the clock ticking, what exactly transpires here in the next few weeks is unclear, but everybody agrees that the more involved he gets on this, the more attention he puts on it, and the more attention he pays to the details of it, the more likely it is to pass.
Ed, another excerpt here looks at infrastructure, and the president will say, America is a nation of builders. We built the Empire State Building in just 1 year. Isn't it a disgrace that it can now take 10 years just to get a permit approved for a simple road? And then the appeal to the other side of the aisle. I am asking both parties to come together together to give us the safe, fast, reliable, and modern infrastructure our economy needs and our people deserve. Does the current political climate, you think, Ed, lend itself to cooperation of any kind on this issue of infrastructure?
This is the sort of real lost opportunity of the Trump administration. Everyone was hoping that he would begin his presidency exactly a year ago on this issue. They took a pass and went to health care first. At this point, while that line would likely earn him a standing ovation from both sides of the aisle, the ability to get something like that done this year in this environment is unlikely. And that is why there's so much disappointment that this wasn't taken up last year before things got worse than they already are. That said, there are a lot of Democrats who want to do this, especially in states that voted for Trump in the election, and may try to find ways to work with Republicans on it.
You know, Ed, one of the things that the president is also going to tout tonight is the elimination of regulation, something that the media hasn't really focused on, but that could have a very long-lasting effect in terms of the country. He writes, in our drive to make Washington accountable, we have eliminated more regulations in our first year than any administration in history. Indeed, when we talk about President Trump's immediate legacy, this is one that goes largely undiscussed.
Right. And yet, fact check, only kind of true. Because what they did last year is use a gimmick that essentially allows Congress to stop the implementation of regulations that were not yet fully implemented by the last administration. So all they did there was stop something that hadn't even started, and yet fulfill a campaign pledge of Republicans to eliminate what they thought were mostly regulations that would be unfriendly to business and stifle economic growth. It is a significant accomplishment. They did do it more than a dozen times, but those regulations had not yet taken effect. And you're right, next to confirming a new Supreme Court justice and starting to fill the bench with more conservative choices, those regulations and the tax bill, certainly all of it add up to some notable accomplishments last year.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, to your point, Ed, that the way in which the administration has done some of these rollbacks or halting soon-to-be implemented regulations is actually getting contested in certain courts, especially some of the environmental rollbacks.
Exactly, yep, that's another factor.
All right, for those of you playing along at home, favorite State of the Union address game is who is going to be the designated survivor? Well, we now know this is the cabinet member that is specifically not going to be in attendance there. We know it is Agriculture Secretary Sonny Perdue, that according to a Trump administration official. So you can check that box, Ed. I know you have your playing card at home there.
I guessed correctly on that, Elaine. I guessed correctly.
Did you? No. Did you really guess it?
All right.
That's why you're Ed O'Keefe.
He's a former governor, and there's no reason to believe that agriculture would come up in this speech, as unfortunate as that may be to some people. But yeah, that makes sense.
All right. Ed O'Keefe, the man with all the answers. Ed, thank you so much.
And isn't that the guy on the TV show? Wasn't he also the agriculture secretary?
Now you're talking about things that I don't know what you're talking about. But that's why you're Ed O'Keefe in D.C. and we're Elaine and Alex in New York. Thank you for your time, buddy. We will come back to you later. Coming up, we are looking outside Washington, D.C. for a view of the president's speech and the midterm elections.
We'll find out what people are looking for in the places that could determine the balance of power in Congress. This is CBSN Always On.
Welcome back to CBSN. You are watching our special coverage leading up to tonight's State of the Union address. President Trump will soon deliver his highly anticipated State of the Union. The White House says he'll focus on building a safe, strong, and proud America. Senior administration officials are also trying to push the idea the speech will be unifying.
Tonight's address comes ahead of the 2018 midterms, where many states are already gearing up for contentious races. That includes Missouri, where Democratic Senator Claire McCaskill faces a fight for re-election in November. Republicans are banking on the state's Attorney General Josh Hawley to unseat McCaskill. To discuss it all, let's bring in political reporter Sarah Kendzior. She's also the author of The View from Flyover Country. She's with us now from St. Louis. Welcome to you, Sarah. Can you explain to us why this specific Senate race in Missouri is so significant when it comes to the midterms?
Well, I think because of the balance in the Senate, where it's pretty evenly balanced, it could go either way. I think that what happens in the Senate could determine Trump. There are articles of impeachment on the table. And I think also, McCaskill is a notable case. She's in a vulnerable position. Missouri did vote for Trump, and, her election is no guarantee.
Let's talk a little bit about Senator McCaskill's recent voting record. She voted no on the Republican tax bill, but she voted yes on the spending bill. How measurably does that affect her chances at re-election?
I think that's difficult to say because of the pace of the news cycle. I think by November, we may have entirely new problems to worry about. Just the actions of the Trump administration over the last 24 hours, in terms of the Russia investigation especially, have been alarming. And then, of course, most citizens are thinking about their day-to-day life. They're thinking, can they pay their bills? Are they going to have health insurance? What is this political climate, doing to their ability to get by, especially if they're in a marginalized or vulnerable group. And so I think because of this fast pace, because of this chaotic environment, that's a question that I think we'll have a better answer to by this summer.
Well, President Trump's approval rating is at historic lows, but Missouri overwhelmingly voted for him in the 2016 election. Is his base still strong there? And how do you see the president factoring into the upcoming elections?
Yeah, an interesting thing about Missouri is that it has this reputation as being a very red state. Historically, that's not true. We are a bellwether state, and we tended to, represent the flow of the country and alternate between Democrat and Republican. Missouri is a purple state. It's purple like a bruise. It's a state full of a lot of pain and disillusionment among the population, especially since the recession in 2008, from which a lot of the state has not recovered. And so I think, those are the kind of factors that go into it. The last election sort of showed that a third of eligible voters did not vote. And so we don't really know what the electorate of Missouri is like when you have voter numbers that are that low, when you have so much frustration, and you have a kind of fluidity of political parties. Our governor's race, for example, the governors used to be in each other's opposite parties. And, of course, we have an interesting situation going on with our governor now involving a sex scandal and blackmail. So, yeah, a lot going on in Missouri. A lot to think about here.
Speaking of Missouri proper, what are the issues fundamentally that Missouri voters care about? And will they hear them and listen to what the president is saying about them this evening in the State of the Union?
I think the number one issue for everybody is the economy. I think the economy has been hit hard, as I said, since the recession, since the housing crash. It doesn't matter if you live in St. Louis or Kansas City or if you live out in a small town. People are hurt badly. This affects people of every race. And, Trump likes to brag about his high unemployment rate. But what Trump and honestly, Obama as well neglected to really mention was underemployment. People may have jobs, but those jobs are not paying their bills. Those jobs are not helping them get by. And this also connects to issues like health insurance. Missourians are worried about, whether they're going to be able to keep it under the Trump administration, which wants to do away with Obamacare. We have an opioid crisis that's not being resolved. We also have issues with, guns, education, crime, the same kind of concerns that affect, a lot of states.
Sarah Kendzior, thanks for your time, Sarah.
Thank you.
As President Trump prepares to deliver his first State of the Union address, the upcoming 2018 midterm elections are fast approaching.
Many races across the country could reshape the American political landscape and have a major impact on the administration's legislative agenda. In the key battleground state of Florida, voters will decide whether to re-elect Democratic Senator Bill Nelson for a fourth term.
Nelson, who has served in the Senate since 2001, is one of 10 Democratic incumbents seeking re-election in a state that President Trump won in 2016. But he is expected to face a stiff challenge from term-limited Republican Governor Rick Scott. For more on this and other issues in the Sunshine State, we have Mark Caputo. He writes the Florida playbook for Politico and joins us now from Miami. All right, so Mark, Governor Scott has not yet announced. How soon can we expect a decision if he will run for Senate?
Well, this is his last lawmaking session. It's going to end in March. He's going to have some time to sign the budget, do some vetoes. So I asked Governor Scott this question yesterday when he might announce. He didn't say he would, but he said likely after this session. So sometime in March, maybe April. He has until May, but that might be a little too late for comfort for the Republican Party. But all signs right now point to him being more likely than not to run for Senate.
Tell us a little bit about Scott's record as governor and how much that will help him or hurt him if he does decide to run for the Senate seat.
Well, Governor Scott has the blessing of some lucky politicians, which is great timing. He took over in an anti-Obama year in 2010 when the economy was recovering, at least statistically, but it didn't feel like it. And right after he got in office, things started to kind of roar again. Jobs started to pick up. And so he has taken over, he took power just at the time that more and more people were employed. And it's been one of his steady mantras, jobs, jobs, jobs. It was in 2010 for Rick Scott. It was in 2014, and it certainly will be again this year if he decides to run. In fact, they're kind of a joke in the press corps. If you ask the governor, how's the weather, he'll tell you jobs. And he's been relentlessly on message, but it's certainly benefited him.
Well, Florida is the embodiment of a swing state. How do you expect Rick Scott to handle navigating his relationship with President Trump?
Well, this is going to be a different election year for Governor Scott because in 2010 and 2014, those were midterm elections when the incumbent president was from an opposite party. And generally, Florida voters have punished the president's party in power, and they've voted against the opposite person who's, maybe a better way to say that is he benefited from Republican wave years. This year it looks like a Democratic wave year. However, Democrats in Florida have had a tendency not to show up in midterms. So there's this kind of countervailing forces that might apply. On one hand, you have that it's going to be possibly a Democratic wave year. And on the other hand, you have the idea that Democrats just seem to not bother to show up in their numbers relative to how registered they are in the state. And so how these two forces battle out is going to be seen in the contest between Bill Nelson and Governor Scott. There's another thing is Governor Scott's never won by more than a point or a point and a half. And so in Florida, we not only have had a record of razor-thin election margins. 2000, the presidential race was decided by 537 votes. We've repeated that time and time again. And so basically, if you flip a coin, it could land on its edge. So you can't say it's going to be heads or tails. You can't say if it's going to be Rick Scott or Bill Nelson. You just basically have to wait. The last thing I'd add here is that Governor Scott is independently wealthy. He used to be a hotel or a hospital company owner, one of the largest chains in the nation, and he's able to self-fund. And that's really important in Florida. We've got 10 media markets here. They can cost as much as $3 million a week to do saturation advertising in the end of a campaign. And there's really only one candidate out there on the Republican side who can raise that kind of money from his own funds, and that's Governor Scott.
Mark, I want to go back to something you were saying about razor-thin margins. We know that Florida is home to 305,000 foreign-born Haitians. President Trump's comments about Haiti seem to have angered a lot of the Haitian community. Do you expect that to have an impact on the Florida race?
That's a good question. The last time we ran the statistics through the University of Florida's Professor Daniel Smith, there are 108,000 foreign-born or Haitian-born voters who cast ballots in 2016. He estimated about 90% of them voted for Hillary Clinton in the last election. So it could stand to reason that when they're going to show up, they're going to once again punish the president's party. However, you have to wonder, how much more of a difference are they going to make when they already voted in such heavily Democratic numbers? Now, one thing that's kind of not said when you look at the statistics is what portion of those foreign-born Haitian voters stayed home and actually didn't vote in 2016. That's unknown. Now, Governor Scott has been positioning himself very well for a general election. He has become anti-oil drilling. He has been very aggressive in courting the Puerto Rican vote and making Florida a welcome place for people from Puerto Rico, Hurricane Maria survivors. So everywhere that a traditional Republican could be hit, Governor Scott has started to kind of bevel his right-wing edges. And he's going to be probably a pretty formidable midterm election candidate should he decide to run.
Speaking of storm survivors, Florida Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy is bringing a special guest to President Trump's State of the Union address, Emmanuel Ortiz Nazario from Puerto Rico, who relocated with his wife and 2 young children to Florida after Hurricane Maria. Now, the president, as you know, has taken some heat for how he responded to the hurricanes in Florida and Puerto Rico. What do voters in Florida want to hear from the president tonight?
The voters here aren't different from the voters anywhere else in the nation. Florida basically reflects the nation. The difference for us is the size of our foreign-born population and, speaking of Puerto Rico, the number of Puerto Ricans who are here. And I think what the Puerto Rican voters and the community here are looking for is more of a commitment that the United States government is going to try to fix the mess in Puerto Rico. Because if you talk to Puerto Rican voters, if you talk to Puerto Ricans, whether they're born here or they're born on the island, they're pretty appalled at what's happening. FEMA is about to cut its food and water aid to Puerto Rico, and 30% of the island still doesn't have power. If this were a state, there would be people in the Capitol with pitchforks and torches saying that this needs to be changed and this needs to be fixed. The problem with Puerto Rico is it's a commonwealth. It's not a state. It has no representation in Congress of voting representation. And the president really has not done much in making sure that Puerto Rico is fixed. Now, that's the words of most Puerto Ricans across the political aisle. In fact, I happen to know a few who live in Central Florida, some who are Republicans, who basically switched their voter registration and no party affiliation because they're so thoroughly disgusted with the bad job that's being done by the federal government in Puerto Rico. This is not to let the Puerto Rican government off the hook. It's been pretty appalling as well. And that's probably the biggest problem, is who's to blame? Well, everyone's to blame, including Mother Nature.
We'll see if the president addresses that issue tonight. Mark Caputo, thanks so much for your insight, Mark. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, we're learning more about what President Trump will say to the nation tonight. So what should you be watching for?
We'll get a bipartisan answer to that question. You're streaming special coverage of the State of the Union address on CBSN. Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano.
And I'm Alex Wagner. This is CBSN's special coverage of President Trump's State of the Union address.
The president is at the White House right now. He will head to the Capitol in a little less than 2 hours.
A few minutes later, he will step into the House chamber and speak to the nation. The Constitution directs the president to inform Congress about the State of the Union. But the address itself and the theatrics that come with it have developed over time.
These days, administrations give hints and teases about the speech ahead of time. The current White House is describing the address as bright, optimistic, and unifying. And this from the speech itself. The president will talk about trying to, quote, restore the bonds of trust between our citizens and their government.
But there are clouds hanging over this address, most notably the Russia investigation and all the controversies it has spun off.
The address comes one day after Deputy FBI Director Andrew McCabe abruptly left his post, less than a year after President Trump fired his former boss, James Comey.
Hours later, the House Intelligence Committee voted to release a classified memo. Republicans say it outlines an anti-Trump bias in the Department of Justice.
Democrats say the memo itself is politically motivated. This morning, Speaker Ryan said he supported the release, but doesn't want it used to discredit the investigation.
There may have been malfeasance at the FBI by certain individuals. So it is our job in conducting transparent oversight of the executive branch to get to the bottom of that. Sunshine is the best disinfectant. And so what we want is all of this information to come out so that transparency can reign supreme and accountability can occur.
Don't expect to hear anything about that from the president tonight. He will highlight what the White House considers its accomplishments over the last year, the economy and the GOP tax overhaul.
He will also set out his agenda for the next year, focusing on trade, national security, infrastructure, and immigration.
After the address, 5 separate responses are planned, with Massachusetts Representative Joe Kennedy delivering the primary speech for Democrats.
Tonight, we're learning more about what they will be responding to. On the GOP tax overhaul, the president will say, quote, since we passed tax cuts, roughly 3 million workers have already gotten tax cut bonuses, many of them thousands of dollars per worker.
And this on immigration. Struggling communities, especially immigrant communities, will also be helped by immigration policies that focus on the best interests of American workers and American families. Joining us now is Chief Congressional Correspondent Nancy Cordes. Nancy, I know it's going to be a big night. It's been a busy day. We have some excerpts from the president's speech now. What of them stands out to you? Is this what lawmakers wanted to hear? Is this what Democrats wanted to hear?
Well, the topics are not all that surprising to members of Congress. They knew, for example, that he would be laying out an infrastructure proposal. They knew that he would tout all of his achievements over the past year, and they knew that he'd take a lot of credit for the economy. Republicans are embracing that. Democrats are trying to pre-butt that. In fact, you had the top Democrat in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, today saying that a lot of the credit that the president is taking for the economy is actually owed to President Obama, and he doesn't expect that President Obama will get that nod tonight, but that a lot of the advances that have been made were already foreshadowed by some of the changes that the Obama administration made. And you're going to get a lot of cherry picking of statistics, frankly. You've got the president saying, look, economic optimism is up, the stock market is up, unemployment is down. And then you've got Democrats saying, well, sure, but President Obama created more jobs in his first year than this president did. The stock market went up by a larger percentage, if not to the heights that we see today. And so you've got both sides sort of in their corners. Democrats also expect that the president will try to strike a note of bipartisanship for at least part of this speech, the way that he did last year. But they argue that what they've seen from this president so far, minus a few exceptions, has really been a more partisan presidency than almost any Republican presidency, if not all Republican presidencies in the past. And so Schumer said today talk doesn't mean much anymore. He wants to see action. Infrastructure, one of those areas where you could see some bipartisan cooperation, although Democrats have kind of poo-pooed what they've heard about the president's infrastructure plan so far.
All right, at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, let's bring in our CBS News Chief White House correspondent Major Garrett, who is at his post there on the North Lawn. So, Major, we now have excerpts from the president's State of the Union address. What stands out to you, and what can you tell us about how this speech was crafted?
Well, what stands out to me about the excerpts is how little about the speech is actually in them. A lot of bromides, which you would expect in a State of the Union address about unity. It's the best time to experience or try to strive for the American dream. Some generalities about immigration, some specifics about rolling back the territorial possessions held a year ago by ISIS. That's the most specific reference to anything that's been accomplished in the last year in the excerpts released, with one exception being a note on the tax cut. So the president is clearly holding back. Whatever surprises are in the speech, whether they be on national security or something else, they're being held back. The excerpts are very, very bland, even by presidential standards. That's point one. Point two, the speech came together over the past 3 weeks or so. Draft put together by Stephen Miller, and then the president has been sending that draft back to Stephen Miller as chief speechwriter several times. And then down the home stretch, on the key economic points, top White House economic advisor Gary Cohn, especially in all the flourishes we expect to see and details about the infrastructure plan. Gary Cohn heavily involved in that. And then on national security, North Korea and ISIS and the war on terrorism generally, H.R. McMaster, the national security advisor, weighed in heavily in the home stretch.
Nancy, we know that there are going to be 5 Democratic responses to the president's address this evening. Is there any consternation among Democrats on the Hill that this is not going to send a unified message as far as Democratic Party priorities?
No, this has become pretty common at this point. The Republicans did that too. You'll remember that Michelle Bachmann gave that sort of infamous response after one of President Obama's State of the Unions, even though she was not delivering the official response. And we've sort of seen this proliferate over the years. So beyond the official Democratic response, which is coming from Joe Kennedy of Massachusetts, a third-term congressman who is indeed a Kennedy. He is Robert Kennedy's grandson. And you will probably notice some similarities in the cadence and the speech structure from the Kennedy days of yore. That's part of the reason he was chosen, but not the entire reason. He's also someone whose speeches have sort of caught on with the grassroots. They've been viewed millions of times on the internet, and Democrats feel that in general he poses a pretty stark contrast to the inhabitant of the Oval Office right now. And then you've got Bernie Sanders, who will be delivering his own response. He's been doing that for a couple of years now. You have another Democrat presenting the Hispanic response to the State of the Union in Spanish language. And so, yes, there will be a variety of viewpoints, but the one that will get the most attention is the speech that comes right after the president's on all of the networks, and that's Congressman Joe Kennedy.
Nancy, let me just push back on that for 1 minute. I was speaking with some Republican strategists who said when you talk about Joseph Kennedy III, it's an indication that Democrats just don't get it. This country does not like dynastic politics, and here they are choosing an inheritor to Camelot. Is that a shared sentiment by Democrats anywhere on the Hill?
Well, I think there's probably a difference. I think you're right about Americans being tired of dynasties with names that sound like Clinton or Bush and perhaps in the future Trump. But the Kennedy name is sort of set apart and sort of hasn't gone through all the slings and arrows in the most recent years that some of these other dynasties have experienced. So Democrats believe that he is in a different category, and beyond that, he's someone who is quite young, only 37. He's a former Peace Corps volunteer, a former assistant DA, so not a lot to object to in his background, and someone who has done a lot of public service. But yes, that is something that Republicans are absolutely going to argue, which is that, hey, at the end of the day, here's someone who, like this president, was born on the right foot, had all of the advantages, went to Harvard, and really got a leg up in life. And so if Democrats are trying to create a dichotomy, then in those ways, these two people are a lot alike. But, you know, I think Democrats are also trying to make a case to younger voters that they get it and that they need to sort of put some of their fresh faces out there. There's been some frustration for a long time, as you know, here on Capitol Hill, that some of the most senior Democrats continue to hold positions of power and have for decades. And so there hasn't been a lot of opportunity for younger Democrats to move up. And so, you know, they're trying to make the case that there are these strong young Democrats here on Capitol Hill, and they're hoping to highlight one of them.
Major, on the issue of immigration, of course, the White House released its framework, as you've been reporting, and what it would like to see when it comes to legislation with respect to the so-called Dreamers. Are there any hints at all about how the president plans to walk that very fine line between not alienating members of his base and at the same time striking a tone that could be seen as conciliatory and perhaps even appealing to Democrats on this particular issue?
Well, look, the president's going to say, I've never embraced until now a pathway to citizenship for all 1.8 million of those that the Obama administration identified as potentially qualifying under the DACA, Deferred Adjudication for Childhood Arrivals Executive Action. Remember, the actual number of those who have signed up for that program is 690,000. Internally, that was the original White House, going to be the original White House opening bid. And then they were going to give themselves the fallback position to 1.8 million if they needed to through negotiations with Congress. Then they decided, no, let's just go straight to 1.8 million, calling it a concession and saying, look, we've maximized the coverable population, not identified by us, but identified by the Obama administration. So that's a concession. And the president will say, look, I'm already getting a ton of heat from my hardline political base calling me Amnesty Don or worse because I'm willing to provide this distant pathway to citizenship, 10 to 12 years. So Democrats in Congress, if you want to protect this population and you want to protect them under law forever, you've got to give me things that I want. So he dramatically increased his ask for the border wall, $25 billion up front, not deferred, but right now, plus another $5 billion for attendant complementary border security. And then there's these other issues related to the visa lottery system and family-based migration. Those two are complicating the negotiations very much right now. And you're beginning to hear Republicans and Democrats say, look, if we just talk about this in terms of wall funding and the Dreamers/DACA, we could probably work this out. You add those other two issues, it might be too much for the system to bear. And the key question for this White House will have to be, can you take those other two issues out and just focus on DACA Dreamers and border security and leave it at that? And if the president can get $30 billion up front from Congress, he might call that a victory and do what he said 2.5 weeks ago here at the White House and take the heat.
Major, let's talk a little bit about the power grid inside the White House. Steve Bannon is gone. Stephen Miller wrote this speech. Yeah. It would seem like he still has the president's ear. Who is the sort of main architect of power inside the White House at this point? Is it John Kelly? Does H.R. McMaster still have a role? Where is Gary Cohn? What can you tell us?
So all of those are key players. But to your point, and I think what you're driving at, Alex, is Stephen Miller would not be the one to say, hey, 1.8 million DACA recipients go straight to pathway to citizenship. Let's negotiate that out. Let's be hardline up front. His point of view did not prevail, because the White House heard from congressional Republican leaders saying, look, we need to resolve this issue, and we're not going to get anywhere, or we're not going to get there rapidly enough if you draw out this negotiation. So go to 1.8 million and make that concession up front, and then dare Democrats not to take the deal. And that's really the operative idea. So Gary Cohn was part of that conversation, but much of that particular decision was driven by advice this White House received from congressional Republican leaders. In the main, H.R. McMaster remains National Security Advisor. There continue to be rumors that he's going to step down or be moved aside. The White House says, and the people I talk to and trust say, that's not imminent. There are plenty of problems that this administration has to confront, and need a reliable National Security Advisor here to do that. Rex Tillerson has sort of reconstituted himself and not only is going to remain as Secretary of State, but is sort of becoming a stronger voice with Defense Secretary James Mattis and the Chief of Staff John Kelly on all matters diplomatic and national security. And so this White House is constantly evolving in its power structures. They shift pretty routinely. But as the president likes to say, he's the one who matters the most. And I think the interesting prism to view where this White House is politically is immigration, because it was outside counsel from congressional Republicans that moved this president, not to where Democrats think is an acceptable position, but what might be the strongest political position. It was tested out initially during the shutdown. The president won that largely on his terms. Democrats remember that. So that's where the White House is in terms of its internal power structure and how it's expressing itself on this most immediate political confrontation.
Nancy, and what about that point that Major just made, that it was really the power of those congressional Republicans that were most influential and have been in terms of the president's evolving position on immigration?
Absolutely. I mean, this has been, as Major pointed out, a big challenge for this White House, not only because of the president's shifting views, but also because the politics within their party are so complicated on this issue. Even House Speaker Paul Ryan has had to tread very carefully when it comes to the so-called Dreamers, because he knows that he is potentially facing serious unrest on his right flank if he pushes forward too aggressively with a pathway to citizenship, or other measures that Democrats are seeking when it comes to immigration. So he has been very cautious. He's obviously on the record saying that he wants to provide legal status to these young immigrants, but he's frankly very careful about getting out in front on this issue. And that's the reason that Republican leaders were pushing this president and the White House to finally put their list of requirements on paper, because they felt that there was simply no way for them to move forward and craft an agreement with Democrats unless they had the cover from the White House for all of their members, knowing, okay, if we go out on a limb, if we do things that we know are going to anger a segment of our base, and there are members of their base who are going to be angry even if they don't provide a pathway to citizenship, even if they just provide legal status, they need to know that the White House is going to be there to say, yes, this is the right thing to do. And frankly, if the White House doesn't stick with that, Republicans will tell you it's very hard to see how they get a deal through the House of Representatives.
An issue that is fraught with political peril. Nancy Cordes and Major Garrett, thanks to you both.
You're welcome.
Coming up, there is a big gender gap in support for President Trump.
We'll take a look at his level of popularity among women and what that means for policy. You're streaming special coverage of the State of the Union on CBSN. Welcome back to CBSN's special coverage of the State of the Union address.
As President Trump prepares to deliver his first State of the Union address, a record number of women are running for office. According to Emily's List, more than 30,000 women have contacted the organization about running for office since President Trump's election. Heading into 2016, that number was just 900. The sea change comes as women continue to make up a small percentage of elective bodies at every level of government.
In Washington, a record 22 senators are women, but that's just 22%. In the House, 84 members are women. That's just over 19%. On a state level, women hold less than 24% of elected executive offices and just 25% of seats in state legislatures. Last year, I spoke with We the People podcast host Zora Ilunga-Reid, conservative political commentator Scottie Nell Hughes, and MuslimGirl.com founder Amani Alcott to mark President Trump's first 100 days in office. Yesterday, I caught up with them again to find out what they make of the political activity over the past year. I have so much that I want to get to. I want to start, though, Amani, with you, because when we look at the number of women who appear to be interested in running right now, it would appear to be a sea change since President Trump has taken office. What do you think is spurring that change in more women demonstrating that they really want to try their hand at running?
I mean, quite frankly, I think women are coming to the realization that if it's going to get done, we're going to have to be the ones to do it. Especially after the tapes came out last year with President Trump basically insulting the entire gender. I feel that a lot of women have probably been really motivated by that. You know, if this isn't going to be what it takes to, you know, bring down a potential commander-in-chief that he has made such sexist comments on a national scale, then we're going to have to take back the power ourselves. And I'm very proud because we saw over the last year the first Somali American woman elected to Congress, not just a woman, but a woman of color, a veiled Muslim woman. And so all these women entering these new spaces in the political arena, it's not just a really bold move for women, but also for marginalized women that haven't had a fighting chance to be heard.
So, Scottie, then the question becomes, what possible policy changes, priority changes could we see? CBS News found nearly 6 in 10 women think the country would be better off if more women held office. So if you did have more women coming into office, what would be those priority shifts, you think, or policy shifts?
Well, I think women overall are known for multitasking. I think that's what we've been missing when it comes to Congress lately. And common sense. We don't run our Congress like we run our households. We don't have budgets in Congress. We don't have things, national security, education, priorities that are to many of us women back at home in Main Street. We're not seeing those priorities being put on Congress right now. In fact, a lot of the things they're focusing on has nothing to do with the average American in everyday life. So I think with more women in office on both sides of the aisle, I think you see a sense of common sense and reality check for Washington, D.C. and this disconnect that's still happening within the Beltway.
Zora, let me turn to you. We spoke with you last year after President Trump's first 100 days in office. This year, you had women's marches in all 50 states to mark President Trump's first year in the White House. Are you surprised at all by the continued political activity a year later?
Not at all. I really think that the movement in the beginning, right after Trump was elected, was really strong enough to continue now into 2018. And with the rise of the Me Too movement as well, I think that added, you know, another sense of feminism in the political spectrum and in mainstream media.
I want to talk more about that in a moment. But, Scottie, let's talk about the Women's March, because I remember you said you had a real problem with some of the language that you heard at the march. You felt that it was exclusionary and that there wasn't necessarily a place for conservative women. Do you still feel like that's the case within that movement that we saw a year ago, we saw again, you know, just recently here? How do you navigate that if you are a woman with conservative principles and beliefs?
It's a very interesting crossroads, I think, that the Republican Party is out and in regards to women. I think until we start to recognize that you can respect and you can also have sympathy for the victim while at the same time not necessarily convicting the accused, that they're not mutually exclusive. Until the party starts accepting that, we're going to continue to have issues with women. That being said, you saw in Alabama, the Republican women are one of the reasons why Roy Moore lost. They stood up against him and said, no, we don't want him representing our state. So I think as much as we're seeing the mobilization on the Democrat side, you're also seeing seeing it on the Republican side. And I think the problem with the Women's March we had was a lot of the pro-life groups were not included in that march. And that is a very large makeup. I mean, President Trump himself won 42% were women that were Republicans. So you have to respect that view, and let's stop making some of these issues politicized, and let's just do what's right for our country. And I think that's what's good for when you bring women involved.
You make an interesting point about Alabama, Scotty. So you think that is a case where conservative women flex their political muscle to stand up for something you think that really does not have sort of partisan boundaries, as you said?
Absolutely. In fact, I think you're going to find women are more likely to cross party lines, not necessarily stay according to a political agenda. And you saw that in Alabama. I had a girlfriend who was the treasurer of the Alabama Republican Women in Huntsville. And she was formally saying, go and vote for the opposite candidate. Don't vote for Roy Moore. And she had warned me early on. The women in the state have no problem protecting other women. And even though the party might not do the right thing, they're going to stand up and do it.
Amani, let me ask you, looking back on President Trump's first year in office, what issues are of most importance to you?
Well, I think it's really important for us to remember, like within Alabama, for example, it was most certainly Black women that shut down that election. And I think that is definitely an issue that's at the forefront right now. When you think about the Women's March, when you think about the current Me Too and Time's Up movement, it really does come down to, even though we're in this beautiful historic moment of women's empowerment, a lot of women of color are getting left at the margins yet again. And I think that this is an important moment for us to course correct history and make sure that no woman is left behind. And that really liberation means for all of us. So when I look at what's happening in the year to come, I'm really excited to see more women rising up to this moment, to become more vocal, more woke in the issues that they are fighting for, frankly.
Zora, how would you like to see the Me Too movement manifest itself and make some actual policy or perhaps political progress in the future?
Well, I think, first of all, we have to be looking at midterms. I think the fact that we do have a record number of women hoping to run for office is already a step in the right direction, and hopefully that'll lead to progressive policy change in terms of women's issues as well. I also think if we move slightly away from the idea of these large media sort of flashy scenes for women and really try to ingrain this in just the culture of America, not just sort of a Grammy Awards system or an Oscar system, just something that we actually fully believe and are able to keep with ourselves even after award season is over.
Scotty, let me turn to you, because this is a personal issue for you. You had your own Me Too moment last year where you accused a former colleague at another network of sexual assault, and he ended up being cleared in that network's investigation. I know there's ongoing litigation, so there's only so much you can say, but how has your own experience impacted your view of this Me Too movement with regard to politics?
Well, I will be honest, and I'll say I was one of those women that remained silent because I didn't feel like I had a choice. Then when I started to tell my story, I found out there were a lot more women like me, including my own mother. And then knowing that I had a daughter, whether you're Republican or Democrat, this should not be a political issue. We have a great opportunity. We're only in the third round of this very long game, but we have a chance right now to correct this going forward. So while I always considered myself a conservative feminist, at the same time, I also think we have a great agenda and a great opportunity right now on both sides to work together, not make this a political event. I loved the display last night, or 2 nights ago at the Grammys with the women. But then two segments later, we were finding that people were celebrating a woman who herself, within her own campaign, Hillary Clinton, had sat there and abused and allowed an abuser to continue on her campaign. So we need to call it out on both sides, and we need to celebrate the women that are running for office that are Republicans as well, that are women as well as the Democrats. There's lots of great opportunities for us to work together. And finally, we have a simple platform that we should all agree on, that what has been going on over the last generation can stop now, and it stops with us.
Amani, I'm going to let you just respond to some of that, because what about this notion that there maybe hasn't been as full a reckoning as some would like to see in both parties, not just on the Republican side, but on the Democratic side?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? I feel that women, no matter what political affiliation you fall under, we're all up against the same power structures right now. We're all up against the same issues. And that's why it's even more important for us to band together and be our sister's keeper. It's in these moments that we kind of have to recognize that we're only as strong as we are when we're all united. And I would love to see more of that, but we can't do so unless we call out the issues that are already there. It still boggles my mind that we have gotten so far from talking about, the tapes that came out against Trump, where he basically was just making it nationally acceptable to sexually assault women. And yet we're in this moment where we're talking back with Me Too and Time's Up, and we wonder how we got here. And this is exactly how. It was not too long ago that we just elected a president right after it was revealed that he was literally putting an assault on all women in this country. And yet this is something that has largely fallen by the wayside in this conversation. So I think it's quite ironic, and it's ultimately really hypocritical of us as a society at large.
So Zora, let me ask you, as a young person watching this unfold and this very honest, sometimes painful, oftentimes very raw discussion of these things in the political sphere, what is your sense as a young person, as a young voter, of where things go? Do you feel as though this is helpful to see, as difficult as this is, at least sort of this public airing of these topics?
I definitely do think it's helpful, particularly for people of my age and in my generation. I know these discussions have continued into my own classrooms. In my history class, we had a discussion about this in terms of economics and sort of the financial sector. And that was not only sort of a good learning experience for everyone, but it was also a great way for people to come forward if they had experiences of their own and sort of to share that with the school community as well. So I think bringing it into classrooms and households is really beneficial at the end of the day.
All right, let's turn back to State of the Union here. Scotty, only 7% of women say that the president's actions have helped them in his first year. 50% say they hurt. And the president keeps touting low unemployment among women. Why do you think perhaps that's not enough?
Well, that's the thing, is I think low unemployment for everyone. You know, it's not that it's enough. And I will say this, I think the president, with the State of the Union tonight, should be focusing more on women. I'm kind of disappointed that his speech is not going to bring out some of the great moves that we have done this year as females and what has been done within our movement. But that's his choice. Those are his staff writers' choice on that one. But I do think that women should, when we look at it, we look at health care, we look at education, and we look at unemployment issues. And all three of those, the president is making great strides in this year. Even if he doesn't get the credit, the numbers don't lie. I mean, unemployment's at a 17-year low. The stock market's high. Education, Common Core, which across the board, most Republicans and Democrats agreed was a bad thing. A lot of these great things are going unnoticed, but those women, I think, at home within Main Street are noticing it. And it just depends on once we start giving it the fair coverage that I think the president would like it to see.
What would you like to see, Amani, in President Trump's State of the Union address?
I mean, I think we're in a moment of crisis right now. That's all like great and everything that we're talking about, like the numbers and the stock market and stuff. But our country is in the middle of a constitutional crisis at the moment. And Trump's presidency is bringing it out. I mean, even with the attack on DACA, with the attack on a lot of the issues that women aren't even allowed to have a say in within our modern democracy, I think it's just absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, sure, it's going to be up to his speechwriters to decide what he wants to highlight and what he doesn't. But at the end of the day, you can't unwrite an entire half of the population out of this moment. You can't just leave women out and how these issues are impacting us. You can't write people of color out and how these issues are impacting us. We will not be silent. We're not going to get left by the wayside again. And if that's what the State of the Union hopes to accomplish, then it'll utterly go down as a historic failure.
Zora?
I fully agree with that. I think there's a fundamental issue right now, particularly in media and in sort of the political sphere, which is like duck syndrome, where on the surface we're trying to show all of the things that we're sort of smoothly gliding through, but underneath we're all sort of just treading water, trying to figure out what's going on politically. I think there is truly a political crisis in terms of DACA, in terms of all of these human rights issues. And if we continue to tout like stock market numbers, we're just not going to ever sort of attack the real problem. So I do think, I hope that Trump does focus on that in his speech.
But it's not just, I'm sorry to interrupt, it's not stock, it's unemployment right now. It's jobs. It is jobs for men. It is jobs for women. It's an economy that is growing. We can talk about social issues, and yes, we definitely have some strides to make in it. But when it comes to our economy right now, we are in a healthy state, a much more healthy state than we've been in a while. For the people who now have a job who didn't.
Right.
For those people that
just said it, though.
Exactly. It was a 17% high of unemployment. I mean, this is amazing right now that people are going back to work. People are not having to be forced to have an individual health care mandate. That means more money people are able to spend to take care of themselves.
Young people like myself might not even have health care.
Might. Once again, that's fear-mongering. Let's stop the fear-mongering.
Right now. My peers are personally impacted by it. But this is exactly what we're saying, is that that's great, and we can talk about the unemployment number, but who is that really talking about? Because I don't care if employment is going higher for some part of the population, while in the other part of the country, families are getting ripped apart to make that possible for just a few people.
And
I think that's what a really important part of the issue is, for sure.
Well, let's wait to see what the president says. I want to thank you all for your time and your very passionate debate tonight. Amani Alcott, Zora Ilunga Reid, and Scotty Nell Hughes, thank you all so much.
That was a great interview, Elaine.
Oh,
and we
thanks.
have so much to talk about women, about the president, about what's happening in Congress, and of course, the State of the Union.
And there a look at Capitol Hill at this hour as you see everyone obviously waiting with breathless anticipation for the president's first State of the Union. With bated breath. That's it, waiting for President Trump's first State of the Union address. Joining us right now, CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, along with CBS News contributor Leslie Sanchez, a Republican strategist, CBSN political contributor Zerlina Maxwell, Senior Director of Progressive Programming at SiriusXM, and Linda Tran, CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist and founding partner at 270 Strategies. All right, Anthony, let's set the table first. Jumping off of some of what we just heard, our CBS News poll this month asked about the impact of Trump policies on women. What did you find?
Well, women were more likely to think that his policies in general were hurting women than helping women. But you look a little deeper and you see a really sharp partisan divide in that really goes even over the gender split. So Republican women were more likely to say that they were being helped and to support the president, but Democratic women were overwhelmingly thinking that his policies were hurting. And in fact, that actually defines a lot of the gender gap that we do see. You see those partisan splits and you see Democratic women. And since more women have tended to vote Democratic in recent years, that also contributes to that big difference.
But there's also a partisan divide just in terms of what women believe about other women holding office, Leslie. Just 19% of Republican women say the country would be better if more women were in office. You compare that to 84% of Democratic women. What do you think explains that inversion?
I'd have to look more into that, and I think that's a really nuanced question in terms of response, because Republican women you talk to, they are very evangelized in the idea of being a part of that process, but they may think there's a better way to do their public duty. They may feel that it's to start a small business or to lobby Congress on certain issues or be education advocates. In other words, they might find just a different platform that's more effective for them. It doesn't necessarily mean they don't think women should be running and in leadership, but I do think the undercurrent here is fascinating because more Republican women have been asked to step to the table, especially now, to have that voice, to have that independence, and they're not taking it. One, they're challenged with raising the money, which is always an issue for female candidates, but two, they're not quite sure what side of the Republican brand they want to be on. And that's going to be a consistent challenge for the Republican Party, especially as you talk about diversity within the party, not only gender, but ethnic.
Zerlina, the same is not true for Democrats, right? There is an overwhelming amount of enthusiasm among Democratic women. A lot of them are running for office for the first time. What have you heard about the sort of catalytic events that have driven these women to run?
Donald Trump being the president is the main thing that is driving so many women to run for office, because I think that he ran as an outsider and an authentic straight shooter with no experience, right? And he is the president now. So many women, they wait until they have all the listed qualifications for a specific job before applying. In this case, they saw Donald Trump win the presidency and they say, well, I could be in Congress, I could be in my state house. And a lot of women have answered that call. Emily's List reports they've received 3 times the amount of calls than they would normally receive. They've teared down a wall, built a separate office specifically because of the amount of requests. So I think that Donald Trump is the catalytic event that you might be referencing there.
Yeah, Linda, let me ask you, just to follow up on Zerlina's point, what about the notion that sometimes a barrier to entry can be the perception that one is not qualified enough? Does the actual presidency of Donald Trump then give those women an added confidence that perhaps might not have existed had it not been for his presidency?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely something to that. I mean, the fact that you see a reality star who has said and done many things that would have been complete disqualifying factors in any previous election does kind of speak to the moment and the possibility of, frankly, anybody running for office. But the bigger point that I think Zerlina made, I think, is really the key to all of this, right? The point is this is about backlash. This is about feeling like, there's this power structure in place that has oppressed and suppressed women for a very, very very long time, and that there is power in people stepping up and coming forward and working to make change. That is something that applies to the electoral context, and it's also something that applies to this Me Too movement and to Time's Up and all the other things that you're seeing that are empowering women and encouraging them to step forward.
Anthony, in addition to the catalytic event that is Donald Trump, I've also heard anecdotally that one of the things driving women to run for office is health care, that women really care about health care. Do you think the asymmetry in terms of Democratic women and Republican women running for office is due in any part to the president's position on health care?
Yeah, I mean, health care, and it also hews to larger economic issues as well. You know, I've heard many a pollster say that, you know, economic issues, of course, cross a lot of lines, but let's remember there are a lot of women who head households. There are a lot of women who have to balance the family budget. And for them, when we talk to them in the polling, they're as sensitive, and you run the crosstabs, and they're as sensitive to economic issues and to policy as anything else. So you really see that the divides that you see on these issues, and healthcare, of course, becomes an economic issue as well, as people's premiums go up or they don't necessarily, you know, have the health care that they want. So that becomes an extremely motivating and often goes to the top of the list of policies that they want to see addressed in the polls.
Leslie, I'm just curious, on the issue of immigration, we have seen the struggle that continues to this very day within the Republican Party about the best way to approach what has been an intractable issue for so many administrations in the past. I'm wondering how that affects the decision, you think, for women in the Republican Party as they contemplate going ahead and trying to run for office. Is that a factor?
It's a great question, because if you can close the ethnic gap, particularly with Hispanics, and the sensitivity to be, like I talked about earlier, but compassion and conservatism. If you found that you were talking in language that was inclusive, that actually closed the gender gap for Republicans as well, because they were singing off the same sheet, that Republican women were looking for a cohesive, inclusive type of solution that was compassionate and effective. And right now they feel they're not getting that. So does it make them want to run? I always say they need the 3 C's, the competency, cash, and credibility. If they can have that formula, then they can garner support. Unfortunately, they used to have to wait just for party leaders, and now you saw after the Tea Party movement and some other things, and now especially on the left, you can break that down through social media, raise money outside your state, find different platforms, and do it in a way that women are redefining. I'm curious and anxious for more Republican women to move into that stream.
Right. Anthony Salvanto, Leslie Sanchez, Zerlina Maxwell, and Linda Tran, my thanks to you all. Coming up, one of the most contentious issues in Congress and across the country, as we've been talking about immigration.
We will take a closer look at the president's proposals and how they would affect real people outside of Washington. You're streaming CBSN. us live on Capitol Hill, where everyone, it's not quite a flurry of emotion yet,
No.
but
it will be.
It will be a lot of action in just a few moments. You are streaming special coverage of the State of the Union address on CBSN. Welcome back.
CBS News contributor and Washington Post congressional reporter Ed O'Keefe caught up with Democratic Congressman Joe Crowley of New York. He is also the chairman of the House Democratic Caucus. Here's what he said ahead of the president's State of the Union address.
You're bringing a dreamer with you tonight to the speech, right?
Yeah. A young man named Romer Cisnero from Corona, Queens. He's about to graduate from John Jay Community College, and he wants to go to law school. He's double majoring in philosophy and English.
You represent quite an expansive Queens. How many dreamers do you have in your district?
Oh, I have quite a few thousand. Yeah. I think it's hard to say exactly how many are actually dreamers. It's well over 4,000 alone, and those who have not yet applied may be eligible for that.
And do you hear a lot from constituents when you're back home about this?
I do. I think generally about comprehensive immigration reform as a whole, amongst other issues as well. This is not necessarily the number one issue, but I think for me personally, it's a matter of conscience, quite frankly. We have over 4,000 souls who are looking for some security and some relief. And I think it's also representative of the families as well, that there are many people out there who are suffering right now, who are concerned about their future in this country.
What do you want to hear from the president tonight?
I'd like to hear a positive message. I'd like to hear him say something with empathy to the American people and have a real positive message and a plan for the American people. I haven't heard a plan from this administration or from the Republican-led House of Representatives or Senate for that matter. And my hope is that he actually does says something decent and bipartisan maybe in some way.
And there's a lot of talk among Democrats or those on the left that there's concern that he maybe gets a pass tonight if he gives a quote-unquote presidential address. And people are saying, don't say that he's suddenly, back to being normal or that he's being presidential. He's still the guy that, has been doing and saying all the things that he has that make him unpopular in the country. I mean, does that factor into what you and your fellow Democrats wonder about, that if he gives a good speech tonight, it's just one night?
Well, I think that remains to be seen. I mean, he's been very erratic, to say the least, Ed. And I think of the office of Washington, of Lincoln, of Roosevelt, of Kennedy. And that's what he holds. And my hope for the American people is that he can reach deep down in some way. I don't hold out for that. I think he has said some racist things. I think he has said some horrible things and very vulgar things and has demeaned the office of the presidency. My hope is that he can turn that around. I don't have much faith that he can, but that's my hope.
So bottom line, play nice tonight. Say something that tries to bring the country together.
I think this country is desperate for some leveling out. There's such stress and tension that exists. I think we have a lot of natural disasters that are happening around us, whether it's forest fires and mudslides, and we've had hurricane disasters, and a lot of things happening. We don't need more man-made disasters, and I think the president needs to find solutions and not create more problems for people.
Is that you, man?
Ed O'Keefe is back with us from Capitol Hill. So, Ed, what expectations do Democrats have for the president's speech in terms of immigration policy?
Well, I mean, certainly they'd like to hear him endorse what they'd like to do, which is essentially just legalize the status of the 1.8 million dreamers and maybe make some modest changes in border security. But of course, Republicans are the ones pushing to make changes in family-based legal migration and possibly in a diversity lottery, which is used by tens of thousands of people every year to come into the United States. What's interesting is we got some indication today from Republicans that they have concerns with the president's immigration proposal, some believing it's too conservative, others believing it's not conservative enough. So you're seeing problems even within his own party on the issue. But Democrats generally believe they are on the right side of this, that if Congress isn't able to enact some kind of a solution by the deadline of March 5th, all of the blame will be put on Republicans, because Democrats were willing to shut down the government over this just last week. Republicans have had plenty of opportunities since the president announced this decision in September, and they have been dragging their feet, Democrats say, unwilling to come up with a solution.
That is political calculus, though, isn't it, Ed? I mean, is it at all risky for Democrats to think that the public tide will be on their side, given the fact that the president is offering a path to citizenship for over 1 million undocumented children in this country?
It'll be interesting to see polling, Alex, in the next few weeks, now that he's done this proposal that includes legalizing those 1.8 million, whether the blame shifts at all. I think it was the CBS poll about 2 weeks ago that said 9 in 10 Americans believe that they deserve legal status, but the country was relatively split on whether or not that was worth shutting down the government over. And I think Democrats have learned that lesson very quickly. We were talking earlier about how there was a meeting earlier today of Democratic leaders and members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus who agreed they will not try shutting down the government over this issue again, that it's just going to have to play out now through normal means. And Democrats still believe they have the high ground on this because they believe the public's on their side trying to get this issue resolved.
And Ed, you asked Congressman Crowley about all of the Democratic responses we'll hear tonight. Here's what he said specifically about Massachusetts Democratic Congressman Joseph Kennedy.
I actually recommend that Joe Kennedy give the speech when Leader Pelosi asked me my opinion on it. And I actually said that Joe Kennedy can actually deliver it in Spanish
He
as well.
could. That's the ironic thing.
He's a
You're
Peace
right.
Corps graduate,
Yeah.
and I think with an incredibly important name historically for our country. But Joe Kennedy, in his own right, is an incredible human being, a great, compassionate and empathetic young man, and I think has a great future in our country. And he's going to be speaking from a technical college in Massachusetts, high school in Massachusetts, in his own district. I think it speaks to the issue of preparedness for our future workforce, and about education, and about the working man and woman in this country. And I think it's what Democrats have always stood for, the interest of working men and women in this country, for the middle class, and for bringing people out of poverty into the middle class like his grandfather did. And yeah, there will always be distractions, but I do think that people will tune in to Joe Kennedy, because I think, look, he has a great name, he comes from a great family of tradition, but in his own place, his own right, Joe Kennedy is someone that people need to get to know.
Okay, so that's Congressman Crowley's sense of Congressman Kennedy. But what kind of figure is Kennedy in the Democratic Party right now?
He's what many believe is the future of the party. For those trying to figure out where he falls in the lineage, he's Robert Kennedy's grandson. He is essentially the third generation of Kennedys to get elected into Congress or into public office. His father, Joe Kennedy, was a congressman from Massachusetts as well. He's in his late 30s. As Congressman Crowley points out, fluent in Spanish, a former local prosecutor there, elected a few years ago. Many see him potentially as a future Speaker of the House or Senator from Massachusetts or Governor of Massachusetts or, because why not, potentially President of the United States one day. And the speech he gives tonight from Fall River, Massachusetts, which is in his district, is designed to present the counter-argument, and according to excerpts at least, is probably going to go right after the president a little bit, and sort of the general tone that he has taken over the past year, that sort of divisive tone that polling shows most Americans don't like and Democrats certainly abhor.
Ed, you have been dropping wisdom for us all evening long, and I hear you have a history lesson for us, Ed.
Well, okay, so you had that wide shot earlier of Statuary Hall.
Yes.
Where most of the members of Congress will come through. We're down here in Emancipation Hall. There's Statuary Hall, all right? So the more famous statues are there, that of Rosa Parks and others, the inventor of air conditioning. His statue is in Statuary Hall.
Now, the inventor
Here
of
at
air conditioning was not
Hall,
Rosa Parks, just to be clear.
No, exactly. It's a guy from Florida, and Florida gave their statue to him. I'm standing next to a guy named Julius Sterling Morton, who was Agriculture Secretary for Grover Cleveland. And among other things, he's credited with creating Arbor Day. Oh. All right, so he's from Nebraska. And then over there, we got Edward White, who was the 9th Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and a U.S. Senator from Louisiana, but also served with the Confederacy in the Civil War. So that shows you the range of people that get statues in this building. Emancipation Hall is part of the Visitor Center, which is the underground facility that cost billions of dollars to build. Point of reference, when the helicopter lands on Inauguration Day and then the president takes off, the outgoing president, this building or this structure is under that spot where the helicopter lands. So
Wow.
just to give folks a viewer's guide.
I had no idea that the man who invented air conditioning got his own statue in Statuary Hall.
Well, without that, there'd be no Florida,
Listen,
right?
I love
so
air
why
conditioning.
wouldn't you give him a statue?
I love air conditioning. I think it deserves a statue.
No.
Bully on the state of Florida.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much, Ed, for that. Thank you.
Take care.
Coming up, the Trump administration believes it has a very good economic story to tell the country.
We will dig into the numbers and hear more of what the president has to say about jobs, taxes, and the markets. You're streaming special coverage of the State of the Union on CBSN.
This net reduction in tax liabilities of $10 billion will increase the purchasing power of American families and business enterprises in every tax bracket, with the greatest increase going to our low-income consumers. It will, in addition, encourage the initiative and risk-taking on which our free enterprise system depends, induce more investment, production, and capacity use, help provide the 2 million new jobs we need every year.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano.
And I'm Alex Wagner. This is CBSN's special coverage of the State of the Union address.
We'll be seeing some movement in Washington in the next hour. House Speaker Paul Ryan will call the House to order in about a half an hour when Senate members arrive.
In the following minutes, the Vice President, Joint Chiefs of Staff, and First Lady will enter the chamber along with Supreme Court justices and various guests.
And just after 9 p.m. Eastern, the Sergeant at Arms will announce the arrival of President Trump.
We are getting a few samples of what he will say in his address. Here's a bit segment on ISIS. Last year, I pledged that we would work with our allies to extinguish ISIS from the face of the earth. 1 year later, I'm proud to report that the coalition to defeat ISIS has liberated almost 100% of the territory once held by these killers in Iraq and Syria.
And this on international trade. America has also finally turned the page on decades of unfair trade deals that sacrificed our prosperity and shipped away our companies, our jobs, and our nation's wealth. One of the major topics of discussion this evening will be the state of the U.S. economy. House Speaker Paul Ryan touted the success of the Republican tax plan that passed last year.
Wages are rising, economic confidence is coming back to America. Tax reform is now the law of the land, and it is playing a huge role in this transformation. Those of us who've worked on this issue for so many years thought and suspected was if we do tax reform in America the right way, it will unlock a lot of economic potential. it is unlocking so much more economic potential than we even imagined. So we're very excited. Economic confidence in America is at a 17-year high, while unemployment in America is at a 17-year low.
David Nelson is chief strategist at Bellpoint Asset Management. Michael Graham is a CBSN political contributor, columnist for the Boston Herald, and host of Michael in the Morning podcast. And Molly Hooper, CBSN political contributor and Capitol Hill reporter for The Hill. David, the president wants to tout economic success in the form of a roaring stock market. But how appropriate is that in terms of being a gauge of the health of an economy?
I wish you wouldn't use the stock market and use the economy, because the economy is roaring, and we don't need just stocks to see that. You even have noted Democrats starting to notice. You've got two Wall Street titans in the names of Jamie Dimon, Lloyd Blankfein. They're literally battling each other over who's more bullish on the economy. Jamie Dimon's pointing to 4% GDP growth this year. I think Lloyd is coming in somewhere around 3. If you get anywhere between 3 and 4 a year from now, the calculus for the election could change dramatically.
Well, Michael, in a column for CBSNews.com, you write that while voters are optimistic about the economy for 2018, they are frustrated with the Republican Party and President Trump. Why do you think Republicans are having such a hard time not capitalizing on this notion of a booming economy?
Because the guy showing up with all this good news for them is Donald Trump, and he scares them, and they lock the door and they hide until he goes away because Trump has problems. But I think we are underestimating the numbers right now. I was doing some looking at where Americans think we are. The percentage of Americans who think the economy is excellent is the highest since the question has been asked. We're looking at people who think things are as good as they were at the end of the dot-com boom. You've got to go back to the end of 2000 to see these kinds of numbers. And the fact that people can feel that good and then still say, but I don't trust you, says a lot about the brand that Donald Trump has right now.
But is there a question about wage growth, for example?
Well, that's a big part of it. But look at Jamie Dimon, who just raised wages, and a lot of other companies that have done that. You don't do that unless you can see 3, 4, 5 years out, and you can see the light at the end of the tunnel, because you can't take it back. You cannot take back a wage hike. So they have to believe the economy is really roaring, like Michael says. And Michael's right. You know, he brings up a great dynamic. This economy is roaring. You know, optimism is at an all-time high, and yet they really dislike Donald the man, and I think that's really the problem for him, not really what's happening inside the economy.
Molly, do we have a sense of how the state of the economy is going to factor into the midterm elections?
Well, that's a good question. I think that, you know, on the one hand, you have the stock market, big names like Jamie Dimon and whatnot, but that's not Main Street America. And the problem is if people on Main Street America aren't getting jobs, they aren't seeing a steady increase in their salaries, maybe a one-time bonus is nice, but that's a one-time bonus. And the problem is that you have all these jobs that may be coming back to the United States. However, there's not a lot of people here trained to do them, and that's the problem. That's why we heard Paul Ryan, for example, talk about welfare reform at the end of last year, and people thought, what is he talking about? And it's for that reason, because that's part of job training and providing education for these jobs that would be open, so that people in the United States can actually get them and implement and do them.
Michael, let's talk about a point that Molly brings up, which is the gulf between Wall Street and Main Street. Is there one, and to what degree does that explain some of the soft numbers?
You know, the income inequality grew during most of the Obama presidency because it was the high end and the people who invest in the stock market who do well. There wasn't a lot of wage growth. We're starting to see some wage growth. It's also interesting. You look at the jobs that were created in 2017. Manufacturing picked up about 200,000 jobs, while other segments like retail actually lost. I mean, Trump is trying to push job growth in the jobs that have more wages. Something else.
Well, can I just interrupt you? Because if we're talking about income inequality, the tax plan that was just passed is likely to exacerbate income inequality in the coming years.
Well, I disagree. I don't think it's going to exacerbate it at all. I think it's actually going to close it. I think Michael brings up a good point, and Molly brought it up as well. It's really the problem is on the education side. That dynamic we can probably agree with on both sides of the aisle. But in terms of moving, our society closer together with jobs, this is a step in the right direction. You're not going to solve the United States problems with just a tax bill. It's not going to happen.
And you're not going to solve the wage growth if you're growing jobs in only low-income areas or low-skill areas or on the very high end. Manufacturing is a place where a relatively low-skill, I don't have a full college degree guy or gal, can make more money, and you can start to close that gap. And that's the Trump strategy. Will it work? I don't know, but it's not a dumb strategy.
Molly, go ahead, Molly.
If I just let me weigh in on this one point. So earlier this evening, Paul Ryan sent out a what to watch tonight on the speech. 4 points, one of them being a rollback of regulations. And that's a kind of interesting point because that is what Paul Ryan is saying is partially creating an opening of jobs. With the rollback of regulations, these industries and manufacturing companies are able to hire more people and spend less money on implementing some of these things.
How significant is that, David?
Thank God. I mean, we've needed that. The rollback of regulatory overreach over the last 8 years is a big part of the dynamic that's playing out in our country. He's going to talk about, how long it took to build the Empire State Building. I don't know how long ago that was.
Less than 18 months.
Less than 18 months. Today, it probably takes 10 years to do something like that.
Well, let me just say, if we're talking about the sort of political calculus on this, while some in the business community may applaud the regulatory rollback, there are other folks in this country who say, well, we don't want regulations
people
around.
In Washington say that because that means jobs for them.
Well, actually, if you look at some of the polling, there are plenty of people in this country who believe that some of those regulations have a place. So my question is, do Democrats have a message that they could use to counter the president's economic
policy? That's one of the things that Joe Kennedy is going to talk about. They released part of his remarks tonight, and one of them has to be, this president has taken back protections for the American people. And part of that is regulation, and so there's a fine line between over-regulating and under-regulating, and I think that the Trump people are trying to figure that out. But that's one point that Speaker Ryan is saying, hey, watch for this: military readiness, tax reform, regulatory rollbacks, and opioids. Those are the 4 things he wants us all to pay attention to.
It's a great point, but it has to be smart regulations, and I think what we've done is roll back a lot of the fluff. Nobody wants to get rid of regulations. You can't run an economy. You certainly can't run a country without them.
And one of the things that happened during the Obama era is that you had regulations kind of come out of nowhere through the National Labor Relations Board or elements of Obamacare that reached into business in ways I don't think people anticipated. And I think if you ask the average person, is government doing too much in that area? Are they, hurting your job, or are they doing about? I think they would say it was too heavy. Donald Trump could definitely go too far the other way, and you could have news stories about polluted rivers, et cetera. But I don't think we're there yet from the politics.
Well, in fact, Molly, one of the more underreported stories is about the regulatory rollback and the effects of it. The New York Times has a good roundup of environmental rollbacks under the Trump administration or pausing of Obama-era bans or regulations. That hasn't been reported on as much. Do you think Democrats actually have something here in terms of what Joe Kennedy is going to be saying to members of his own party?
They very well could. If you look back at the first part of last year when when I say everybody, I mean, Republicans were clamoring for health care reform. They were clamoring for infrastructure and whatnot. The first order of business in Congress was to roll back, to do these congressional review acts, to essentially roll back like 19 regulations that the Obama administration implemented at the tail end of their tenure. And so it's unclear how those rollbacks, whether there is even an effect, because the timing was so quick and the turnover was so quick. But it was that important to the Republicans that they spent the first 60 days of Trump's presidency working on that instead of going after health care reform, tax reform, etc.
David, Michael, and Molly, so much to talk about. Thank you all. Less than an hour from President Trump. We are less than an hour from President Trump's State of the Union. We are going to take a quick break.
As we continue our State of the Union coverage, we're focusing on states that could have critical impact on Congress ahead of the midterm elections. We're taking a look at why Minnesota's possible shift to swing state could do just that. Former Senator Al Franken resigned late last year following repeated allegations of sexual misconduct. That means there will be 2 open Senate seats on the ballot, one to fill the last 2 years of Franken's term, as well as fellow Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar's re-election.
There will also be 5 key House races in the state. 2 Republican and 3 Democratic seats will be targets. Those races could shift control of the chamber. Joining us now from Minneapolis is Rachel Stossenberger. She is a veteran political reporter and adjunct professor at the University of Minnesota. Rachel, let's start off with the Senate races. Both seats are up for grabs. They have been held by Democrats. Could we see the political fallout from Al Franken's sexual misconduct scandal shift those seats to red?
Well, as you said, there are 2 different seats. One is Senator Amy Klobuchar. She's considered fairly safe in her seat. The other one is Tina Smith. She was the one who was appointed to Franken's seat when he resigned. And certainly that has amped up the attention to Minnesota, given that it was a very close race in the last presidential election. And as you probably know, Minnesota has been blue longer than blue has been blue. And so there's a lot more nerves this time around.
Well, turning to the House races, freshman Republican Jason Lewis is seeking a second term in the state's 2nd congressional district, often called a swing district. How are Democrats there trying to flip the seat?
That's right. So that was a very close election in the last cycle. It was obviously his first race. The competitor who ran against him last time, Angie Craig, is running again. She's running a strong campaign so far, but she has a challenge as well, so it's not clear sailing for her. We're expecting that will be one of the nation's most watched races because it is suburban, it's rural, it's very much a swing seat, and it's anyone's game at this point, particularly with some of the suburban mood about the president.
Speaking of which, Rachel, I think a lot of people forgot that President Trump lost the state to Hillary Clinton in 2016 by only 1.5%. Do you think that would still be the case if the election were held today?
I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but the state is still very much torn. There are areas of the state where they look at President Trump and they may not like all of his behavior, but look, they say he's cut taxes, he's cut regulations, he's done what he said he would do, and frankly, done what a Republican president would do. On the other hand, here in Minneapolis, this is a city of the resistance. It's very democratic, and there's a lot of people who have said that he has been even worse than they expected him to be. So I would say that it would be, very much a difficult fight for either side. A lot of the suburban areas, some of the suburban Republicans who voted for Trump a little bit with their nose plugged, have sort of been trending against him. And so it's certainly worth watching come November here.
So that demographic of the suburban voters there, that's something worth watching. Is it trending not then in the president's direction is what it seems like at this moment in time?
That's right. I think there are people who, parents of children who don't want some of what the president has said to be repeated in their homes. Some of the, I will go with Trump to give him a chance, feel like he hasn't lived up to that chance. On the other hand, there are areas of the state, as I said, particularly in the rural areas, where Trump continues to be very strong. And those are some of the U.S. House seats that we're going to be watching very closely, particularly in northern Minnesota and in southern Minnesota.
Rachel, let's talk about how some of the president's national policies are affecting the Minnesotans directly. Minnesota has one of the lowest uninsured rates in the country. So to what degree are Minnesotans concerned about the repeal of Obamacare, the end of the individual mandate?
That's right. So people are very concerned about the future of health care. It's not like everyone in Minnesota said Obamacare was the best thing since sliced bread. They said that Minnesota was doing quite well before. But so far, we just ended our sign-up season, and it was higher than a lot of people expected. And there are some worries that the federal government will do something to shake the boat again and perhaps hurt what has made Minnesota's health care system quite strong.
Well, Minnesota's unemployment rate is also one of the lowest in the nation. What are Minnesotans looking for when it comes to the White House's interaction with the labor market?
Again, I would say there's a tear there in this state, like there are in many states, between people who say lower taxes will increase jobs and people who say, we need to support the economy as it is. We don't need a big jolt to it. The other issue on that front is some of these regulations, particularly in some of the projects that are proposed to be built. The Trump administration has been more supportive of a potential mining project in northern Minnesota, which has often struggled with the boom and bust cycle of tending to the mines. And the Trump administration has really pushed that, has moved that ball forward, which people will say is good for jobs. On the other hand, in that same northern Minnesota area, there's some of the most pristine wilderness in this country, and people are quite fearful that that may change if this mining project goes forward.
Rachel, we've spent so much of tonight talking about the immigration debate. It is front and center at Congress and on the national stage. Minnesota is home to the largest Somali population in the U.S., and it also has significant presence in the Muslim and Hispanic communities also have a significant presence. What real-world impact has the president's travel ban and his immigration policies, what impact have those had on residents of the state?
That's right. As you know, the travel ban has affected people coming and going from Somalia, and that has been a really big concern, particularly in Minneapolis, where a lot of Somali people have made their home. And so there's been some really tearful stories about what's happening to their relatives as well as to them personally. Minnesota actually has the first Somali American state lawmaker was elected in the same election that Trump was. And there's a not insignificant Hispanic population who feels much more targeted by this president. And so a lot of the immigration fight has been, on the one hand, people feeling for the immigrants, on the other hand, people fearing for their country. And so it's been particularly, in some of the outstate areas, it's been particularly painful for a lot of people, and there has been some upset, frankly, on both sides.
All right, Rachel Stossenberger, thank you very much for your insight.
Absolutely, thank you.
We are coming up on the final minutes before the State of the Union.
We're watching for the president to leave the White House. Here is a live look. Our strategists are back next for more analysis. This is CBSN, always on.
Hello, I'm Bill Whitaker with 60 Minutes. We'd like to speak with Congressman Marino. This is an industry that's out of control. If they don't follow the law, people die.
We would not have known about this without 60 Minutes.
I did see the report. We're going to look into the report. We're going to take it very seriously.
They were just drug dealers in lab coats. You know what a chilling picture that paints?
Want real news right now? We've got the app for that.
This is CBSN.
We're just on the front lines. Police have surrounded the area.
It's still unclear what caused this fire, why it spread so quickly.
There are flooded homes like the one behind me for miles.
Change is what many people here are looking for.
And now they're trying to pin the ISIS gunmen down. The marchers were saying, let us march. We want to march.
CBSN, CBS News, always on.
A quick note for those streaming the State of the Union on desktop and laptop computers. CBSN will have interactive graphics up throughout the address.
You can see a sample now. In the upper left corner of the screen, we'll have quizzes to test your knowledge of the State of the Union. The speech begins just about half an hour from now. Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano.
And I'm Alex Wagner. This is CBSN's special coverage of the State of the Union address.
We are just minutes away now from the speech. VIPs are piling into the House chamber, but that, of course, a live look at the White House.
The President of the United States is always under a microscope, perhaps never more so when delivering the State of the Union.
People around the world are watching Capitol Hill tonight, waiting to hear what President Trump has to say. They will also watch to see how he says it.
Will he stick to the script as he did last year when he addressed Congress? Or will he improvise, as he is known to do in many other situations?
There are also clouds hanging over this address, most notably the Russia investigation and all the controversies it has spun off.
The address comes one day after Deputy FBI Director Andrew McCabe abruptly left his post, less than a year after President Trump fired his former boss, James Comey.
Hours later, the House Intelligence Committee voted to release a classified memo. Republicans say it outlines an anti-Trump bias in the Department of Justice.
Democrats say the memo itself is politically motivated.
Michael Graham is a CBSN political contributor, columnist for the Boston Herald, and host of the Michael in the Morning podcast. Molly Hooper is CBSN political contributor and Capitol Hill reporter for The Hill. All right, the Washington Post is reporting Justice Department officials made a last-ditch appeal yesterday to Chief of Staff John Kelly. The DOJ is reportedly trying to get the White House not to sign off on the release of a memo alleging abuses within the FBI. Is that significant, Michael?
Well, I mean, it's significant in the sense that these same players don't want this memo released. I think it's important to remember what this is. It's not intelligence. It's Devin Nunes, the chairman of the committee, and his team sitting down and saying, here's the stuff that we found that we think is significant. We think people should know it. They put it on display where you could go into a private room if you're a member of Congress and read it and see it there. The director of the FBI saw it, and interestingly, it was only a few hours later that Andrew McCabe finally stepped down. There's talk that he saw things in that memo that made him go, gee, I'm not sure that the early days of the investigation into the Trump campaign were handled correctly. So one team doesn't want to release, another team does. I keep coming down to this question. Assuming methods and sources aren't revealed, and I assume they're not, that what's the downside of knowing things? What's the downside of having information? Transparency, generally a good thing.
Molly, there is fierce partisan divide over whether this memo should come out. How is it playing out on the Hill tonight?
Oh my goodness. I mean, tonight is the State of the Union. People want to hear this unified message and whatnot, and you have Republicans and Democrats on the Intelligence Committee of all committees, which is supposed to be above, beyond, whatever you want to call it, partisanship, and it's almost one of the most fractured committees up here. I mean, ostensibly it is. It's interesting because you're seeing this partisanship play out, and we really don't know what the details are of it. At least if there's a rift in, say, the Judiciary Committee, it's clear what the issue is. But here it's a little bit different, and because it's the Intel Committee, the Democrats and the Republicans have to go through a number of steps if they want to declassify items, if they want other members of Congress to see classified information. So even though the Democrats did offer sort of a counter memo, so to speak, first of all, the committee voted to allow the rest of the membership in the House to see it, but then it has to go through its own kind of declassification process before that could be even released publicly. So, you know, the timing is just so strange. And of course, it's the night of the State of the Union. Here comes the president. And I think that, I'm not even going to say I think, I've heard several GOP lawmakers sort of privately quip that they hope President Trump stays above it and doesn't go there or even mention it or even touch it or even insinuate, because it's just something that they don't want to hear.
Can I give you an insight into how the talk radio universe sees this? I was hearing from people today who was like, I hope Trump brings the memo, announces he's declassifying it, and reads it. And that's how divided, that's how much passion there is. And part of it is there are people who honestly believe that during the 8 years of the Obama administration that they were poorly treated. You know, the issue with the IRS targeting them, being called terrorists for being in the Tea Party. They just felt like, hey, no one was on our side. And so now, even if it is a little unfair, well, so what? It's your turn to have some unfairness. And it's so beyond the typical partisan politics of you want this and I want that and we'll negotiate. It is so much about my team versus your team. There's passions are running very high.
And I think, you know, there are some historians who will say, look, the problem with this is American confidence in institutions, whether they're intelligence agencies or the IRS, which, by the way, is the place where we have to file our taxes, is abysmally low.
Yes,
so what is the long-term prognosis for these institutions when they become victims of the partisan firefight?
But remember why Trump is president, because he looked at the institutions and said, they all stink, I'm kicking the box over, and people were just unhappy. And I understand why people who work inside government and would be dismissed as part of the elites. I get why they're frustrated. But at the same time, you look at what happened to a whole segment of America for the 15 or so years before Trump, where the, as he calls them, forgotten men and women, did kind of get overlooked. So the focus was on other areas. And he energized them and said, I'm not going to overlook you. And if that means the elites and the swanky people having their Starbucks
and the IRS
that they have to suffer, well, tough luck for them. It's your turn now.
All right, we want to remind people what we're keeping an eye on. The picture that you are seeing right now is a look at the south lawn of the White House, where any moment we expect President Trump to walk out of the White House and enter his limousine to make the trek down Pennsylvania Avenue to Capitol Hill, where he will make his State of the Union address, his very first of his presidency, in just about 30 minutes or so. As we continue to watch these pictures, Michael, let me just ask you, you and I have talked many times here on CBSN about the cloud that has not at all been clear to people who are sort of casually consuming some of this Russia news. Does what is happening right now with respect to this memo run the risk of simply muddying the waters further for people? That there, in fact, this political calculation that might be going on, that is going on, will in essence be sort of a net nothing.
Sure. In other words, everybody's bad, so what difference does it make? It was kind of the Clinton strategy, to be honest, at the end of his presidency when the Monica Lewinsky came. Everybody cheats, everybody's bad, and there's been reporting from inside the Trump White House that that's one of the models that they're using. But I also am curious about this, and I'd like to hear from everybody on this. What if it is the case that the Trump campaign's behavior was dumb, idiotic, et cetera, but not criminal, that there really isn't a criminal case, but that Trump's behavior crosses the line into obstruction in the opinion of Robert Mueller, and so he's going to he wants to charge a president, which may not even be legally possible, for covering up a non-crime. What would that do to the party? Can you imagine that?
We're getting ahead of ourselves a lot there.
I don't know.
Lie under oath? Isn't that why Bill Clinton was impeached for lying under oath? It wasn't for having an affair with Monica Lewinsky, right?
Right. But there was an original court case with Paula Jones that involved him, and then he tried to evade the consequence. My point is, if it is a case that the process leads us to there was no underlying crime, but we want to charge President Trump for trying to overcome it, you can see how Trump supporters are really going to blow up. At the same time, if Trump isn't charged, the Trump haters, I see no good
or
out
if
of this.
there is evidence of crime, there's still a looming question: would House Republicans do anything about it? Because of course this is kicked back to them. Molly, how much prognostication is happening in the halls of Congress right now about what Robert Mueller might find?
Oh my gosh, we're awash with prognostication. If you walk through the halls and I feel like prognostication is coming at me from all angles. Oh my goodness, because nobody knows. Now the thing is that the question here is perhaps it wasn't Donald Trump himself, but those around him, AKA his kids, maybe his sons, who could have had some role in this and would have known, or would, family members. And so that's kind of the question. It's one thing.
It's a concern. In other words, it is a concern that people are thinking actively about, even on a night like tonight, when the focus should really probably be on what the president, and we're showing you this in the live shot, the president is heading over to your neck of the woods soon.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's something that people are talking about. But again, or not necessarily again, if you talk to members of Congress in their districts, they'll say, we aren't hearing about this, with the exception of the recent memo release, this call for transparency and to release the memo that Devin Nunes is pushing out, sort of this campaign. I think there's a hashtag, release the memo. So there's that aspect of it, but really lawmakers are saying, even Democrats concede, that the Russia inquiry is not a major topic of discussion in their town hall meetings, in their phone calls that they get from constituents. It has more to do with the economy, healthcare, and those issues, the issues that we're going to be hearing from the president about tonight.
I want to note that we just saw the senators entering the chamber. Among them, first and foremost in that picture, is Ted Cruz, Molly. And there are a lot of people.
Don't mean to laugh.
Well, Ted Cruz is someone who has not been known to be a wallflower, and yet of late, we have not heard as much from Ted Cruz. Do you have an assessment as to why that might be? Is Ted Cruz looking at 2020 or 2024, perhaps? Or am I wrong on all of those counts?
He's looking at 2018. He's up for re-election in Texas right now. So he actually will have probably a strong Democratic opponent in Beto O'Rourke, who's a member of the House, and a moderate member of the House of Representatives who's launching a pretty active campaign. And Ted Cruz has been out there on a lot of issues, and especially given this past government shutdown, 3-day government shutdown, I think that Ted Cruz has been, keeping his powder dry, so to speak. It'll be interesting to see what he does say when it comes to immigration and moving forward on the issue of DACA, because that is such an important issue in Texas. But again, he's a staunch conservative, but he also, he represents Texas. So we'll see what happens. But
here's what Ted Cruz is worried about. Donald Trump's latest approval rating in his state, 40%. You got to run for re-election and your president's 40%. Not a good place to be.
Linda Tran, I know you are watching the pictures along with us. You are in Washington. You're a CBSN political contributor as well as a Democratic strategist. I wonder, as we observe this tableau and we are about to witness President Trump's first State of the Union address, there, of course, we see Jared and Ivanka Trump. How has this particular presidency changed the dynamic of what we're about to see? For instance, we know there are a number of Democrats who are not going to be there tonight.
Yeah, in some ways it's changed a lot. In some ways it hasn't changed very much at all. Certainly the contours of the speech and the idea of him laying out his vision for where he thinks the country ought to go, and the various interested parties that you have to believe are watching from all around the country, whether it's from the business sector or otherwise, they're looking for clues in what he says to indicate policies that are going to impact their business. But that said, a lot of the decorum and a lot of what people think is acceptable when it comes to this kind of ceremonial moment has, as you point out, really changed a lot. It's not normal for there to be members of Congress to sit out on this, regardless of which side of the aisle they're on, any more than it was normal for members of Congress to sit out the inauguration itself. But there's something about this presidency, something about this moment in this administration where people feel like they are up in arms in a way that you haven't seen members of Congress previously.
Michael, how much have we crossed the Rubicon in terms of partisanship?
I think that's a really interesting question. Every time I think there's been a major shift and we'll never get back, somehow we make our way back. I was too young for Nixon and Watergate, but the fact is Republicans almost won the White House again in '76 with Gerald Ford. He narrowly lost after the horrors of Watergate. Somehow he made it back. And then, of course, Reagan started a boom for Republicans. Then you had Barack Obama, and people were saying the Republican Party was going to be dead as of 2009. What happened in 2010? The Republicans took it. And you can see this on other issues. Right now, the Me Too movement. Imagine the Me Too movement in 1998, 1999, when the Monica Lewinsky scandal was this political template over what was really an event between a man and a woman. People's feelings, and we forget because we live in such a, what did I say in my Twitter in the last 3 seconds moment, that attitudes change. Time does change. A society can move, if you want to say left or right, conservative, liberal, attitudes do shift, and nothing is permanent. And I believe that some people say Trump has changed the presidency forever. I don't believe the presidency's been around. We had Nixon, we had LBJ, we had crazy Buchanan before Lincoln. We've had crazy stuff. We've had horrible things happen. We had a civil war, for crying out loud. And yet somehow these institutions survive.
Can I ask ask, we have Zerlina Maxwell and Leslie Sanchez joining us soon. Before I go to them, I'll go back to you, Linda. In terms of that question of partisanship and whether or not we get back to a more perfect union, as it were, and see the sponsorship of bipartisan legislation, which is to say nothing of the passage of bipartisan legislation, do you think there is a point in the coming years, perhaps even under this president, where such a thing is possible?
You know, I think it is. It sounds funny to say so, given all the things we've witnessed recently. But I do think that it is possible. And the only way that that's going to be true is if there is enough backlash, there's enough, people in the streets, there are enough people who make it to the ballot box this fall to register their feeling of discontent about how polarized we've become and how incapable of moving anything forward Washington, D.C. has been. I do think that, Donald Trump is changing the level of decorum, changing the way people interact in a way that is prompting people to think about getting back to some sort of semblance of previous reality and getting things back to normal so that things are working in a way that they haven't in a really, really long time.
We want to let people know, of course, we are continuing to keep our eye on the House chamber, but also keeping an eye on that picture. There, of course, you see House Speaker Paul Ryan along with Vice President Mike Pence. But we're continuing to keep an eye on that picture right there. That is the South Lawn of the White House, where President Trump at any moment is expected to come out. And we see some activity right now. He was due to leave at 8:30, we are told, so perhaps just a few minutes behind. But we are expecting him to exit the White House shortly to enter his limousine and that motorcade make its way down Pennsylvania Avenue, where, of course, we saw those lawmakers assembled. As we watch this, we want to let people know that joining us here on set, in addition to Michael Graham, is Zerlina Maxwell and Leslie Sanchez. They are CBSN political contributors. Leslie is a Republican strategist. Zerlina is a Democratic strategist. Let's talk a little bit about what you were talking about just a moment ago, is this notion of the level of partisanship, Zerlina. Is there a sense that there can be a return to some kind of spirit of cooperation, some sort of spirit of bipartisanship, given all that has been said, given all of the political shots that have been taken over the past year, 2 years or so?
Well, me and Leslie, we matched today.
You are matching.
You can't see it
right now. They're both wearing
bipartisanship.
Yes.
But in all seriousness, I think that on bigger issues, and I think the Russia investigation actually falls in this category of, do it for the country over party. And so Russia attacked the election. We need to get to the bottom of that, figure out what happened so it doesn't happen again. That's not a partisan issue. I also think time's up and protecting women and men in the workplace and in all aspects of American life, again, not a partisan issue. I think that on these larger cultural issues, sometimes it doesn't follow along partisan lines, and I think that we shouldn't always default to arguing on behalf of whatever party you're in when some of this stuff comes up, particularly when it comes to something so serious like Russia or women being safe.
Leslie, we're getting some news in. CBS can report that in the past hours, the administration, the Trump White House, has been calling the relevant congressional committee chairs and ranking members to inform them of the president's intention this evening to say in his State of the Union address that he has reversed President Obama's executive order to close the detention center at Guantanamo Bay. The administration also has the intention of putting international terrorism detainees in Gitmo. Your thoughts on that?
Well, thank you for letting me be the first to respond to this breaking news, even ahead of the Intel committees and any of the members of Congress. I do value that opportunity here at CBS.
Well, it's an issue.
No. But in all fairness, this has been an extremely contentious issue. The base is certainly going to respond to this. It has been an ineffective approach in terms of deterring terrorism, and there have been multiple sources and reports on that. And the president taking a very strong stand. I think this is really, the president is going to make these dramatic changes. He is going to push these members to find a solution that is going to be effective. And this is really kind of part of his leadership style. It's going to be very abrupt and abrasive.
And we're seeing right now in this live shot, the president is departing the South Lawn of the White House, heading down to Capitol Hill, where he will give his first State of the Union address. Michael, we're talking about this decision to reverse the Obama-era order to close Gitmo. If you talk to foreign policy experts, they will say one of the main drivers for recruiting international terrorism abroad was Gitmo being open. There is sure to be a fierce debate over what this does in terms of national security. Do you agree with Leslie that this plays well for the president's base?
If you talk to Americans and you say, I want to do bad things to terrorists, they go, yeah, I'm all about that. When you say to them, what should happen to the guy who says, I attacked the Pulse nightclub in the name of ISIS? If he were captured, what should we do with him? The guy who drove the truck on Halloween, who said, I was trained via, the social media and the web, I wanted to work for ISIS. Should they be treated like police officers? Many are criminals. Many people say, no, I want them treated differently. It's a different kind of crime. Well, to do that, you need a different set of rules. Many people in the national defense industry or advocates that I know say you don't need Gitmo to do it. You can handle it under current circumstances. But I also know that when you ask them about the Gitmo detainees, the really problematic ones who are left, they go, you're right. That's such a, awful 9/11 and everything around it was so unusual and extreme. Our legal system has a tough time processing it, and Gitmo is probably the best thing we have right now.
Molly, I'm wondering, on Capitol Hill, was there consultation with respect to this decision? The reporting that we have from our Margaret Brennan, White House correspondent for CBS News, is that the administration has been calling the relevant congressional committee chairs and ranking members to inform them of the president's intention tonight. Has there been consultation on this issue?
I think that's about as much consultation as you're going to get. I can't make it longer than that. I really do. I think that on this issue, especially given that it is Gitmo, it's reversing an executive order, it's something that the president, if he wants to do it, he's going to do it, and he did. This is probably one of those issues that would play more to Donald Trump's base, and especially when it comes to national security. It's a hot issue, and it's something that people have, quite a few Trump supporters and even GOP lawmakers, and I haven't heard Democratic lawmakers as much, but say that it's a big issue, and they're very upset that President Obama, gave this executive order to close it down because it hasn't been able to be closed down. What do you do with the people who are there? Because if you talk to any Republican or Democratic lawmaker, and I'm talking about the folks in Illinois where the prison was going to go, where all those prisoners were going to go, they don't want people at Gitmo who are at Gitmo in their backyard. They don't want them in their districts. They don't want. So this is actually kind of, it's an interesting issue, but I really am not sure that there was consultation. I think that the members of Congress are talking to the administration more so about this release of the memo, perhaps, than the Gitmo decision.
Zerlina, this, of course, was one of President Obama's signature promises to the nation. This is an executive order that he issued. We talk about the events that drive Democrats to run.
Yep.
Is this something that recruits more Democratic candidates?
I think so, and I think that putting a spotlight on this issue again is going to drive a lot of the base on the Democratic side out to the polls in November, because Gitmo was a central tenet of the Obama platform, and when he first ran, it's one of the biggest disappointments, frankly, for the base that he wasn't able to close it. And I would argue that our regular criminal justice system does a fine job all the time prosecuting terrorism cases in federal court here in downtown. They do it all the time. And so I think that we have to get outside of, not in my backyard mentality. Nobody wants a giant prison built in their district. But again, I'm sure that they can spin it. It creates jobs and helps the economy in that community. And when people are in prison, they're literally not in your backyard. That is just simply by definition.
If I were running for office in 2018, I would love to be running keep Gitmo open. That would be
no
a very
one's going
to
run on that. But what I'm saying is that I think that we dehumanize the people in Gitmo and act like they're all the worst of the worst, when if you look at the history of how they ended up in Gitmo, a lot of people were just rounded up by people exerting revenge that were members of the Taliban when the war first started in Afghanistan. So putting everybody in the same bucket, that they're all the worst of the worst, I don't think that's true.
There is also the inordinate cost per prisoner in Gitmo compared to federal maximum security prisons.
And that has been the consternation, right? Is it effective? Is it breeding more terrorism internally? There were just numerous types of assumptions and some falsehoods about this kind of thing. But the interesting part here is, again, he is taking unilateral action, just like the travel ban. By the way, you are informed now. On the second travel ban 2.0, there was a little bit more facilitation within his administration.
Well, and we're now talking about Gitmo,
Right.
leading to the president's State of the Union.
Exactly.
We want to let our viewers know, of course, Second Lady Karen Pence there entering the House chamber. You can see the lawmakers have mostly taken their seats. We are awaiting, of course, President Trump's arrival. We saw his motorcade depart the White House, and we saw it on Pennsylvania Avenue just a short time ago. But there, of course, Vice President Mike Pence, along with House Speaker Paul Ryan. Leslie, you bring up a larger point here about this notion of the accomplishments viewed through the lens of the undoing, the notion that for the president's supporters, perhaps, is that all that is sort of required? Is that the metric that the undoing of some of President Obama's actions are really what it is that they would see as the fulfillment of President Trump's campaign pledges?
Well, whether it is fair or not, many have an issue with presidents overreaching through executive order. Is completely bypassing the legislative process to just unilaterally make whatever decisions they want on major issues. You've seen the president take advantage of that early on with the travel ban and numerous other things, which really, heats up the left and the right to that extent, right? So you had a lot of people, it created a lot of confusion, and we don't really understand the intent of where the policy is going to land on that. It really kind of puts it in the air. You could say the same thing with Dreamers and DACA. It was a false hope that was one day going to potentially come to the end with a new administration, which it did. So again, it puts all the balls in the air, and you don't really know where they're going to fall. It takes Congress out of the equation, and that's not necessarily a good thing.
Well, and it is a lesson, I think, from the last years of the Obama administration, right, Zerlina? There was a thinking inside that administration that, look, Congress isn't playing ball with us. Right. We're not going to get anything done. And so we are going to legislate through executive order. And we are seeing the harvest of that, which is that as easily as things can be done with the sweep of a pen, they can also be undone.
Absolutely. And I would also argue that packing the federal courts with conservative-leaning judges who were in the Federalist Society will also be damaging to lasting legacies in terms of legislation, because if you don't have a balanced court that protects legislation like Obamacare or another piece of legislation in the future, you're always going to have a new administration coming in and undoing what the previous one did. I would argue, though, that he's doing traditionally Republican things. A lot of the things he's rolling back are regulations and economic regulations that all Republicans dislike. But some of it is actually, I think, damaging, because they're basically selling, as Elaine referenced to, undoing as accomplishing something, which that's not the same thing, right? Undoing something is not the same thing as doing something.
Michael, I want to ask you, for the base, as we watch the Supreme Court justices take their seats in the House chamber.
No Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
No Ruth Bader,
She has never attended a Republican State of the Union. Is that interesting?
Ruth Bader Ginsburg does
she's at home doing push-ups.
Look, I would mess with her.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg's about to celebrate, or having just celebrated her 85th birthday, something that is causing a lot of consternation in Democratic and progressive circles, given the balance of the court.
Ruth, you're doing great.
Well, and President Trump will tout and has touted Neil Gorsuch as an accomplishment. So we were just talking about those things that he does point to as victories. But I'm wondering, Michael, for those elements of the president's base that have stuck by this president, despite the roller coaster ride that has been the past year for them, what is the metric? How will they, in fact, be measuring this speech?
Measuring the speech, hearing him talk about the things that they feel like Republicans before him wouldn't talk about, for example, immigration from the enforcement side as opposed to from the amnesty side, talking about trade in a way that free marketers like myself don't like talking about trade, about the value of restrictions and tightening things and renegotiating deals. They want to hear that stuff. And as far as the undoing part, I mean, that doesn't look like it. They love that accomplishment. They love undo. They think the 8 years that President Obama was president, they weren't happy with what happened. The less of that stays around, they're happy about it. So they will take that, absolutely.
Let's talk a little bit about the court, because a large part of this president's legislative accomplishments hangs in the balance in terms of the Supreme Court. Leslie, what is your expectation for the coming months?
Well, the president has already succeeded on that front with his first and initial appointment, which came early in the administration. That was a critical thing for conservatives and base Republicans to get on board all the way through the fall. That was the argument that the RNC chairman, who was then Reince Priebus, was making internally to the big donors. I mean, it was a very difficult sell, and that was the only item that people ultimately felt they could get behind the president. It was a very contentious point because it was looking to the next 30 and 40 years, and I think looking ahead to the base of the court, you cannot overestimate how important it is when you're looking at the major decisions for this country.
Well, and to Zerlina's point, I mean, one of this president's most lasting legacies may indeed be the number of justices and judges he appoints. It is almost unprecedented, the number of justices or judges he will appoint to federal courts and appellate courts.
And not always the most qualified either, as we found with two of the folks who had to remove themselves from consideration. But I do think that, to Leslie's point, he did do something that is going to affect us for decades. I would say as a Democrat that's very unfortunate because there are a number of different issues, civil rights, reproductive health care, that are coming up before the court that will impact people who look like me and other folks who are people of color. And so I think that you want a court that is balanced and representative, and we've never had that in the history of the country.
A huge driver of some of these picks is Leonard Leo at the Federalist Society, who has effectively given this administration a laundry list of these are the guys, largely men, some women, that we would like to see on the bench. And the administration has acquiesced, I think, to the pleasure of his conservative base.
I would actually present it the other way. When Donald Trump was still in a contested primary, he needed to convince traditional conservatives, and in particular evangelicals, you can trust me. And so he said, in essence, I know you don't, and my record is all of them. What is my position on anything? Who knows?
I was a Democrat.
Exactly. So, exactly. I was a pro-amnesty, pro-choice Democrat. So he took the list. So that was a pledge he made. And so this is a deal that keeps people like my evangelical parents down in South Carolina on board with Trump. And Trump is keeping his word, and that's their negotiation. And what they would say to Zerlina is, you don't like it, you should have won that election. And that's their position.
We did win the popular vote. No, I mean, listen, I'm never not relitigating, just stating facts.
First Lady Melania Trump now entering the House chamber. Let's go ahead and continue to keep a very close eye on this because, of course, we are approaching that time when the president himself will be entering the chamber. Linda Tran, I know you are watching alongside us. You're down in Washington. What about the reverse point here, that as much as the Supreme Court picks or the judicial picks may energize elements of the president's base, do they also then energize elements of the Democratic base for the very opposite reasons?
Well, I think that's potentially true, certainly, and there are a lot of people who are still very, very upset about the fact that Barack Obama's nominee, Merrick Garland, never actually got to be discussed in front of the floor and in front of members of Congress. And so there's certainly a reminder there of some things to be upset about and the way things have played out on the GOP side.
President Trump will enter the House chamber in just a few moments. Thanks to all of our panelists tonight.
Some of you will be joining us later tonight. That does it for us right now. CBSN coverage picks up next with a special report.
But we will be back live at 11 p.m. Eastern with a complete wrap of the president's address and first reactions from Americans in a new Snap poll.
We'll see you then.
Welcome to CBS News live coverage of the State of the Union address. You're looking now at the scene right inside the House chamber. The president has arrived on Capitol Hill, and we are moments away from hearing the president deliver his first State of the Union. This is a rare night where all three branches of our government come together. Moments ago, we saw the president's motorcade. First Lady arrived there as well. Separately from the president, all of the president's children are there except his youngest son, Barron. So quite a night there inside the United States Capitol. Good evening, everyone. I'm Norah O'Donnell with my CBS This Morning colleagues, Gayle King and John Dickerson. CBS Evening News anchor Jeff Glor is reporting in Washington, so we'll check in with Jeff in just a moment.
And we're awaiting the House Sergeant of Arms to announce the president's entrance into the chamber. That's just one of the important symbols in this symbolic night. This is one of the most traditional roles of the presidency, and yet it meets a tradition-breaking president. White House aides have promised that President Trump's speech will seek to unify. But what does that mean? Will the president extend an olive branch to Democrats or ask them to unify by simply agreeing with him? And will Democrats, hoping to run against the president in this election year, be in any mood to listen to him? The answers to those questions will set the tone for negotiations on presidential priorities like immigration and infrastructure.
Well, right now, as everyone's entering the chamber, they seem to be in a great mood. Lots of handshakes and smiles all around on both sides of the aisle. This is a very important moment for President Trump. He can celebrate a big win on his tax overhaul. The president's special guests are sitting in the First Lady's section. They include a welder from Ohio who says that he benefits from the tax cuts, the parents of victims of the MS-13 street gang, and heroes from last year's hurricanes and California wildfires.
There you see, of course, the president's United States ambassador, Nikki Haley, Linda McMahon, following her into the chamber. The president and his advisors and ones I spoke with today said that they want this speech about bringing people together. He's trying to kick off his second year in office by making some moves on trade, get increased defense spending. Jeff Glor is on Capitol Hill. Jeff and I were...
First Lady Melania Trump, we're seeing her for the first time tonight.
Yeah, there she is, indeed. Jeff Glor is on Capitol Hill. And Jeff, we spent some time with the president today, and he really did try to make the case that he wanted this to be a unifying speech.
Yeah, Nora, a few very interesting moments. As we both saw earlier, the president was asked what he's learned in his first year in office. He told us governing requires a lot of heart and compassion far beyond money, which was, he said, his focus as a businessman. He did cite the immigration issue, saying it would be very easy to solve if it was purely a business matter. But he said he tries to put himself in the position of millions of people who are affected by this, and he has to add, he believes, more heart and soul in those decisions in the year ahead, more than he thought he had to start. So it was a more reflective president at times earlier today. Chief White House correspondent Major Garrett is just down the street, and he has more information now on how this speech came together. Major?
Jeff, President Trump's advisors and congressional Republicans I've spoken to today say in addition to unity and bipartisanship, ritual themes in these State of the Union addresses, the overriding goal of the president's speech tonight is to put the first year of his presidency in context. And by that they mean emphasize what they regard as the president's effectiveness on the economy at home and also his skills and effectiveness on national security, especially as it relates to degrading ISIS in Iraq and Syria. They also hope the president can persuade the nation, if only for a night, to forget their memories of his volatility and occasional pettiness in that first year. Immigration will also loom large in this speech because it was the triggering cause of that partial government shutdown just ended, and it could be a trigger for one a couple of weeks from now. The president will tell Congress he wants a bipartisan compromise, but will need their help to achieve it. The speech came together over the last 3 weeks. Chief speechwriter Stephen Miller put it together with help from the H.R. McMaster, the National Security Advisor, and the President's Economic Advisor, Gary Cohn. Jeff?
All right, Major, here we go. The President's just about to walk into the chamber now.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
It was interesting to Nancy to listen to some of these conversations as the president first walks in. There has been a lot of talk today about unity. Nancy Cordes joins us, our chief congressional correspondent. Is there an issue right now that Democrats and Republicans can come together on?
Well, the first issue they need to come together on, Jeff, is immigration. Nothing else can happen until they settle this issue of the so-called dreamers. And that's because Democrats are simply not going to lend their votes to other things like increasing military spending until that is off of the plate of Congress. And this is such a fraught issue, as you know. The president is going to talk a lot tonight about infrastructure, and that is an issue that excites leaders from both sides. The challenge is he's got a lot of members in his own party who worry about too much government spending. And so he has really scaled back his goals to about $200 billion in federal funds over 10 years. Democrats say that's a drop in the bucket. In fact, one Democratic senator pointed out to me tonight that's less money per year than he wants for the first year of wall funding, the border wall he wants to build, and say that when you're talking about an entire country in need of infrastructure reforms, it's just not going to go very far.
See the First Lady again. Spending time here on the Hill, that is a big point of discussion right now. How much of that infrastructure spending is private versus public spending? And as the president makes his way along there, we will head back to New York for now. Nora?
Jeff, thank you so much. And there you see the president. There are just 4 members of the Supreme Court joining him tonight. You see the Chief Justice there, Justice Roberts there, and Justice Gorsuch, who he appointed. Certainly the White House views that as a big moment for the president this past year, placing him on the Supreme Court. Some of the themes that we've heard from White House officials, the president tonight will declare our new American moment, saying there has been never a better time to start living the American dream. Greeting, of course, the Vice President and the Speaker of the House, 2 men who know each other well. They actually served together 12 years in the House. And now President Trump in his first State of the Union address.
He just handed copies of his speech to the Speaker and his Vice President, and now another round of applause.
Really seems to be soaking in this moment. We should note there are a number of Democrats who are boycotting the speech tonight. Many of the Democratic women in the House are wearing black.
Yeah, it's a sign. It is a sign that they want to show unity to victims of sexual assault and
recognize the Me Too movement that is sweeping this country.
That is sweeping the nation right now.
The collection of Democrats, they're not joining in the applause. The White House says the president's speech is 50 minutes, but that probably doesn't account for moments like this where there will be extended applause.
And the big question, will he go off script tonight, or will he stick with the script? Here's the President of the United States.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and the distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, members of Congress, the First Lady of the United States, and my fellow Americans. Less than 1 year has passed since I first stood at this podium in this majestic chamber to speak on behalf of the American people and to address their concerns, their hopes, and their dreams. That night, our new administration had already taken very swift action. A new tide of optimism was already sweeping across our land. Each day since, we have gone forward with a clear vision and a righteous mission to make America great again for all Americans. Over the last year, we have made incredible progress and achieved extraordinary success. We have faced challenges we expected and others we could never have imagined. We have shared in the heights of victory and the pains of hardship. We have endured floods and fires and storms. But through it all, we have seen the beauty of America's soul and the steel in America's spine. Each test has forged new American heroes to remind us who we are and show us what we can be. We saw the volunteers of the Cajun Navy racing to the rescue with their fishing boats to save people in the aftermath of a totally devastating hurricane. We saw strangers shielding strangers from a hail of gunfire on the Las Vegas Strip. We heard tales of Americans like Coast Guard Petty Officer Ashley Leopard, who is here tonight in the gallery with Melania. Ashley was aboard one of the first helicopters on the scene in Houston during the Hurricane Harvey. Through 18 hours of wind and rain, Ashley braved live power lines and deep water to help save more than 40 lives. Ashley, we all thank you. Thank you very much. We heard about Americans like firefighter David Dahlberg. He's here with us also. David faced down walls of flame to rescue almost 60 children trapped at a California summer camp threatened by those devastating wildfires. To everyone still recovering in Texas, Florida, Louisiana, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands, everywhere, we are with you. We love you, and we always will pull through together, always. Thank you to David and the brave people of California. Thank you very much, David. Great job. Some trials over the past year touched this chamber very personally. With us tonight is one of the toughest people ever to serve in this House, a guy who took a bullet, almost died, and was back to work 3.5 months later, the legend from Louisiana, Congressman Steve Scalise. I think they like you, Steve. We're incredibly grateful for the heroic efforts of the Capitol Police officers, the Alexandria Police, and the doctors, nurses, and paramedics who saved his life and the lives of many others, some in this room. In the aftermath, yes. In the aftermath of that terrible shooting, we came together, not as Republicans or Democrats, but as representatives of the people. But it is not enough to come together only in times of tragedy. Tonight, I call upon all of us to set aside our differences, to seek out common ground, and to summon the unity we need to deliver for the people. This is really the key. These are the people we were elected to serve. Over the last year, the world has seen what we always knew, that no people on earth are so fearless or daring or determined as Americans. If there is a mountain, we climb it. If there's a frontier, we cross it. If there's a challenge, we tame it. If there's an opportunity, we seize it. So let's begin tonight by recognizing that the state of our union is strong because our people are strong. And together we are building a safe, strong, and proud America. Since the election, we have created 2.4 million new jobs, including including 200,000 new jobs in manufacturing alone. Tremendous numbers. After years and years of wage stagnation, we are finally seeing rising wages. Unemployment claims have hit a 45-year low. And something I'm very proud of, African American unemployment stands at the lowest rate ever recorded. And Hispanic American unemployment has also reached the lowest levels in history. Small business confidence is at an all-time high. The stock market has smashed one record after another, gaining $8 trillion and more in value in just this short period of time. The great news for Americans, 401k, retirement pension, and college savings accounts have gone through the roof. And just as I promised the American people from this podium 11 months ago, we enacted the biggest tax cuts and reforms in American history. massive tax cuts provide tremendous relief for the middle class and small business. To lower tax rates for hardworking Americans, we nearly doubled the standard deduction for everyone. Now, the first $24,000 earned by a married couple is completely tax-free. We also doubled the child tax credit. A typical family of four making $75,000 will see their tax bill reduced by $2,000, slashing their tax bill in half. In April, this will be the last time you will ever file under the old and very broken system, and millions of Americans will have more take-home pay starting next month, a lot more. We eliminated an especially cruel tax that fell mostly on Americans making less than $50,000 a year, forcing them to pay tremendous penalties simply because they couldn't afford government-ordered health plans. We repealed the core of the disastrous Obamacare. The individual mandate is now gone. Thank heaven. We slashed the business tax rate from 35% all the way down to 21%, so American companies can compete and win against anyone else anywhere in the world. These changes alone are estimated to increase average family income by more than $4,000. A lot of money. Small businesses have also received a massive tax cut and can now deduct 20% of their business income. Here tonight are Steve Staub and Sandy Keplinger of Staub Manufacturing, a small, beautiful business in Ohio. They've just finished the best year in their 20-year history. Because of tax reform, they are handing out raises, hiring an additional 14 people, and expanding into the building next door. Good feeling. One of Staub's employees, Corey Adams, is also with us tonight. Corey is an all-American worker. He supported himself through high school, lost his job during the 2008 recession, and was later hired by Staub, where he trained to become a welder. Like many hardworking Americans, Corey plans to invest his tax cut raise into his new home and his two daughters' education. Corey, please stand. and he's a great welder. I was told that by the man that owns that company that's doing so well. So congratulations, Corey. Since we passed tax cuts, roughly 3 million workers have already gotten tax cut bonuses, many of them thousands and thousands of dollars per worker, and it's getting more every month, every week. Apple has just announced it plans to invest a total of $350 billion in America and hire another 20,000 workers. And just a little while ago, ExxonMobil announced a $50 billion investment in the United States, just a little while ago. This, in fact, is our new American moment. There has never been a better time to start living the American dream. So to every citizen watching at home tonight, no matter where you've been or where you've come from, this is your time. If you work hard, if you believe in yourself, if you believe in America, then you can dream anything. You can be anything. And together, we can achieve absolutely anything. Tonight, I want to talk about what kind of future we're going to have and what kind of a nation we're going to be. All of us together as one team, one people, and one American family can do anything. We all share the same home, the same heart, the same destiny, and the same great American flag. Together, we are rediscovering the American way. In America, we know that faith and family, not government and bureaucracy, are the center of American life. The motto is, "In God we trust." And we celebrate our police, our military, and our amazing veterans as heroes who deserve our total and unwavering support. Here tonight is Preston Sharp, a 12-year-old boy from Redding, California, who noticed that veterans' graves were not marked with flags on Veterans Day. He decided all by himself to change that and started a movement that has now placed 40,000 flags at the graves of our great heroes. Preston, a job well done. Young patriots like Preston teach all of us about our civic duty, as Americans. And I met Preston a little while ago, and he is something very special that I can tell you. Great future. Thank you very much for all you've done, Preston. Thank you very much. Preston's reverence for those who have served our nation reminds us of why we salute our flag, why we put our hands on our hearts for the Pledge of Allegiance, and why we proudly stand for the national anthem. Americans love their country, and they deserve a government that shows them the same love and loyalty in return. For the last year, we have sought to restore the bonds of trust between our citizens and their government. Working with the Senate, we are appointing judges who will interpret the Constitution as written, including a great new Supreme Court justice and more circuit court judges than any new administration in the history of our country. We are totally defending our Second Amendment and have taken historic actions to protect religious liberty. And we are serving our brave veterans, including giving our veterans choice in their health care decisions. Last year, Congress also passed, and I signed, the landmark VA Accountability Act. Since its passage, my administration has already removed more than 1,500 VA employees who failed to give our veterans the care they deserve. And we are hiring talented people who love our vets as much as we do. And I will not stop until our veterans are properly taken care of, which has been my promise to them from the very beginning of this great journey. All Americans deserve accountability and respect, and that's what we are giving to our wonderful heroes, our veterans. Thank you. So tonight I call on Congress to empower every cabinet secretary with the authority to reward good workers and to remove federal employees who undermine the public trust or fail the American people. In our drive to make Washington accountable, we have eliminated more regulations in our first year than any administration in the history of our country. We have ended the war on American energy, and we have ended the war on beautiful, clean coal. We are now very proudly an exporter of energy to the world. In Detroit, I halted government mandates that crippled America's great, beautiful auto workers so that we can get Motor City revving its engines again, and that's what's happening. Many car companies are now building and expanding plants in the United States, something we haven't seen for decades. Chrysler is moving a major plant from Mexico to Michigan. Toyota and Mazda are opening up a plant in Alabama, a big one, and we haven't seen this in a long time. It's all coming back. Very soon, auto plants and other plants will be opening up all over our country. This is all news Americans are totally unaccustomed to hearing. For many years, companies and jobs were only leaving us. But now, they are roaring back, they're coming back. They want to be where the action is. They want to be in the United States of America. That's where they want to be. Exciting progress is happening every single day. To speed access to breakthrough cures and affordable generic drugs, last year, the FDA approved more new and generic drugs and medical devices than ever before in our country's history. We also believe that patients with terminal conditions, terminal illness, should have access to experimental treatment immediately that could potentially save their lives. People who are terminally ill should not have to go from country to seek a cure. I want to give them a chance right here at home. It's time for Congress to give these wonderful, incredible Americans the right to try. One of my greatest priorities is to reduce the price of prescription drugs. In many other countries, these drugs cost far less than what we pay in the United States, and it's very, very unfair. That is why I've directed my administration to make fixing the injustice of high drug prices one of my top priorities for the year. and prices will come down substantially. Watch. America has also finally turned the page on decades of unfair trade deals that sacrificed our prosperity and shipped away our companies, our jobs, and our wealth. Our nation has lost its wealth, but we're getting it back so fast. The era of economic surrender is totally over. From now on, we expect trading relationships to be fair and, very importantly, reciprocal. We will work to fix bad trade deals and negotiate new ones, and they'll be good ones, but they'll be fair. And we will protect American workers and American intellectual property through strong enforcement of our trade rules. As we rebuild our industries, it is also time to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure. America is a nation of builders. We built the Empire State Building in just 1 year. Isn't it a disgrace that it can now take 10 years just to get a minor permit approved for the building of a simple road? I am asking both parties to come together to give us safe, fast, reliable, and modern infrastructure that our economy needs and our people deserve. Tonight, I'm calling on Congress to produce a bill that generates at least $1.5 trillion for the new infrastructure investment that our country so desperately needs. Every federal dollar should be leveraged by partnering with state and local governments and, where appropriate, tapping into private sector investment to permanently fix the infrastructure deficit, and we can do it. Any bill must also streamline the permitting and approval process, getting it down to no more than 2 years and perhaps even 1. Together, we can reclaim our great building heritage. We will build gleaming new roads, bridges, highways, railways, and waterways all across our land. And we will do it with American heart, American hands, and American grit. We want every American to know the dignity of a hard day's work. We want every child to be safe in their home at night. And we want every citizen to be proud of this land that we all love so much. We can lift our citizens from welfare to work, from dependence to independence, and from poverty to prosperity. As tax cuts create new jobs. Let's invest in workforce development, and let's invest in job training, which we need so badly. Let's open great vocational schools so our future workers can learn a craft and realize their full potential. And let's support working families by supporting paid family leave. As America regains its strength, opportunity must be extended to all citizens. That is why this year we will embark on reforming our prisons to help former inmates who have served their time get a second chance at life. Struggling communities, especially immigrant communities, will also be helped by immigration policies that focus on the best interests of American workers and American families. For decades, open borders have allowed drugs and gangs to pour into our most vulnerable communities. They've allowed millions of low-wage workers to compete for jobs and wages against the poorest Americans. Most tragically, they have caused the loss of many innocent lives. Here tonight are two fathers and two mothers, Evelyn Rodriguez, Freddie Cuevas, Elizabeth Alvarado, and Robert Mickens. Their two teenage daughters, Kayla Cuevas and Nisa Mickens, were close friends on Long Island. But in September 2016, on the eve of Nisa's 16th birthday, such a happy time it should have been, neither of them came home. These two precious girls were brutally murdered while walking together in their hometown. 6 members of the savage MS-13 gang have been charged with Kayla and Nisa's murders. Many of these gang members took advantage of glaring loopholes in our laws to enter the country as illegal, unaccompanied, alien minors and wound up in Kayla and Nisa's high school. Evelyn, Elizabeth, Freddie, and Robert, tonight everyone in this chamber is praying for you. Everyone in America is grieving for you. Please stand. Thank you very much. I want you to know that 320 million hearts are right now breaking for you. We love you. Thank you. While we cannot imagine the depths of that kind of sorrow, we can make sure that other families never have to endure this kind of pain. Tonight I am calling on Congress to finally close the deadly loopholes that have allowed MS-13 and other criminal gangs to break into our country. We have proposed new legislation that will fix our immigration laws and support our ICE and Border Patrol agents. These are great people. These are great, great people that work so hard in the midst of such danger so that this can never happen again. The United States is a compassionate nation. We are proud that we do more than any other country anywhere in the world to help the needy, the struggling, and the underprivileged all over the world. But as President of the United States, my highest loyalty, my greatest compassion, my constant concern is for America's children, America's struggling workers, and America's forgotten communities. I want our youth to grow up, to achieve great things. I want our poor to have their chance to rise. So tonight, I am extending an open hand to work with members of both parties, Democrats and Republicans, to protect our citizens of every background, color, religion, and creed. My duty, and the sacred duty of every elected official in this chamber, is to defend Americans, to protect their safety, their families, their communities, and their right to the American dream. Because Americans are dreamers too. Here tonight is one leader in the effort to defend our country, Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Celestino Martinez. He goes by DJ and CJ. He said, call me either one. So we'll call you CJ. Served 15 years in the Air Force before becoming an ICE agent and spending the last 15 years fighting gang violence and getting dangerous criminals off of our streets. Tough job. At one point, MS-13 leaders ordered CJ's murder, and they wanted it to happen quickly. But he did not cave to threats or to fear. Last May, he commanded an operation to track down gang members on Long Island. His team has arrested nearly 400, including more than 220 MS-13 gang members. And I have to tell you, what the Border Patrol and ICE have done, we have sent thousands and thousands and thousands of MS-13 horrible people out of this country or into our prisons. So I just want to congratulate you, CJ. You're a brave guy. Thank you very much. And I asked CJ, what's the secret? He said, we're just tougher than they are. And I like that answer. Now let's get Congress to send you, and all of the people in this great chamber have to do it. We have no choice. CJ, we're going to send you reinforcements, and we're going to send them to you quickly. It's what you need. Over the next few weeks, the House and Senate will be voting on an immigration reform package. In recent months, my administration has met extensively with both Democrats and Republicans to craft a bipartisan approach to immigration reform. Based on these discussions, we presented Congress with a detailed proposal that should be supported by both parties as a fair compromise, one where nobody gets everything they want, but where our country gets the critical reforms it needs and must have. Here are the 4 pillars of our plan. The first pillar of our framework generously offers a path to citizenship for 1.8 million illegal immigrants who were brought here by their parents at a young age. That covers almost 3 times more people than the previous administration covered. Under our plan, those who meet education and work requirements and show good moral character will be able to become full citizens of the United States over a 12-year period. The second pillar fully secures the border. That means building a great wall on the southern border, and it means hiring more heroes like CJ to keep our communities safe. Crucially, our plan closes the terrible loopholes exploited by criminals and terrorists to enter our country, and it finally ends the horrible and dangerous practice of catch and release. The third pillar ends the visa lottery, a program that randomly hands out green cards without any regard for skill, merit, or the safety of American people. It's time to begin moving toward a merit-based immigration system, one that admits people who are skilled, who want to work, who will contribute to our society, and who will love and respect our country. The fourth and final pillar protects the nuclear family by ending chain migration. Under the current broken system, a single immigrant can bring in virtually unlimited numbers of distant relatives. Under our plan, we focus on the immediate family by limiting sponsorships to spouses and minor children. This vital reform is necessary not just for our economy, but for our security and for the future of America. In recent weeks, 2 terrorist attacks in New York were made possible by the visa lottery and chain migration. In the age of terrorism, these programs present risks we can just no longer afford. It's time to reform. these outdated immigration rules and finally bring our immigration system into the 21st century. These four pillars represent a down-the-middle compromise and one that will create a safe, modern, and lawful immigration system. For over 30 years, Washington has tried and failed to solve this problem. This Congress can be the one that finally makes it happen. Most importantly, these four pillars will produce legislation that fulfills my ironclad pledge to sign a bill that puts America first. So let's come together, set politics aside, and finally get the job done. These reforms will also support our response to the terrible crisis of opioid and drug addiction. Never before has it been like it is now. It is terrible. We have to do something about it. In 2016, we lost 64,000 Americans to drug overdoses, 174 deaths per day, 7 per hour. We must get much tougher on drug dealers and pushers if we are going to succeed in stopping this scourge. My administration is committed to fighting the drug epidemic and helping get treatment for those in need, for those who have been so terribly hurt. The struggle will be long and it will be difficult, but as Americans always do, in the end, we will succeed, we will prevail. As we have seen tonight, the most difficult challenges bring out the best in America. We see a vivid expression of this truth in the story of the Holetz family of New Mexico. Ryan Holetz is 27 years old, an officer with the Albuquerque Police Department. He's here tonight with his wife, Rebecca. Thank you, Ryan. Last year, Ryan was on duty when he saw a pregnant, homeless woman preparing to inject heroin. When Ryan told her she was going to harm her unborn child, she began to weep. She told him she didn't know where to turn, but badly wanted a safe home for her baby. In that moment, Ryan said he felt God speak to him. You will do it because you can. He heard those words. He took out a picture of his wife and their 4 kids. Then he went home to tell his wife, Rebecca. In an instant, she agreed to adopt. The Holetz named their new daughter Hope. Ryan and Rebecca, you embody the goodness of our nation. Thank you. Thank you, Ryan and Rebecca. As we rebuild America's strength and confidence at home, we are also restoring our strength and standing abroad. Around the world, we face rogue regimes, terrorist groups, and rivals like China and Russia that challenge our interests, our economy, and our values. In confronting these horrible dangers, we know that weakness is the surest path to conflict, and unmatched power is the surest means to our true and great defense. For this reason, I am asking Congress to end the dangerous defense sequester and fully fund our great military. As part of our defense, we must modernize and rebuild our nuclear arsenal, hopefully never having to use it, but making it so strong and so powerful that it will deter any acts of aggression by any other nation or anyone else. Perhaps someday in the future, there will be a magical moment when the countries of the world will get together to eliminate their nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, we are not there yet, sadly. Last year, I also pledged that we would work with our allies to extinguish ISIS from the face of the earth. 1 year later, I am proud to report that the coalition to defeat ISIS has liberated very close to 100% of the territory just recently held by these killers in Iraq and in Syria and in other locations as well. But there is much more work to be done. We will continue our fight until ISIS is defeated. Army Staff Sergeant Justin Peck is here tonight. Near Raqqa last November, Justin and his comrade, Chief Petty Officer Kenton Stacy, were on a mission to clear buildings that ISIS had rigged with explosive, so that civilians could return to that city, hopefully soon and hopefully safely. Clearing the second floor of a vital hospital, Kenton Stacy was severely wounded by an explosion. Immediately, Justin bounded into the booby-trapped and unbelievably dangerous and unsafe building and found Kenton, but in very, very bad shape. He applied pressure to the wound and inserted a tube to reopen an airway. He then performed CPR for 20 straight minutes during the ground transport and maintained artificial respiration through 2.5 hours and through emergency surgery. Kenton Stacy would have died if it were not for Justin's selfless love for his fellow warrior. Tonight, Kenton is recovering in Texas. Raqqa is liberated, and Justin is wearing his new Bronze Star with a V for valor. Staff Sergeant Peck, all of America salutes you. Terrorists who do things like place bombs in civilian hospitals are evil. When possible, we have no choice but to annihilate them. When necessary, we must be able to detain and question them. But we must be clear, terrorists are not merely criminals. They are unlawful enemy combatants. And when captured overseas, they should be treated like the terrorists they are. In the past, we have foolishly released hundreds and hundreds of dangerous terrorists, only to meet them again on the battlefield, including the ISIS leader, al-Baghdadi, who we captured, who we had, who we released. So today, I'm keeping another promise. I just signed, prior to walking in, an order directing Secretary Mattis, who is doing a great job. Thank you. To re-examine our military detention policy and to keep open the detention facilities in Guantanamo Bay. I am asking Congress to ensure that in the fight against ISIS and al-Qaeda, we continue to have all necessary power to detain terrorists wherever we chase them down, wherever we find them. And in many cases, for them, it will now be Guantanamo Bay. At the same time, as of a few months ago, our warriors in Afghanistan have new rules of engagement. Along with their heroic Afghan partners, our military is no longer undermined by artificial timelines, and we no longer tell our enemies our plans. Last month, I also took an action endorsed unanimously by the U.S. Senate just months before. I recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Shortly afterwards, dozens of countries voted in the United Nations General Assembly against America's sovereign right to make this decision. In 2016, American taxpayers generously sent those same countries more than $20 billion in aid. That is why tonight I am asking Congress to pass legislation to help ensure American foreign assistance dollars always serve American interests and only go to friends of America, not enemies of America. As we strengthen friendships all around the world, we are also restoring clarity about our adversaries. When the people of Iran rose up against the crimes of their corrupt dictatorship, I did not stay silent. America stands with the people of Iran in their courageous struggle for freedom. I am asking Congress to address the fundamental flaws in the terrible Iran nuclear deal. My administration has also imposed tough sanctions on the communist and socialist dictatorships in Cuba and Venezuela. But no regime has oppressed its own citizens more totally or brutally than the cruel dictatorship in North Korea. North Korea's reckless pursuit of nuclear missiles could very soon threaten our homeland. We are waging a campaign of maximum pressure to prevent that from ever happening. Past experience has taught us that complacency and concessions only invite aggression and provocation. I will not repeat the mistakes of past administrations that got us into this very dangerous position. We need only look at the depraved character of the North Korean regime to understand the nature of the nuclear threat it could pose to America and to our allies. Otto Warmbier was a hard-working student at the University of Virginia, and a great student he was. On his way to study abroad in Asia, Otto joined a tour to North Korea. At its conclusion, this wonderful young man was arrested and charged with crimes against the state. After a shameful trial, the dictatorship sentenced Otto to 15 years of hard labor before returning him to America last June, horribly injured and on the verge of death. He passed away just days after his return. Otto's wonderful parents, Fred and Cindy Warmbier, are here with us tonight, along with Otto's brother and sister, Austin and Greta. Please. Incredible people. You are powerful witnesses to a menace that threatens our world, and your strength truly inspires us all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Tonight, we pledge to honor Otto's memory with total American resolve. Thank you. Finally, we are joined by one more witness to the ominous nature of this regime. His name is Mr. Ji Sung Ho. In 1996, Sung Ho was a starving boy in North Korea. One day he tried to steal coal from a railroad car to barter for a few scraps of food, which were very hard to get. In the process, he passed out on the train tracks, exhausted from hunger. He woke up as a train ran over his limbs. He then endured multiple amputations without anything to dull the pain or the hurt. His brother and sister gave what little food they had to help him recover and ate dirt themselves, permanently stunting their own growth. Later, he was tortured by North Korean authorities after returning from a brief visit to China. His tormentors wanted to know if he'd met any Christians. He had, and he resolved after that to be free. Sung Ho traveled thousands of miles on crutches all across China and Southeast Asia to freedom. Most of his family followed. His father was caught trying to escape and was tortured to death. Today, he lives in Seoul, where he rescues other defectors and broadcasts into North Korea what the regime fears most: the truth. Today, he has a new leg, but Sung Ho, I understand you still keep those old crutches as a reminder of how far you've come. Your great sacrifice is an inspiration to us all. Please, thank you. Sung Ho's story is a testament to the yearning of every human soul to live in freedom. It was that same yearning for freedom that nearly 250 years ago gave birth to a special place called America. It was a small cluster of colonies caught between a great ocean and a vast wilderness. It was home to an incredible people with a revolutionary idea that they could rule themselves, that they could chart their own destiny, and that together they could light up the entire world. That is what our country has always been about. That is what Americans have always stood for, always strived for, and always done. Atop the dome of this Capitol stands the Statue of Freedom. She stands tall and dignified among the monuments to our ancestors who fought and lived and died to protect her. Monuments to Washington and Jefferson and Lincoln and King. Memorials to the heroes of Yorktown and Saratoga, to young Americans who shed their blood on the shores of Normandy and the fields beyond, and others who went down in the waters of the Pacific and the skies all over Asia. And freedom stands tall over one more monument, this one. This Capitol, this living monument, this is the monument to the American people. We're a people whose heroes live not only in the past, but all around us, defending hope, pride, and defending the American way. They work in every trade. They sacrifice to raise a family. They care for our children at home. They defend our flag abroad. And they are strong moms and brave kids. They are firefighters and police officers and border agents, medics and Marines. But above all else, they are Americans. And this capital, this city, this nation belongs entirely to them. Our task is to respect them, to listen to them, to serve them, to protect them, and to always be worthy of them. Americans fill the world with art and music. They push the bounds of science and discovery, and they forever remind us of what we should never, ever forget. The people dreamed this country. The people built this country. And it's the people who are making America great again. As long as we are proud of who we are and what we are fighting for, there is nothing we cannot achieve. As long as we have confidence in our values, faith in our citizens, and trust in our God, we will never fail. Our families will thrive, our people will prosper, and our nation will forever be safe and strong and proud and mighty and free. Thank you, and God bless America. Good night.
And that was President Trump in his first State of the Union address, speaking for an hour and 20 minutes, lengthy State of the Union address, but he knows that he's got a big audience, millions watching, and also one of the lowest approval ratings for any president in their first year in office. So this was, as White House advisors billed it, an opportunity to try and move beyond his political base, to try and present a unifying message. And I was struck that right at the beginning, he talked about people other than himself. He talked about a fighter, police officer, grieving parents, and used that as the way to connect this entire speech.
That's right. He front-loaded the speech with all of that drama there. When I interviewed him during the campaign, he talked about wanting to be a cheerleader for America, and that's what this was. He was a cheerleader of his own policies. He totaled up all the wins that he gives himself, sometimes bending the truth a little bit, but then he was also a cheerleader for the country. And all those stories that he told about patriotism, about the flag, about the national anthem, this is why people gravitated towards his campaign. And when they talked about unity, that is the unity they're talking about. Paint a vision of America to which everybody will then salute. Now, Democrats, though, will have heard plenty in this speech that they will not salute. And that's why you saw so many grumpy faces when he talks about MS-13, the gang, which is very important to him and to his base. What Democrats hear is they hear he's characterizing immigrants basically as violent predators. So in terms of the unity you need to put together an immigration deal, and we should talk about that, Democrats, there was no bridge for them to cross. in this picture of America.
No, many of the Democrats at many times looked like they had bitten a couple of lemons, even when he was saying things that most people would agree with. He wants to fight ISIS, he wants to fight the opioid addiction, he wants to fight terrorism, he wants to reduce the price of prescription drugs. And with each one of those causes, he had an example to illustrate why it's so important that we do that, and that he's going to be calling on Congress to give him the money and the resources to do so. I thought it was interesting that there was no mention at any time of Russia or the investigation. I kept waiting for that to happen at some point.
Yeah, why get in the way of his good story that he was telling? You know, he made, as Nora was saying, this was a reality. He was casting this night, and so this was his stage. No reason to bring any bad actors on the stage.
Yeah, I think this reality TV president was trying to create a new reality, a new political reality for himself, and he was trying to sort of take a giant eraser to all those really divisive tweets and try and find a new way to communicate with the American people. But it doesn't erase what has been his record. The record does not erase the record that he's developed.
And also his instincts.
Yeah, and his instincts.
We'll go now to Jeff Glor and Nancy Cordes. They're on the Hill. They too were watching the speech along with all of you. Jeff?
Gail, thanks very much. I think a lot of the images, Nancy, from inside the chamber today did not give you the sense that bipartisanship is necessarily alive and well when you saw a lot of the reactions on either side. But talking specifically about some of these issues, immigration, I think first and foremost, which a lot of people say they want a broad, big deal done. What are the prospects right now?
Well, in fact, that was the only time you heard Democrats actually boo and hiss in the room, was when the president said that immigration policy needs to be changed because right now immigrants can bring in an unlimited number of extended family members, which Democrats say is just not the truth, and there's a backlog that lasts years. And so those are the battle lines when you talk about immigration. Both sides will say they want to do something about these so-called dreamers. They want to come to an agreement quickly, and yet what Democrats want to do about it, what Republicans want to do about it is so different. Leaders say that they met today, they made some progress, but as long as you're talking about keeping immigrant families from being able to bring in siblings and parents, adult children, Democrats are going to balk.
They debate over nuclear families, how that family immigration plays out. And you do hear these two parallel tracks right now. One is we're making progress, and then others say, neither party necessarily has this enormous impetus to get this done before midterms.
Right, and Republicans are thrilled that the president laid out those 4 pillars as he described them tonight, and yet there are a lot of conservatives who are very frustrated with his proposal of a pathway to citizenship, even just for this narrow dreamer population. They say that's amnesty and opens the door for more immigrants to get the same treatment.
All right, plenty more to unpack here, but for now, back to Nora in New York.
All right, Jeff and Nancy, thank you. White House and Senior Foreign Affairs Correspondent Margaret Brennan is with us. Margaret, good evening. What did you hear on foreign policy?
I was surprised. 15,000 troops in Afghanistan. We're still a country at war, and it merited just 2 lines in this speech. Russia only in the context of being a rival, and he really quickly moved on. Not a lot on trade in here, which I thought was interesting, given that this was such a big part of his protectionist mantra on the campaign trail. Another thing that stood out, Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay, that detention facility, his big reveal was that he had signed this executive order basically reversing what President Obama had said to do, which was to shutter it and get the detainees transferred to other countries. He opened the door to actually bringing them off the battlefield there, something very near and dear to John Kelly's heart, the chief of staff, because he used to oversee this detention facility. That's going to be very controversial. And lastly, North Korea, as you pointed out, I thought there was an interesting approach in going through it as a human rights issue. He tried to personalize it, talking about Otto Warmbier, the University of Virginia student who had died.
His parents there.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and there are
difficult.
still 3 Americans being held there. Bringing in the defector from North Korea. He didn't talk about fire and fury. He didn't talk in a belligerent way about it. He reached out on the issue of values, which is interesting for an administration that usually tries to avoid human rights and even makes a virtue out of not focusing publicly on human rights. It was an interesting approach.
Why do you suppose, Margaret, he didn't spend much time on Afghanistan, considering what is happening in Afghanistan and our involvement in it?
And his pride about the military, to be very frank with you, I think because of what's happening the past week, with 3 major terrorist attacks in a little over a week, and the country only controls about 50% of the actual territory now.
All right, Margaret Brennan, thank you very much.
The president has now left the House chamber. We're just minutes away from the Democratic response. It will be delivered by a Kennedy. We'll bring you the rebuttal from Massachusetts Congressman Joe Kennedy III when our live coverage of the State of the Union address continues right here on CBS.
Want real news right now? We've got the app for that.
This is CBSN.
We're just on the front lines. The police have surrounded the area.
The marchers were saying, let us march. We want to march.
CBSN, CBS News, always on.
CBS News, real news.
Tonight, I am extending an open hand to work with members of both parties, Democrats and Republicans, to protect our citizens of every background, color, religion, and creed.
And of course, President Trump lobbied for his immigration reform plan just minutes ago. In his first State of the Union address, he declared that the U.S. is a compassionate nation and that, quote, Americans are dreamers too. In a few moments, we'll see the Democratic response. Welcome back to CBS News Live coverage. The rebuttal to the State of the Union address is often a chance to introduce a fresh face and a rising star to a national audience. Yet tonight's response will come from one of America's most famous political dynasties.
Representative Joe Kennedy III of Massachusetts will look to draw what he calls a, quote, powerful contrast to President Trump's broken promises in areas like health care and civil rights. The 37-year-old congressman is the son of former Representative Joseph Kennedy II. He is the grandson of Senator Robert F. Kennedy and the great nephew of President John F. Kennedy and Senator Ted Kennedy. He is serving his third term in the House.
And what's interesting about his address, he's actually going to be speaking from the auto body shop of a vocational tech school in Fall River, Massachusetts. Now, we're told that inside this audience is about 30 students who are all involved in school government. So he is speaking amongst the people. He is the only third-generation Kennedy in office in Congress, and so this is a big moment for him on the national stage.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is an absolute privilege to join you all tonight. We are here in Fall River, Massachusetts, a proud American city. An American city built by immigrants. From textiles to robots, this is a place that knows how to make great things. The students who are with us here this evening in the Auto Tech program at Diamond Regional Technical School carry on that rich legacy. Like many American hometowns, Fall River has faced its share of storms. But the people here are tough. They fight for each other. They pull for their city. It is a fitting place to gather as our nation reflects on the state of our union. This is a difficult task. Many have spent the last year anxious, angry, afraid. We all feel the fractured fault lines across our country. We hear the voices of Americans who are forgotten and feel forsaken. We see an economy that makes stocks soar, investor portfolios bulge, and corporate profits climb, but fails to give workers their fair share of the reward. A government that struggles to keep itself open. Russia, knee-deep in our democracy. An all-out war on environmental protection. A Justice Department rolling back civil rights by the day. Hatred and supremacy, proudly marching in our streets. Bullets tearing through our classrooms, concerts, and congregations, targeting our safest, sacred places. And this nagging, sinking feeling, no matter your political beliefs, that this is not right. This is not who we are. Folks, it would be easy to dismiss this past year as chaos, partisanship as politics. But it's far, far bigger than that. This administration isn't just targeting the laws that protect us. They're targeting the very idea that we are all worthy of protection. For them, dignity isn't something you're born with, but something you measure by your net worth, your celebrity, your headlines, your crowd size. Not to mention the gender of your spouse, the country of your birth, the color of your skin, the God of your prayers. Their record is a rebuke to our highest American ideal, the belief that we are all worthy, that we are all equal, that we all count in the eyes of our law and our leaders, our God and our government. That is the American promise. today, ladies and gentlemen, today, that promise is being broken by an administration that callously appraises our worthiness and decides who makes the cut and who can be bargained away. They're turning American life into a zero-sum game where for one to win, another must lose, where we can guarantee America's safety if we slash our safety net, where we can extend health care in Mississippi if we gut it in Massachusetts. We can cut taxes for corporations today if we raise them on families tomorrow, where we can take care of sick kids if we sacrifice dreamers. We are bombarded with one false choice after another: coal miners or single moms, rural communities or inner cities, the coast or the heartland. As if the mechanic in Pittsburgh, a teacher in Tulsa, and a daycare worker in Birmingham are bitter rivals, rather than mutual casualties of a system forcefully rigged towards those at the top. As if the parent who lies awake, terrified that their transgender son or daughter will be beaten and bullied at school, is any more or less legitimate than a parent whose heart is shattered by a daughter in the grips of an opioid addiction. So here is the answer that Democrats offer tonight. We choose both. We fight for both, because the greatest, strongest, richest nation in the world should not have to leave anyone behind. We choose a better deal for all who call our country home. We choose a living wage and the paid leave and affordable childcare your family needs to survive. We choose pensions that are solvent, trade pacts that are fair, roads and bridges that won't rust away, a good education that you can afford. We choose a healthcare system that offers you mercy, whether you suffer from cancer or depression or addiction. We choose an economy strong enough to boast record stock prices and brave enough to admit that top CEOs making 300 times their average worker is not right. We choose Fall River. We choose the thousands of American communities whose roads aren't paved with power or privilege, but with an honest effort, with good faith, and the resolve to build something better for your kids. That is our story. It began the day our founding fathers and mothers set sail for a new world, fleeing oppression and intolerance. It continued with every word of our independence, the audacity to declare that all men are created equal, an imperfect promise for a nation struggling to become a more perfect union. It grew with every suffragette step, every freedom rider's voice, and with every weary soul we welcome to our shores. And to all the dreamers out there watching tonight, let me be absolutely clear. Ustedes son parte de nuestra historia. Vamos a luchar por ustedes y no nos vamos a alejar. You are part of our story. We will fight for you, and we will not walk away. carry that story on our shoulders. You swarmed Washington last year to ensure that no parent has to worry if they can afford to save their child's life. You proudly marched together last weekend, thousands deep, on the streets of Las Vegas and Philadelphia and Nashville. You sat high atop your mom's shoulders and held a sign that read, "Build a wall, and my generation will tear it down." You bravely say, "Me too." You steadfastly say, "Black Lives Matter." You wade through floodwaters, battle hurricanes, brave wildfires and mudslides to save a stranger. You battle your own quiet battles every single day. You drag your weary bodies to that extra shift so that your families won't feel the sting of scarcity. You leave loved ones at home to defend our country overseas or patrol our neighborhoods at night. You serve, you rescue, you help, you heal. That, more than any law or leader, debate or disagreement, that is what drives us towards progress. Bullies may land a punch, they may leave a mark, but they have never, not once in the history of our United States, managed to match the strength and spirit of a people united in defense of their future. Politicians can be cheered for the promises they make. Our country will be judged by the promises we keep. That is the measure of our character. That is who we are. Out of many, one. Ladies and gentlemen, have faith. Have faith. The state of our union is hopeful, resilient, and enduring. God bless you. God bless your families. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Congressman Joe Kennedy III with the Democratic response to the President's State of the Union address. It was a competition tonight to see who could be the celebrant for America and who could fight for those regular, everyday Americans. The President constructed his America, and you saw the congressman there doing the same.
Well, he's in his third term, and he was chosen by the leadership because they say he and his record stand in contrast to President Trump. But they had some similarities where they said the economy is strong and that we are better than this and that we need to be unified. It's interesting how they were both saying the same things, addressing to different audiences.
Yeah, Joe Kennedy speaking Spanish there. He is fluent in Spanish, and also choosing a town, Fall River, Mass., known as Spindle City, that was built by immigrants as a direct contrast to some of the policies that the president laid out tonight.
If you wanted to boil it all down, because the president spent so much time on immigration, and that'll be the debate coming out of this, it's the president saying Americans are dreamers too, and then Congressman Kennedy there speaking fluently to dreamers in their own language. If you had to boil it all down into something, that's not a bad encapsulation, if I do say so myself.
Yeah. I think the challenge now, too, certainly is how does the president take what he said tonight, and does anything at all change on Capitol Hill?
Well, as you were saying before, there is a context and an atmosphere outside of that speech, and the president creates that in every fast news cycle that goes churning through the day. And how long does this last before that old news cycle, which has been the dominant news cycle, kicks back in?
Well, he started saying he wanted to reach across the aisle, that now is the time to set our differences aside and unite. We will see what happens.
That's for us. And we want to thank Jeff Glor and Nancy Cordes back down in Washington. Oh, there they are.
Yes.
Jeff, we'll see you tomorrow night on the CBS Evening News. Gail, Nora, and I will be back tomorrow on CBS This Morning. Senators Marco Rubio and Joe Manchin will be with us, and as we bring you the complete State of the Union wrap-up.
And coverage continues right now on our 24-hour streaming network. That, of course, is CBSN. You can watch it at cbsnews.com or on the CBS News app.
There will be more on your late local news on this CBS station. For all of us at CBS News, thank you for watching, and good night.
This is about as far as Iraqi forces have been able to advance. As they try to push into the old city, this is what they have to contend with, these narrow alleyways, and that puts ISIS at an advantage.
CBS News, real news.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Welcome to our special coverage of President Trump's first State of the Union address. The White House promoted a bright and optimistic speech from the president. Mr. Trump himself said he would cover a lot of territory. Tuesday night's address seemed to deliver on both of those promises. The president stuck to many of his favorite topics. He highlighted the GOP tax overhaul, saying it saves money for Americans and creates new jobs. He pointed out some of the regulations he has done away with, saying the moves are reinvigorating the energy sector. And he hit patriotic touchstones, taking a less than subtle swipe at NFL players who have kneeled during the national anthem. Perhaps the darkest moment in the address came when Mr. Trump spoke about immigration. He said open borders have led to drugs, unemployment, and murder. The president spoke for about an hour and 20 minutes. That ranks among the longest addresses in history, behind a couple from President Clinton. Here are some of the most significant moments.
Tonight, I call upon all of us to set aside our differences, to seek out common ground, and to summon the unity we need to deliver for the people. This is really the key. These are the people we were elected to serve. And together we are building a safe, strong, and proud America. Since the election, we have created 2.4 million new jobs, including including 200,000 new jobs in manufacturing alone. And just as I promised the American people from this podium 11 months ago, we enacted the biggest tax cuts and reforms in American history. We have ended the war on American energy, and we have ended the war on beautiful, clean coal. America has also finally turned the page on decades of unfair trade deals that sacrificed our prosperity and shipped away our companies, our jobs, and our wealth. Our nation has lost its wealth, but we're getting it back so fast. The era of economic surrender is totally over. As we rebuild our industries, it is also time to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure. Tonight, I'm calling on Congress to produce a bill that generates at least $1.5 trillion for the new infrastructure investment that our country so desperately needs. For decades, open borders have allowed drugs and gangs to pour into our most vulnerable communities. They've allowed millions of low-wage workers to compete for jobs and wages against the poorest Americans. Most tragically, they have caused the loss of many innocent lives. Tonight, I am calling on Congress to finally close the deadly loopholes that have allowed MS-13 and other criminals to be a compassionate nation. But as President of the United States, my highest loyalty, my greatest compassion, my constant concern is for America's children, America's struggling workers, and America's forgotten communities.
A few minutes after the president left the House chamber, we heard the official Democratic response. Massachusetts Congressman Joe Kennedy delivered a sometimes combative message. Here's a bit of it.
This is a difficult task. Many have spent the last year anxious, angry, afraid. We all feel the fractured fault lines across our country. We hear the voices of Americans who are forgotten and feel forsaken. Folks, it would be easy to dismiss this past year as chaos, partisanship as politics. But it's far, far bigger than that. This administration isn't just targeting the laws that protect us. They're targeting the very idea that we are all worthy of protection. Bullies may land a punch. They may leave a mark. But they have never, not once in the history of our United States, managed to match the strength and spirit of a people united in defense of their future. Politicians can be cheered for the promises they make. Our country will be judged by the promises we keep. That is the measure of our character. That is who we are. Out of many, one.
And here to break down the president's first State of the Union address are Zerlina Maxwell, a CBSN contributor and director of progressive programming at SiriusXM, and CBS News contributor and Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez. Ladies, so much to unpack between the president's State of the Union address, between Congressman Kennedy. I want to start with each of you to get your takes, first of all, on the State of the Union address. Leslie, I'll start with you. What stood out to you about the speech itself, about the way in which it was delivered, about the theatrics of the president's guests, for instance, whom he used to punctuate the points he made in his address?
Sure, that's a tried and true method, but it worked particularly well for President Trump because he's not the big orator, he's not the big policy expert, but he knows how to really capture a story and tie it to an issue, to something that's important to all Americans. And I think most importantly, his big theme through the campaign was to make America great again. But this was about rebuilding American confidence in the homeland and beyond. And if you tether that, or if you think of that line all the way through his speech, he really, for example, pathway to citizenship. I can't even remember last time you think that's a positive thing for Republicans. Democrats should have been cheering, and it was really sitting on their hands on the other side.
Zerlina, what did you think? What stood out?
You know, I think just to directly address the point about the economy, I think that, he's championing a strong economy, but yet he doesn't want to give President Obama any credit for his contributions in remaking the economy after the Great Recession. And so the reason why you don't see Democrats standing for his touting of unemployment numbers is because he's basically saying it's all me, I did it. And the facts actually don't match what he's saying. The last year of the Obama presidency had fewer jobs created than the first year of the Trump presidency. So if you look at the numbers, they don't back up what he's saying and essentially bragging on himself about all he's accomplished. And so I think that Democrats certainly are united around, looking at the facts, and Russia is also not something that was a focus tonight. So that's why I think you saw the lackluster responses from Democrats, because he's talking about things that he is not the only one that contributed to, and there's also the Russia cloud hanging over all of this. So tomorrow we're going to be back on Russia.
The speech, Leslie, was so carefully crafted that those patriotic themes, it seemed as though it was really designed to try to get Democrats to stand up, right?
Please clap.
Right. Please clap with this one. I mean, these are American patriotic themes that he was hitting.
Sure, and there were many. I mean, especially just the line about heroes and our veterans, and really patriotism all the way through. The spirit of America stepping up in a moment of crisis through natural disasters, through terror on the homeland. Those were really poignant points, and I think it really brought a collective sense that we can agree on that, whether people stood or didn't stand. At least that's a strong step on the positive side of bringing us together. No, people can fundamentally agree with that.
Yeah. I thought, Zerlina, it was interesting to see that, the unity with which the Democrats chose not to applaud. And I think at one point I saw on Twitter, although I didn't see it myself directly, but Joe Manchin at one point was going to applaud and took a look at Chuck Schumer and said yes. I mean, talk to me about the complexity of the optics for some Democrats, particularly those Democrats in red states, when you have an event like this and the spotlight is what it is.
It's always going to be a calculation, but I think as long as Joe Manchin is providing the policies that his constituents want, they probably don't care that much if he stood or clap and clap for the president. What I do think, though, is that, if you are somebody who has been in a coma for the past year, and you just turn on this speech, you probably would be like, this is patriotic and unifying and great. But all of us have not been in a coma for the past year. We've been watching this presidency every single day. We've been watching it through every tweet, through every off-the-cuff statement, through every remark before he would get on Air Force One to go to Mar-a-Lago for the weekend and play golf. And so we've been watching the chaos up close, many of us, not all Americans, but many of us up close. And that's why you see such an energizing, energetic Democratic base, because we see the looming disaster and the potential for a constitutional crisis because of the undermining of our important institutions, attacking the FBI, attacking the intelligence community. That's something that is essentially unprecedented in this, in basically having the complicity of Republicans in Congress, because they are a check and balance to the executive, or at least in theory. They're not doing that right now. So I think that we've been paying attention for the past year, and what you saw tonight was essentially an isolated, in the vacuum teleprompter Trump, which is always going to be seemingly presidential, but then tomorrow, what is he going to tweet when he wakes up tomorrow morning?
We can't automatically assume it's going to be presidential when he goes. I don't give that much. I'd like to. Any other president, I would. But I love that you give him that. I love that you give him that. That's nice. That's generous. That's very generous.
But message discipline has not necessarily been his
strength. That is not his strength. That is not his strength. And he followed. And remember, it wasn't going to be. We always knew the Democrats were going to applaud. He got through the teleprompter and didn't make mistakes and didn't, irritate the Democrats too much. But what was the content? He talked about reducing business taxes from 35 to 21%. He talked about the national anthem issue, standing before the national anthem, which is a rousing applause, among most. He talked about the MS-13, and he tethered that to this immigration reform, where it made it extremely difficult for many others to get on board when it's either you support us or you don't. There wasn't a lot of middle ground in there. And it's a very foggy argument around that. There's no doubt of the devastating impact of this gang, but how it's going to fix and move forward with Dreamers and DACA and building a wall, there's just a lot of different pieces in there. So
Let's go to Caitlin Huey-Burns, a reporter for Real Clear Politics and a CBSN political contributor. She is joining us now from Capitol Hill. All right, so Caitlin, we were watching from afar. We were just getting through the substance, but we initially were talking about just the optics of, at some points during the speeches, the president was touching on very sort of universally American patriotic themes. The shots of some Democrats and perhaps the struggle within to decide whether or not they should, in fact, applaud some of those lines. Tell me about what it was like there. Tell me what stood out to you.
Yeah, I think you'll be seeing some of those cutaways in some Republican campaign ads during the 2018 midterm elections. I thought this speech was pretty generic in a lot of ways. Yes, the president outlined a plan for immigration, but we saw that framework released last week. He talked about an infrastructure package, $1.5 trillion, a mix of public and private funds, but he's also talked about that before. He also talked about lowering prescription drug prices, but not exactly how. And he spent a bulk of the speech, which I think would make Republicans very happy, touting the accomplishments of this White House and the Republican Congress, most specifically tax reform. And so I think Republicans are going to have a lot to take away from this speech, kind of a roadmap to the 2018 elections. And as you mentioned, I think Democrats were really not having any of it. They were really pressured to, keep in their seats in some ways during some applause lines, and I think that creates some issues for the party, particularly as they're trying to kind of navigate the Democrats up for re-election in states that Trump won with this really energized, resistance-oriented Democratic base. And so I think more specifically on the issue of immigration, Democrats were looking for some kind of fig leaves here, some kind of olive branches here, while there was that offering about 2 million citizenship for 2 million dreamers. I think that the rhetoric and the tone, particularly invoking MS-13 several times, I think will really repel a lot of Democrats on immigration.
Yeah, what about that, Zerlina? It was an interesting strategy, right? Because he did, in fact, start off the immigration portion of his remarks by highlighting MS-13's, the results of the criminal activity and having the families of those killed reportedly by MS-13 gang members, and then in the next breath to then turn to that framework which was outlined. What do you think about that particular strategy? The president didn't back away from the 1.8 million, one could argue. At the same time, though, framing it in that way could obviously be seen as something that is divisive.
Absolutely. And, it's clear when he's talking from the mouth, essentially, of his advisor, Stephen Miller, not to say that Trump doesn't believe those things, too, but certainly when he's talking about immigration in these terms, he's talking in that almost white nationalist rhetoric, because conflating MS-13 with gang members is a mistake, because the majority of gang members that are arrested, particularly along the border, they're Americans. They're not all undocumented. And so to say that, we're having this problem with gangs because of all of these undocumented immigrants coming in, that is not true. That is just flatly not true. But again, I think Donald Trump doesn't, the last year we've been watching, it's not as if we should be surprised when he's saying something that is untrue to push forward a policy that he wants to enact. And so I think it's important for Democrats to call out when he's using divisive rhetoric like that is misleading people and essentially fear-mongering along racial lines to get people to back up immigration policy changes.
Let's go ahead and listen to some of the president's remarks on immigration.
Struggling communities, especially immigrant communities, will also be helped by immigration policies that focus on the best interests of American workers and American families. Tonight, I am calling on Congress to finally close the deadly loopholes that have allowed MS-13 and other criminal gangs to break into our country. My duty, and the sacred duty of every elected official in this chamber, is to defend Americans, to protect their safety, their families, their communities, and their right to the American dream. Because Americans are dreamers too.
Leslie, let me turn to you. What did you think of that last line in particular? Americans are dreamers too.
Well, I think that was a nice gesture overall. But when he was talking about, struggling immigrant communities, that you were putting such tremendous pressure on who are now shutting down and not helping law enforcement because they are so fearful of whether or not their status, they're going to be inquired about their status and then all of a sudden face deportation in this very unclear time. That's really not a fair case to be made. There are some very positive things. You cannot ignore, he said, at the very beginning of his immigration portion, pathway to citizenship. No Republican talks about pathway to citizenship. That's almost like saying, let's just give amnesty to everybody. They're about as taboo in terms of words and code words that Republicans and conservatives fundamentally don't want to hear. But he did put, as Caitlin talked about, that olive branch out there, and that's extremely significant. But the tone and the way he's wrapping around the gang issue, when it's it's all the contraband, it's all the things moving across illegally the U.S.-Mexico border and the northern border. It's a much more complicated issue.
Caitlin, the president also addressed national security, and I want to play some of that now.
In the past, we have foolishly released hundreds and hundreds of dangerous terrorists, only to meet them again on the battlefield, including the ISIS leader, al-Baghdadi, who we captured, who we had, who we released. So today, I'm keeping another promise. I just signed, prior to walking in, an order directing Secretary Mattis, who is doing a great job. Thank you. To re-examine our military detention policy and to keep open the detention facilities in Guantanamo Bay.
Caitlin, the Supreme Court has challenged Guantanamo detentions in the past. How will President Trump's reversal of former President Obama's executive order to shutter the prison be received in Washington, you think?
I think it will have some support among Republicans. I think the broader element of national security, it was interesting, it kind of came towards the end of this speech. The president has talked about the ways in which he believes the administration has put ISIS on the run. That's certainly going to be a Republican talking point. I'd also like to point out that the president had some very stark terms in terms of stark words in terms of North Korea, essentially saying that these threats are real to our homeland. And these are issues that he has to continue to deal with. But again, no real kind of strategy laid out how to deal with that. But I think the national security element, of course, is very important to the Republican base. And just to pick up back on the immigration component of this that we were talking about before, the reason that the president was using such hardline rhetoric on the aspects of legal immigration, something that certainly invites criticism from Democrats, the reason he was doing that and kind of did so so overtly was because he needs to garner conservative support. There was still a lot of concern among the Republican conservatives in the House and the Senate about some of these proposals that would, create a citizenship pathway and other items. And so he's trying to kind of walk this fine line here.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns, I know you have to get going, but thank you so much for your insight. Really appreciate it. Leslie, let me pick up on what Caitlin was just saying there. This notion of the rhetoric that we heard from the president was really designed to try and ease the concerns of some conservatives who feel as though there's the potential for the president to go soft on immigration. And in fact, before the State of the Union, I had a conversation with someone outside of the White House who said they were concerned about that very thing, that this framework as it was released, the rhetoric that we might be hearing could in fact be the president going wobbly, is what this person said, on immigration. And so how much of a concern is that as you have Stephen Miller crafting this speech, but at the same time, the president left in there that 1.8 million, that's the very thing that hardliners have said is of such alarm for them, this notion of expanding the DACA protections.
The hardliners are never going to come to the table and feel comfortable with one, much less 1.8 million. And to think that there's a number they're going to feel comfortable with, they're not. And part of the suspicion goes back to, okay, is it going to open the floodgates that all of a sudden that the people are going to find loopholes through a federal bureaucracy that we fundamentally don't understand, right? And that's what happened in 1986. We talk about that with Simpson Mazzoli, with Reagan's amnesty. Within 30 days, there was a whole cottage industry of designing false paperwork. For $50, you could get a driver's license, Social Security card, and go to work because they never focused on interior enforcement. So there's a business operation that figures its way through these loopholes. And I think that's a very fair point, especially when you rush through legislation. You don't know what the ramifications are going to be. But again, with hardliners, they're never going to be satisfied, but he has to add border enforcement. And that's some of the measures that I think Democrats can come to the table on, and Republicans will fundamentally be able to pass it.
Yeah, so then Zerlina, on the left, what is the political calculus? I mean, border security in exchange for protections for Dreamers, and the president trying to extend that olive branch of 1.8 million, expanding that original number from 690,000. Is that something that you think the left flank of the Democratic Party can live with, border security for DACA?
Yes, I think that they can live with that. I think that
Yay, we're done.
But I think that in many ways, the proposal that Dick Durbin and Lindsey Graham came to the White House with, on the famous S-hole day, that proposal did include some border enforcement measures. I think the problem is that you have the hard right flank, like Leslie said, they don't want any of this. They don't want immigrants from S-hole countries coming into the nation, and I think that we have to sort of call it out as racism, or at least racially tinged, in order to appropriately do the analysis. I don't necessarily think that many of the hardliners are negotiating in good faith, that they want to come to some sort of compromise, and I think that that's why the deals fell apart the previous two times, because the president says he wants to protect Dreamers. Republicans in Congress say they want to protect Dreamers. They don't do it. Right? They've been saying this for a long time, but they don't do it. They're in power. They absolutely have the power to bring Democrats to the table, make some concessions, and protect Dreamers, if that's what they say they want to do.
Let me ask you both about another issue here. Shortly before the president's speech, Hillary Clinton responded to criticism of how she handled sexual harassment in her 2008 presidential campaign, specifically not firing an employee after he was accused of harassing a subordinate. Zerlina, let me turn to you first. What do you make of the timing of her response?
Oh, I think it was strategic, certainly. I'm not naive or new to this. And so, she did it when a lot of people would probably be paying attention to the State of the Union address. I am happy that she did it, though, regardless of when and how, because I think that it needed to be addressed. Certainly, a lot has changed in a decade since this happened. So I think that the context is important. A lot has changed and progressed in the conversation around sexual harassment since 2008, and so she's saying I got it wrong, and also going on to elaborate. It's not a short post; it's a very long, lengthy post, essentially saying that I got it wrong, and we shouldn't be treating things in this particular way. Now, had that happened on the campaign that I worked on in 2016, I can tell you with full certainty that would not have happened, because the HR department and the chief diversity officer for our campaign not only made sure that we were ethnically and gender diverse, but we also created safe spaces to talk about sexual harassment and diversity and racism in the workplace. Those were things we were doing behind the scenes. Publicly, people don't know that, but we were doing that behind the scenes. After the Access Hollywood tape came out, we created a safe space for the Clinton staffers to be able to talk about these types of serious issues that were impacting us outside the workplace, but also in the campaign headquarters. And so I think that a lot has happened in 10 years that has progressed this conversation forward, and that's what Hillary Clinton was speaking to.
What do you think, Leslie?
I think it's a lot more political than that. I mean, she was facing a lot. She's a
not
damaged
running for anything.
She's trying to still be a tremendous force within the progressive movement.
Absolutely, but she would not have been able to had that moral high ground and speak on this issue had she not addressed it.
Right, because it's a pall hanging over her everywhere she goes, not only because of her relationship with her husband, but also just all the ramifications of this surrounding it. Yes, it's great she stepped forward and said something, but she does it right before the State of the Union, just to have it buried within everything else. She knows exactly what she's doing in that context. So I think it's more up to her supporters to decide if they fundamentally believe it was right timing. She's aired it out. She's transparent with it now. I think that I'll leave that to people that are really the bigger supporters of Hillary Clinton.
Well, very quickly, before I let both of you go, Joe Kennedy, interesting stagecraft there, first of all, on the part of the folks on his staff. You had an audience. You never have seen that before. Is that right? I mean, there's not really been a situation where you have the response in front of a live audience. Zerlina, what did you think about
The staffer
that?
who came up with that idea should be getting all the raises, if that's possible in the federal system. Because really, I think that that's the difference between tonight's speech and response versus all of the awkward, weird drinking of the little water bottle moments that we've seen in the past. And the reason why it was different is because when you have other people in the room and it's not just direct to camera, you can work off their energy. And I think that he did that effectively. I would say that one of the moments that stood out for me is when he talked about who deserves protection. Because I think that the Democratic base is fired up for very specific reasons. There are family members who are being deported. There are black people who are facing more overt racism than they have in many decades. You know, I have family members that lived through the civil rights movement saying that what's happening right now in the United States reminds them of the 60s. So I think that there are a lot of Americans, particularly Americans of color, who do not support this president and feel completely vulnerable and unprotected. So he spoke to the Democratic base in the way that I think he was supposed to in the response.
And Leslie, we talked about this in previous hours, but the notion is that there is criticism that the Democrats chose a Kennedy and a white male. Nevertheless, he spoke in Spanish at one point during that Democratic response. What did you think about that?
We've seen Democrats speak in Spanish before. It didn't really help their campaigns. I thought it was a great speech for 2020 for the convention. It had great optics. It was a very well delivered speech. It was very creative. It had a really, the tone was really strong. It was a very good speech. The question is it effective? And right now, when there's such a void of leadership, like kind of this young, who's going to be the new bench of the Democratic Party, that's a good question. I think he threw his hat in there, but how is that going to help them going into midterms? We don't really know.
To be continued. Zerlina Maxwell and Leslie Sanchez, thanks to you both. And Wednesday on CBS This Morning, Senators Marco Rubio of Florida and Joe Manchin of West Virginia will join Nora, Gail, and John to share their reactions to the president's speech. That's starting at 7 a.m. Eastern and Pacific. With his first State of the Union, the Twitter president broke a Twitter record. Twitter says this was the most tweeted address to a joint session of Congress. The company reports 4.5 million tweets during the speech. It surpassed last year's record of 3 million tweets, the most tweeted moment when the president said, "We stand for the national anthem." Well, coming up, Americans' first impressions of the president's first State of the Union. We'll have results from our Snap poll. You're streaming CBSN, always on.
Over the last year, the world has seen
what we always knew, that no people on earth are so fearless or daring or determined as Americans. If there is a mountain, we climb it. If there's a frontier, we cross it. If there's a challenge, we tame it. If there's an opportunity, we seize it. So let's begin tonight by recognizing that the state of our union is strong because our people are strong.
The president hit some high notes in his first State of the Union address. Did they hit the mark? We have the first feedback from Americans following the speech. Here's Anthony Salvanto, CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys. So, Anthony, what did people think of President Trump's speech overall?
Well, they liked it. They liked it. The viewers who tuned in gave him 3/4 said they approved of the speech. So we interviewed people immediately afterwards. They had talked to us before the speech, said they were going to watch it. And what we found, though, was for all that approval, the speech watchers were running very Republican. So it was the president's base, by and large, that was tuning in more so than Democrats. And what's important about that, I think, is that the speech viewers thought the speech was unifying, right? But then you see that and you go, well, the Democrats, who are ostensibly the ones he's trying to unify to his proposals, weren't all tuned in, which tells you that this message would have to then continue for the next few days and next few weeks in order to reach that broader audience.
Well, what about the issue of immigration? How did people feel about the 4-pillar immigration plan?
Well, the speech viewers were very positive on it overall. They liked what they heard from the immigration proposals. Republicans in particular liked what they heard. And that's kind of consistent with what we found. You know, Republicans have some in the base have been opposed to anything that they consider amnesty, that they consider a path to citizenship. But with all those proposals together, what it turns out is it looks like they would make those trade-offs, funding the border wall, more border security, et cetera. Having said that, the Democrats who did watch the speech, much fewer of them approved of the proposals overall. So that may have been sort of a bridge too far for the Dems.
It's sort of what we've been seeing all along with polling is that it is really split along these partisan lines. The folks who find the rhetoric of the president to be unifying or to be workable on some of these plans. What about Congress? What did they make of the president's speech?
Well, what you see is the president trying to reach out, call for bipartisanship. And here again, the people who watched the speech thought that he was successful in that effort, thought that he was trying to unify, not divide the country. And in the run-up to this, we have seen people tell us that they thought the State of the Union was divided. So to the extent that he had an audience there to try to persuade that he was trying to bring people together, that appears to have succeeded, Elaine.
So you said overall who was watching, mostly Republicans. What do people kind of need to keep in mind here as they, try to digest not just the speech, but then when they hear about these kinds of numbers?
Well, one of the things that struck me was that throughout the first part, he was talking about the economy. A slight increase came in the viewers who said that he deserved a lot of credit for the economy. So he was clearly trying to say his policies had helped the stock market and the lower unemployment. So that was successful a little bit. But we also saw a majority of speech watchers who said that they felt like his ideas would help them personally. And that's something we haven't seen before. That's something where a lot of folks have felt like things were going better in the country, but hadn't yet come down to them or hadn't yet affected them. So at least for the folks who tuned in, they're willing to say they saw a personal connection there.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Again, it's does this message then go out beyond just the facts, the folks who tuned in tonight?
All right, Anthony Salvanto, continue to watch it all. Thank you so much. Welcome. Anthony isn't the only one with statistics. President Trump shared several during his address about the state of the economy.
Since the election, we have created 2.4 million new jobs, including 200,000 new jobs in manufacturing alone. Tremendous numbers. After years and years of wage stagnation, we are finally seeing rising wages. unemployment claims have hit a 45-year low. And something I'm very proud of, African American unemployment stands at the lowest rate ever recorded. And Hispanic American unemployment has also reached the lowest levels in history. Small business confidence is at an all-time high. The stock market has smashed one record after another, gaining $8 trillion and more in value in just this short period of time. The great news for Americans, 401k, retirement pension, and college savings accounts have gone through the roof. And just as I promised the American people from this podium 11 months ago, we enacted the biggest tax cuts and reforms in American history.
Joining us to discuss the president's remarks on the economy are David Nelson, chief strategist at Bell Point Asset Management, Zerlina Maxwell, CBSN political contributor and senior director of progressive programming at SiriusXM, and Michael Graham, CBSN political contributor, columnist for the Boston Herald, and host of the Michael in the Morning podcast. All right, David, let's start with you. Help us fact check some of the remarks from the president's speech that we just heard. It is going to be tough, but you know, these are the things that people are looking at and saying at home, is that really the case? Does he really deserve credit for some of these economic successes?
Well, certainly on the economy. I don't think how you can avoid that. I think the tax cut went a long way in terms of the confidence, and you're seeing CEOs give that money back. And it's not just the bonuses out there. We talked about this earlier. When you raise wages, you're doing it because you see an economic future out there. You're looking 3, 4, even 5 years out, and you can't take that back. I think that's money in their pockets right now. So the Democrats are going to try to play that down because it doesn't play to their rhetoric, but it's a real plus for the president.
At the same time, Zerlina, when you look at the trends, for instance, unemployment, we heard President Trump there tout African-American unemployment being at a record low. But if you look at the years before the president came into office, you would see that is a trend, not just for African-Americans, but for Hispanics and for white Americans as well. So is the president, in your view, taking credit for a success here that maybe is not necessarily his alone?
Yes, he is doing that. I think that President Obama obviously entered office in the Great Recession, and so the jobs numbers were at an all-time high for everyone. They were trending down since 2011 consistently. There were fewer jobs actually created in Trump's first year versus Obama's last year, just to throw out one statistic. But I would also say that in terms of African-American unemployment, it's still double white unemployment. And so I think that there are a couple of different reasons why people are not clapping on that line. One, you're clapping and taking credit for something that is not yours only to take credit for. So certainly say, look, the XYZ policy I implemented is the reason for this. But look, President Obama also is to credit. That's just facts, right? That's not any partisan spin. That's just based on economic data. And then also, you can't, why are we applauding the fact that unemployment for people of color are double that of white people? I don't think
anybody's applauding that. Nobody is applauding that.
But there's a problem in touting that.
I don't think anybody's touting it from that perspective. But the fact remains, she makes a great point. Certainly, that trend was going down for a long time. The president probably goes too far, but taking credit for it. But I don't think he's making it in the same sense that she says.
He's basically saying black people should be grateful for all I've done in the last year.
I don't think anybody
to lower unemployment, and I just think that's overstating the case.
You can feel that, but that's not what's being said.
And also, it's still double white unemployment. So there are plenty of black people who are still struggling.
Let me ask you, Michael, I mean, when you look at the very fact that when you talk about any of these issues, the economy. The president's philosophy has been, a rising tide lifts all boats. Why do you think he's not getting more credit from the African American community for these economic successes? What is it that you can point to that you think is maybe perhaps been not so helpful for the president trying to sell that message?
Black Americans don't like Donald Trump. I mean, this isn't a mystery. This is very easy to do. I mean, they give you a number. His approval rating in Washington, D.C. is 9%. 9. It's single digits. You can't get a break. I would just point out about the numbers on joblessness is when President Obama was president, there were two numbers, which was unemployment among Black Americans was twice as high as among white Americans, but he didn't have. Exactly. That was the same under Obama. We had the bad number under Obama, but not the good number. It is simply not accurate to say that something didn't change. Not when President Trump became president, but when he was elected in November. And you immediately saw the surge in the stock market, and you immediately saw the change in the way that businesses started working, because it wasn't they loved Trump love. You didn't know what the policy was going to be yet. It was the end of the terrible 8 years of the Obama presidency, where we had the worst recovery since World War II, and he had the good fortune of starting with the economy was so low. It was easy to get economic growth when you start low.
I don't know if it was a good fortune, but
sure. If you want growth, the best place to start is low.
It's a great way to get growth.
To take a mature economy and still add this many jobs on it, to take a mature economy and increase the growth.
Job growth is its slowest point. It's growing at the lowest rate in 7 years. 7 years. That's just a fact.
Because you started from so low in 2009.
Yeah, but also
in Trump, including
at some point,
the first year of Trump.
At some point in time, President Obama had to accept the economy that he had. And from 2011, they had the recovery, but then we stalled. We did nothing. We were hovering at
because Congress was blocking
about
anything that he wanted to do on the economy.
And that's what Congress is likely to do this time. I thought a lot of those policies that were put out in the speech tonight, they're very centrist. If these policies were put out there by almost any other human being on the planet, they'd probably be endorsed by both sides, but he's a pretty polarizing figure.
Well, David, how do you think the stock market is going to react to what we heard from President Trump?
Well, the market got rocked today, but it had nothing to do with the State of the Union message right now. Look, the market has come so far so fast. Reversion to the mean is a very powerful force on Wall Street. Coming into this week, we were almost 12% above the 200-day moving average. That's really stretched. So if we come in 3, 4, 5%, that's nothing. I think down the road, the market's going to react very favorably. These are very pro-business, pro-growth policies, and CEOs and investors are telling you that every day the market opens.
Well, the president also talked about reducing the cost of prescription drugs. Let's play a little bit of what he had to say.
One of my greatest priorities is to reduce the price of prescription drugs. In many other countries, these drugs cost far less than what we pay in the United States, and it's very, very unfair. That is why I've directed my administration to make fixing the injustice of high drug prices one of my top priorities for the year. And prices will come down substantially. Watch.
Okay, David, if you're the pharmaceutical industry, what are you thinking right now?
I suspect that some of these stocks will probably be down on this news, but I don't think government is the answer. I think you got maybe the answer today. You saw a very dramatic announcement coming from Amazon, Berkshire Hathaway, J.P. Morgan. They're going to mount together and put their forces together. They look at the drug industry and they look at the healthcare industry and they realize this is ripe for disruption. There's a lot of middlemen in between the provider and the end patient. If they can do something to make that more efficient, more power to them.
And part of the power of regulation is it doesn't say we know the right way to fix things. It says we're going to get out of your way some and let private sector, public sector, government. Massachusetts led the way with Romney Care, and I live with it. I'm not a big fan, but so there's one way. That's what deregulation does, is it doesn't pick winners and losers. One of the fundamental challenges of Obamacare is it decided up front, this is what you're supposed to have for insurance, and then consequences fell, and for a lot of people, they weren't that great.
All right, clearly we could talk all night about just this topic alone, but we are out of time. David, Zerlina, and Michael, thank you all so much. Coming up, President Trump covered a lot of ground Tuesday night. We'll get some more highlights from his first State of the Union next. You're streaming CBSN.
Hello, I'm Bill Whitaker with 60 Minutes. We'd like to speak with Congressman Marino. This is an industry that's out of control. If they don't follow the law, people die.
We would not have known about this without 60 Minutes.
I did see the report. We're going to look into the report. We're going to take it very seriously.
They were just drug dealers in lab coats. You know what a chilling picture that paints?
Want real news right now? We've got the app for that.
This is CBSN.
We're just on the front lines.
Police have surrounded the area.
It's still unclear what caused this fire, why it spread so quickly.
There are flooded homes like the one behind me for miles.
Change is what many people here are looking for.
And now they're trying to pin the ISIS gunmen down. The marchers were saying, let us march. We want to march.
CBSN, CBS News, always on.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning. Da-da-da-da. This is exciting. So do you watch your movies with your kids? No.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
Might that have been a career ender for you? Oh, gosh, yes. For anybody.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Join us when our trumpet sounds again
on CBS Sunday Morning.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the State of the Union. We've been playing some shorter chunks of the president's speech. Now we want to give you a bigger picture of what he told Congress and the country. Here now are some of the key points.
Less than 1 year has passed since I first stood at this podium in this majestic chamber to speak on behalf of the American people and to address their concerns, their hopes, and their dreams. That night, our new administration had already taken very swift action. A new tide of optimism was already sweeping across our land. Over the last year, we have made incredible progress and achieved extraordinary success. We have faced challenges we expected and others we could never have imagined. Some trials over the past year touched this chamber very personally. With us tonight is one of the toughest people ever to serve in this House, a guy who took a bullet, almost died, and was back to work 3.5 months later, the legend from Louisiana, Congressman Steve Scalise. After years and years of wage stagnation, we are finally seeing rising wages. Unemployment claims have hit a 45-year low. African American unemployment stands at the lowest rate ever recorded. And Hispanic American unemployment has also reached the lowest levels in history. Our massive tax cuts provide tremendous relief for the middle class and small business. This, in fact, is our new American moment. There has never been a better time to start living the American dream. We have ended the war on American energy, and we have ended the war on beautiful, clean coal. We are now very proudly an exporter of energy to the world. The era of economic surrender is totally over. From now on, we expect trading relationships to be fair and, very importantly, reciprocal. We will work to fix bad trade deals and negotiate new ones, and they'll be good ones, but they'll be fair. As we rebuild our industries, it is also time to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure. Tonight, I'm calling on Congress to produce a bill that generates at least $1.5 trillion for the new infrastructure investment that our country so desperately needs. Struggling communities, especially immigrant communities, will also be helped by immigration policies that focus on the best interests of American workers and American families. For decades, open borders have allowed drugs and gangs to pour into our most vulnerable communities. They've allowed millions of low-wage workers to compete for jobs and wages against the poorest Americans. Most tragically, they have caused the loss of many innocent lives. In recent months, my administration has met extensively with both Democrats and Republicans to craft a bipartisan approach to immigration reform. Based on these discussions, we presented Congress with a detailed proposal that should be supported by both parties as a fair compromise, one where nobody gets everything they want, but where our country gets the critical reforms it needs and must have. Terrorists who do things like place bombs in civilian hospitals are evil. When possible, we have no choice but to annihilate them. When necessary, we must be able to detain and question them. But we must be clear, terrorists are not merely criminals. They are unlawful enemy combatants. In the past, we have foolishly released hundreds and hundreds of dangerous terrorists, only to meet them again on the battlefield, including the ISIS leader, al-Baghdadi, who we captured, who we had, who we released. So today, I'm keeping another promise. I just signed, prior to walking in, an order directing Secretary Mattis, who is doing a great job. Thank you. To re-examine our military detention policy and to keep open the detention facilities in Guantanamo Bay. But no regime has oppressed its own citizens more totally or brutally than the cruel dictatorship in North Korea. As long as we are proud of who we are and what we are fighting for, there is nothing we cannot achieve. As long as we have confidence in our values, faith in our citizens, and trust in our God, we will never fail. Our families will thrive, our people will prosper, and our nation will forever be safe and strong and proud and mighty and free. Thank you, and God bless America. Good night.
Coming up, a moment above politics. We'll see how the president brought the crowd to its feet with his tribute to Congressman Steve Scalise. You're streaming special coverage of the State of the Union on CBSN. Early in his speech, President Trump singled out Congressman Steve Scalise. Scalise is one of 5 people who were shot during a congressional baseball practice last June. The president's shout out to the congressman